Chapter 201. Right after De Huang Dog finished his narcissistic words, a huge creature suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. It was a black crow with 2 heads, and its body was 3 meters long. Its body was covered with black scales and it looked ferocious. Swoosh swoosh, black mist kept rising up from the black crow's body. Its vicious eyes were staring at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in front of them. It was treating them as its prey. De Huang, didn't you say that all demons and devils would be subdued by you? Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of this chance to mock De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of monster is this double-headed black crow? This inferno hell is really strange. We've only been here for a short while, and we've already bumped into 3 strange creatures. De Huang Dog had the urge to throw up blood. He wasn't afraid of this black crow. Although it was stronger than the evil devil and the 9-life crystal beast, it was only a late heavenly core warrior. If they really fought, it would be no match for De Huang Dog. What made De Huang Dog angry was that right after he said those narcissistic words, the black crow appeared. It didn't give him any face at all. Inferno hell is really a strange place. There are actually existences that aren't recorded in the book of secrets of all living things. This double-headed black crow, even I don't know what its name is. Jiang Chen sighed. The demons and devils in Inferno hell were really strange. There were even some that he, the greatest saint, didn't know. Who cares what kind of demon or devil it is? Let this master dog kill it first. De Huang Dog was filled with fighting spirit. A golden light shot out from his head, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the black crow. Swoosh. In a split second, the black crow flapped its wings and dodged De Huang Dog's attack. What? This time, not only De Huang Dog but even Jiang Chen was shocked. This black crow's speed was unexpectedly fast to this degree. He was all too clear about how fast De Huang Dog's attack was, but this black crow was actually able to dodge it completely. How could he not be shocked? After black crow dodged, it charged at De Huang Dog with lightning speed. Its 2 sharp and long beaks pecked at De Huang Dog. Humph! I don't believe you can be faster than me. De Huang Dog snorted coldly. He was truly enraged. A demonic beast of the same level as him could dodge his attack. This was simply a blow to De Huang Dog's self-esteem. Black Crow was extremely fast, but De Huang Dog was even faster. With a swoosh, he turned his huge body around and gave his head to Black Crow. When Black Crow saw De Huang Dog actually using its head to block its sharp beak, its eyes were filled with disdain. Its sharp beak could peck through anything hard, but this dog in front of it actually didn't dodge and used its head to block. Wasn't this just courting death? Clang. Unfortunately, when Black Crow's sharp beak pecked De Huang Dog's head, Black Crow's expression changed. Its sharp beak struck De Huang Dog's head, producing a metallic sound. The expected scene of brain rupturing did not happen. Black Crow's attack not only failed to severely injure De Huang Dog, it didn't even leave a mark on his head. The double-headed Black Crow cried out loudly. Its sharp beak was in pain from the impact, and a frightened expression emerged in its eyes. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, shook his head. This Black Crow was really strong and its sharp beak could be considered a divine weapon, but compared to De Huang Dog's head, there was still a huge gap. Besides, although Black Crow was amazing, its cultivation level was still limited. It was only at the late heavenly core realm. No matter how amazing a demon or devil was, it would never be a match for De Huang Dog in a fight at the same level. When the double-headed Black Crow saw that De Huang Dog's body was indestructible, it immediately opened its beak and spat out 2 balls of black smoke. The smoke looked like 2 sharp swords as it flew towards De Huang Dog. Be careful, De Huang, this smoke is poisonous. Jiang Chen could tell the attribute of the smoke with just one look. It was extremely poisonous. The double-headed Black Crow was not an evil devil, but it had the same dark attribute as an evil devil, and its body contained a certain amount of poison. Pui. De Huang Dog showed no signs of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden energy beam, dispersing the smoke. Some of the smoke landed on De Huang Dog's body, but it didn't affect him at all. Only now did Jiang Chen remember that when he first met De Huang Dog, he had used the green hellish python's poison on him, but De Huang Dog was still fine. This guy was immune to all poisons. Die now. De Huang Dog was furious. With his proud character, it was embarrassing for him to fight a Black Crow at the same level as him for so long. A pair of wings of light appeared on De Huang Dog's back, and his speed instantly doubled. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the Black Crow. This time, the Black Crow couldn't dodge anymore, and its head was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog. Caw! The Black Crow let out a shrill cry. After that, it raised its head and let out a strange sound. Not good, it's summoning its companions. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed. He didn't want to be entangled by a bunch of troublesome black crows. He immediately struck out with the true dragon palm, smashing the black crow into pieces. 2 black demon souls flew out and were caught by Jiang Chen's hand. This black crow has 2 heads, so there should be 2 demon spirits in its body. Not bad. Jiang Chen smiled. Kid, I'm about to kill it. Why are you trying to steal my business? The Huang dog stared at Jiang Chen furiously. Less nonsense, let's go. Just now, the black crow was summoning its companions. Before I understand purgatory, I don't want to cause too much trouble. Jiang Chen said. Too bad, even if he didn't want to cause any trouble, trouble would still come knocking on his door. Right when Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were about to leave, a loud noise suddenly sounded out from the forest in front of them. After that, a huge group of black crows rushed out like a black storm. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Damn it, why are there so many double-headed black crows? The Huang dog cursed. There were at least 40 black crows that appeared out of nowhere, and each of them were at the heavenly core realm. Some of them had even reached the peak heavenly core realm, and they were even stronger than the black crow they had just killed. What was even more amazing was that the leading black crow was twice the size of the other black crows, and it was a divine core warrior. The Huang dog had an ugly expression on his face. If it was some ordinary demon beasts, they wouldn't be afraid even if there were so many of them. But these black crows were just too fast, and a divine core black crow would be even faster. Now that they were surrounded by these black crows, it would be a huge problem. The Huang, quickly kill them and leave this place. These black crows live in groups, and their nest is definitely not far from here. Perhaps there are even more powerful existences there. If we are surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of black crows, it will be a huge problem. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he told the Huang. These black crows were the scariest creatures that lived in groups. Once they were surrounded by a group of black crows, there would be no end to their attacks. Besides, these black crows were extremely fast and they could spit out poisonous gas. They were not easy to deal with. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow finally understood how frightening Inferno Hell was. They finally understood why so many people were so afraid of Inferno Hell, and why they were so scared when they mentioned it. They had just arrived in Inferno Hell, and they had already bumped into such an abnormal flock of black crows. If they were alone, even if they were a divine core warrior, they would definitely be killed by this flock of black crows. Damn it, these guys are really fast, it's not easy to kill them quickly. The Huang dog felt really depressed. The black crows are demon beasts with the dark element, and you have the purest yang bloodline of a divine beast. You are their nemesis. My chi and blood are strong, and I am their nemesis as well. I'll use the true dragon flames to burn them. Jiang Chen said. Right now they were surrounded by black crows, and if they wanted to break out from this place or even kill these black crows, they would have to use a powerful attack. The leader of the black crows let out a loud cry. In an instant, countless black crows with their sharp beaks flapped their wings and dashed towards Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Damn you. Come on, I'll let you guys have a taste of Master Dog's power. The Huang dog was enraged. A layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body as he charged towards the flock of black crows. Rumble. The Huang dog was like a ferocious primordial beast. With a single charge, he directly smashed 3 black crows into a mist of blood. True dragon flames, burn for me. Jiang Chen roared. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a huge wave of flames, enveloping 5 to 6 black crows. Those black crows seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world, as if they had seen their natural predator. One by one they cried out in panic. Those black crows that were enveloped by the true dragon flames couldn't withstand the burning of the true dragon flames, and were directly burned to ashes. They are indeed afraid of the true dragon flames. Jiang Chen's aura was like a dragon as he unleashed another wave of flames, enveloping a flock of black crows that were rushing over. Those black crows that were caught in the sea of flames struggled violently, but they couldn't escape the burning of the flames at all. Soon they were all burned to death. The true dragon flames was the king of all flames, it was extremely frightening, and it was the biggest nemesis of these dark creatures. Seeing this, the black crow leader let out another loud cry. In an instant, as if they had received an order, all the other black crows dashed towards Jiang Chen without any regard for their own lives. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The true dragon flames swept across the area, enveloping all the black crows who were dashing towards him. At the same time, the divine core black crow leader suddenly attacked Jiang Chen from another direction. Chapter 202. The true dragon flames were extremely powerful. Of course, this was because of Jiang Chen's incredible combat strength. The early divine core double-headed black crow was no match for Jiang Chen. Under the combined attack of the true dragon flames and true dragon palm, the double-headed black crow was instantly burned to death. The double-headed black crow was a rare species with a dark element, it had incredible combat strength, and it also had skills that were hard to defend against. An early divine core double-headed black crow could fight a mid-divine core warrior, but when facing Jiang Chen, the double-headed black crow's advantage couldn't be displayed at all. The double-headed black crow had no fear of ordinary flames, but the powerful true dragon flames was their nemesis and natural enemy. Jiang Chen retrieved the true dragon palm, then two black demon souls appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. These were two early divine core demon souls, and if he wanted to form more dragon marks now, heavenly core demon beasts wouldn't be able to help him much. Only divine core demon beasts demon souls could really help him. These two early divine core demon souls could at least help Jiang Chen form 40 dragon marks, and further improve his combat strength. Two demon souls from a single double-headed black crow, looks like I'll have to spend more time on demon beasts like this in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Killing a demon beast would give him 2 demon souls. For Jiang Chen this was a huge benefit. Swoosh! The true dragon flames swept out once again, continuously burning the black crows to death. The demon souls rolled into Jiang Chen's palm like iron balls, then he stored them into his storage ring. Ka! Seeing their leader was killed, the rest of the black crows immediately let out heart-wrenching cries. "Da Huang Dog, run!" Jiang Chen shouted and used the true dragon fire to tear the flock of black crows apart. Then, the blood wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a beam of light as he rushed forward. Da Huang Dog didn't dare to be negligent, and he quickly followed behind Jiang Chen. This flock of black crows was really frightening. They were incredibly fast and they were extremely difficult to kill. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's true dragon flames, it would have been at least 10 times more difficult for them to escape. Naturally, the remaining crows could no longer pose a threat to Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog, but there was no telling how many two-headed black crows lived here. Perhaps the entire forest was a gathering place for two-headed black crows. These black crows were summoning their own kind. If hundreds or thousands of black crows suddenly appeared, they would have no place to cry. Besides, they had no idea how dangerous Inferno Hell was. If a mid-divine core or even a late divine core double-headed black crow appeared, with Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog's current strength, there was no way they could defend against it. Therefore, of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best stratagem. Swoosh! Not long after Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog ran away, they suddenly heard some swoosh sounds coming from the forest. At this moment, the sky was filled with black crows. They flapped their wings and locked onto Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog's direction, then they crazily chased after them. The leading black crow had a body of 40 to 50 meters, and its cultivation base had reached the mid-divine core realm. "Oh my god!" Da Huang Dog cried out, "So many black crows, there must be at least a few hundred of them. Damn it, luckily you're smart enough to run away in advance. If not, we would have been trapped in an endless battle. Don't talk anymore, let's speed up. These black crows live in groups, I'm afraid there will be more of them." Jiang Chen's blood wings flapped violently as he ran with all his might. Da Huang Dog dared not hesitate either. The wings of light on his back glowed with a bright golden light, and both man and dog increased their speed to the maximum. Jiang Chen had even used the dimensional shift skill to help him escape. But too bad, the mid-divine core black crow wasn't slow either, it just kept chasing after him. "Buddy, that big guy is really chasing after us," Da Huang Dog said. "Don't worry, it's fast, let it chase after us. As long as the flock of black crows can't catch up with us, it'll be fine." Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. His mentality was not something that ordinary people could compare with, he was able to remain calm in the face of danger. Da Huang Dog kept cursing. He had just arrived in Inferno Hell and he was being chased by these black crows. This was really embarrassing. The mid-divine core black crow's speed was really fast, and it was only because Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were abnormal monsters. If it was any other ordinary man, he would have been killed by the black crow. The black crow kept chasing after them. It kept letting out loud roars and a ferocious look could be seen in its eyes. It kept spitting out black poisonous gas from its mouth, and it attacked Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog like sharp swords. But all the poisonous gas was blocked by Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog. "Let's keep chasing, once the distance between the flock of black crows increases, this black crow will die." A mid-divine core demon soul, I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen licked his lips. Buddy, are you trying to kill it? The Huang dog was startled for a moment. That was a mid-divine core black crow. Its strength was comparable to a late divine core human warrior. Jiang Chen was just too daring. The mid-divine core black crow is indeed strong. Ordinary late divine core warriors might not be its match. But that's because of its special ability. The black crow's speed is fast, it can release poisonous gas, and it also has a sharp beak. These are the black crow's strongest points. But when it comes to me, all of its advantages are gone. I'm not afraid of poisonous gas, and the true dragon flame is the black crow's nemesis. I now have 410 dragon marks, and I can easily kill an early divine core warrior with my bare hands. I can even fight an ordinary mid-divine core warrior. This black crow is restrained by me, so I'm pretty confident in killing it. Jiang Chen was a meticulous person and he had a lot of combat experience. Even during a battle, he was able to control his and his enemy's strengths and weaknesses, then come up with a strategy. He would never fight a battle he had no confidence in winning. At the same time, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and absorbed the 2 early divine core black crow demon souls. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, 40 new dragon marks were formed. With this, Jiang Chen now had a total of 450 dragon marks in his body. His combat strength had increased once again, and he was now more confident in dealing with the black crow. The black crow kept roaring out in anger. It kept unleashing attacks, and the powerful energy unleashed from its body scared many demons and devils away, not daring to show their faces. As for the flock of black crows behind them, they had been left far behind. From the looks of it, it's going to kill us before it's willing to let this matter rest. The Huang dog said. Let it come, I'll teach it a lesson later. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. After flying for another 300 miles, Inferno Hell was a huge place. They had been flying for a long time, but they still hadn't left this wasteland. Jiang Chen estimated that the flock of black crows couldn't catch up with them, and they had even stopped chasing. He immediately steadied his body and stopped running. As long as he could leave the black crow's territory, he would no longer be afraid. In his eyes, these black crows were his greatest nourishment. Heya was clearly taken aback when he saw the man and dog suddenly stop. In his opinion, the man and dog should continue to flee for their lives. It was too abnormal for them to suddenly stop. Could it be that they were courting death? The black crow didn't care too much. Seeing the man stop running, it immediately leapt forward. "Da Huang dog, move away, I'll deal with him." Jiang Chen unleashed his energy. Boundless golden lights burst out from his body, causing massive energy waves to sweep across the sky. A dragon-shaped aura emerged from his head. It was so powerful that no one dared look at it directly. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. In an instant, he unleashed the True Dragon Palm, unleashing a gigantic dragon claw towards the black crow. Bang! A layer of black light appeared on the surface of the black crow's body. Its sharp beak seemed to be able to pierce through everything, wanting to shatter the dragon claw that Jiang Chen had unleashed. However, the True Dragon Palm was a true dragon combat skill. How powerful was it? Although the black crow's sharp beak had created a huge hole in the True Dragon Palm, the power of the dragon claw had also forced the black crow back. What a powerful combat strength. That attack had at least a few million gene of force. This kid is a monster. Da Huang dog's face was filled with shock. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Jiang Chen continued to attack. His body flashed as he unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. 9 Jiang Chens appeared around the black crow at the same time, dazzling the black crow. The black crow let out a loud cry. Countless streams of black energy containing poisonous gas rushed out from its body, attacking the 9 Jiang Chens indiscriminately. Such an attack would have killed any ordinary person. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of the poison at all, nor was he afraid of the dark aura. Boom! In an instant, a sea of flames appeared in the sky. The golden flames seemed to be able to incinerate the entire sky. The 9 Jiang Chens couldn't even see who was the one who had unleashed the flames. However, when the poisonous gas came into contact with the flames, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness. It posed no threat to Jiang Chen at all. Die! Jiang Chen let out a roar. A battle axe appeared in his hand. With a thunderous light, he chopped down at the black crow. The surface of the battle axe was covered with steaming flames. Such flames caused the black crow's soul to tremble. Puchi! Jiang Chen's movements were too fast. Before the black crow could even react, it was already chopped into 2 by Jiang Chen's battle axe, dying on the spot. The Huang dog was jumping up and down. He was practically prostrating himself in admiration towards Jiang Chen. He had personally witnessed a true combatant. Jiang Chen killed the Black Crow in one go. First he used the true dragon palm to repel the Black Crow. Then he used the 9 phantom wolves to affect the Black Crow's state of mind while the Black Crow was still in a state of shock. Finally he used the true dragon flames to throw the Black Crow into chaos. Finally he killed the Black Crow with a single chop. The entire battle process could be said to be perfect. Bang! Bang! Jiang Chen sent out a shockwave, shattering the 2 halves of the Black Crow. 2 black demon spirits the size of a human head appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. "Kit, you're really powerful," De Huang Dog said excitedly. "Let's go, let's leave this place first. We need to find a place to absorb these demon spirits and increase our overall strength. In Inferno Hell, strength is the only way to survive." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he continued flying forward. "Damn it, Daddy wants to break through as well. Daddy wants to break through to the divine core realm." De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Inferno Hell was really dangerous and they were only at the border of Inferno Hell, but they had already encountered such powerful demon beasts. There was no need to explain how dangerous Inferno Hell was. Chapter 203. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew across the wasteland. Since the terrain was flat, they didn't bump into any demons or devils. With incredible speed, they found a quiet and gloomy valley and landed in it. "This place is filled with an eerie atmosphere, it makes me feel really uncomfortable. Perhaps some demons or devils will appear here," Jiang Chen said. "There are dangers everywhere in Inferno Hell, it's normal for some strange creatures to appear here." De Huang Dog nodded his head. After being in Inferno Hell for so long, he had finally understood what kind of dangerous place Inferno Hell was. They had already bumped into 3 strange creatures, the Inferno Devil, the 9-life crystal beast, and the double-headed Black Crow. He had no idea what other strange creatures would appear here. However, no matter how strange the demons or devils were, De Huang Dog wouldn't be surprised. Purgatory was such a place. For human cultivators, Purgatory was a hellish place, filled with brutality, danger, darkness, bloodshed and massacre. Forget surviving in Purgatory. In order to protect one's own life, one must rely on formidable strength. Without formidable strength, one could lose their life at any moment. "De Huang, guard me while I'm cultivating. I'll absorb these 2 Black Crow demon souls. Once I absorb them, I'm afraid I'll have 600 dragon marks in my body, and my combat strength will reach a new level. At that point of time, unless a late divine core warrior attacks me, I'll be invincible." A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The mid-divine core demon souls were a great help to him. With these 2 demon souls, he would be able to form at least 150 dragon marks, and together with the 450 dragon marks he had before, he would have a total of 600 dragon marks. The combat strength of 600 dragon marks was really frightening. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, coupled with those frightening skills and abilities, he could easily kill a mid-divine core warrior. If he had 600 dragon marks, his combat strength would be unimaginable. "Damn it, Daddy has to guard you every time. When are you going to do the same for Daddy?" De Huang Dog curled his lips, but he still willingly played the role of guard. "The next time you sleep, I'll watch over you for 3 days and 3 nights," Jiang Chen promised solemnly. Immediately, Jiang Chen found a quiet place and started absorbing the demon souls. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to absorb the mid-divine core demon souls at a fast pace. If he wanted to absorb both demon souls, he would need at least an hour. If it was an early divine core demon soul, it would only take him a few minutes. The true dragon flames gushed out and enveloped the 2 demon spirits. Very quickly, the dark aura emitted by the 2 demon spirits was completely refined, turning them into the purest form of energy. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen devoured the 2 demon spirits. Boom! Pure and powerful energy burst out from the 2 demon spirits and permeated into Jiang Chen's lily limbs. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill, the pure energy quickly entered his chi-si, turning into many new blood-red dragon marks that kept revolving around his heavenly core. The formation of each new dragon mark would increase Jiang Chen's combat strength once again. This was the truly frightening part of the dragon transformation skill. There was no need for a clear limit, dragon marks represented strength. A single dragon mark was equivalent to 10,000 jin, and when all the dragon marks were stacked together, it would become a terrifying number. When the dragon transformation skill was cultivated to the highest level, Jiang Chen's combat strength would be pushed to a new peak. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen had easily absorbed a demon soul. His aura had become much stronger, and his energy had finally attracted some unnecessary trouble. Brr. A loud roar that shook the entire valley suddenly sounded out from not far away. After that, two gigantic creatures appeared not far away from them. They were two gigantic lions, and each of them was 30 to 40 meters tall, just like a small mountain. Just the energy they unleashed was enough to frighten anyone who looked at them. Both lions looked exactly the same. Their bodies were covered with gray stone chips, and there was a long stone horn on top of their heads that was glowing in a chaotic color. Their eyes were the same color as stone, but they were glowing ferociously. Damn it, twin stone rock lions, and both of them are at the early divine core realm. This inferno hell really has all kinds of demon beasts. The Huang dog immediately cursed. He knew who these twin stone rock lions were. Demon beasts like these rarely existed in the outside world, but here in Inferno Hell, there were two of them. Twin demon beasts were the most frightening. They could communicate with each other, and once they started fighting, their teamwork would reach a perfect level. The combat strength of these two twin stone rock lions was definitely not as simple as adding them together. When the twin stone rock lions saw Jiangchen and the Huang dog, they roared and started walking towards them. Damn it, these two guys aren't easy to deal with. Too bad. Daddy's powerful innate ability can only be awakened when I break through to the divine core realm. If not, these two guys are just like farts in front of this master dog. The Huang dog felt really gloomy. He was a man with a pure dragon horse bloodline, but he was going to be bullied by two lions. If that really happened, would he still be able to live? What made the Huang dog even angrier was that apart from the treasure hunting ability that he had awakened, his dog head was the strongest ability he had. The powerful combat innate ability in his bloodline could only be awakened when he broke through to the divine core realm. This was really infuriating. But right after that, the Huang dog's eyes lit up. A cunning look appeared in his eyes as he said, "If two lions attack me at the same time, I'm sure I won't be able to deal with them. But if I can take one of them by surprise, I might have a chance. This master dog will pretend to be scared first so you can relax yourselves." The Huang dog was a smart man, and after following Jiangchen for so long, he had learned a lot of tricks and combat experience. Now he could be considered as an experienced warrior. Immediately, the Huang dog took a step back. His body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the twin stone rock lions. Indeed, when the lions saw the Huang dog's reaction, a disdainful look emerged in their eyes. They looked at each other, then one of them said in human language, "Jie, so you're just a coward. There's no need for us brothers to deal with a trashy dog like this. You just stand here and watch, I'll go skin this dog." Hearing what the lion said, the Huang dog staggered and almost fell down onto the ground. Flames of fury almost shot out from his eyes. He was a descendant of the dragon horse, a noble bloodline, and he had a majestic appearance. How dare this bastard call him a trashy dog? This was something he couldn't tolerate. The Huang dog had made up his mind, he would definitely teach this lion a lesson. The stone lion still had a disdainful smile on its face. It looked down at the Huang dog and walked step by step towards the Huang dog. It could tell that this the Huang dog was only a late heavenly core warrior, so it didn't need to be taken seriously. "Puppy dog, stand there and don't move, let me stomp you to death," the stone lion said. Hearing this, the Huang dog couldn't hold it any longer. How dare this lion ask him to stand there and let him stomp him to death? This was an insult to him. Besides Yan Shenyu, no one was allowed to call him puppy dog. Sure enough, the stone lion raised its foot and stepped on Old Man Gua towards Big Yellow. "How dare you look down on this master dog? I'll let you know how powerful this master dog is. Fuck you." The Huang dog gnashed his teeth in anger. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, and a golden light emerged from his head. He turned into a sharp arrow and dashed towards the stone lion's foot. Bang! Slash! Followed by a loud bang, the Huang dog pierced through the stone lion's foot and pierced through it. Blood splashed all over the place. Owu the stone lion let out a shrill cry. Its huge body couldn't help but lean forward when its leg was injured. This was a situation that it had never expected. The stone lion didn't take Big Yellow seriously at all, so it didn't even use any yuan energy to kick it. Under such a situation, no matter how strong it was, it wouldn't be able to withstand Big Yellow's attack. Big Yellow was ready to attack at any moment. Although the stone lion was strong, it still wouldn't be able to withstand Big Yellow's attack. The stone lion let out a shrill cry, and its body was about to fall down. But, the Huang dog, who had everything going according to plan, wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He raised his head like a diamond and slammed it towards the falling stone lion's head. "How dare you look down on this master dog? I'll let you die a glorious death." Da Huang Dog's head slammed into the stone lion's head. Just like the stone lion, it was completely defenseless. Da Huang Dog's speed was too fast. From the moment the stone lion was injured to the moment it slammed into its head, it was just a blink of an eye. The stone lion wasn't prepared for this at all. Rocks flew in all directions. The stone lion's head was smashed into pieces by Da Huang Dog, and its huge body fell down to the ground. It was dead on the spot. Da Huang Dog landed on the ground and stood on top of the stone lion's body. He threw his head back and laughed out loudly. "Kakaka, Master Dog is invincible." Big Yellow was extremely proud of himself, and a narcissistic expression could be seen on his face. He felt like he was the most talented man in this world, and with his plan, an early divine core stone lion was easily killed by him. It was as if he didn't even need to use his full strength. "This is my plan, this is my intelligence, this is my charm, this is my Master Dog." Da Huang Dog twisted his butt and spun around the stone lion's body. He was filled with a proud expression. On the other side, the other stone lion who was prepared to watch a good show was startled. It was completely bewildered. Its pair of stone eyes stared at the narcissistic Big Yellow in front of it with astonishment. It had never thought that this dog could be so powerful. In the end, it turned out that the fear it showed just now was just an act. This was really hateful. Roared brother. The stone lion was furious. His brother was killed without even having his body intact, and he was smashed into pieces by this dog's head. This was really tragic. "Kaka, old stone hair, you and your brother are idiots. How dare you look down on this Master Dog? This is what you get. This Master Dog is invincible under the heavens, and anyone who dares look down on this Master Dog will end up like this." Da Huang Dog had been narcissistic for nearly half an hour. Even after Jiang Chen had finished refining the demon spirit, it still hadn't stopped. Jiang Chen slapped Da Huang Dog's head and said, "That's enough. Buddy, you don't know how to be grateful at all. If Daddy didn't protect you and help you kill the twin stone rock lions, do you think you could still be so calm?" Da Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. "Alright, you've done a great job this time." Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed 2 demon souls from the bodies of the 2 stone lions, then he placed them into his storage pouch. "Why didn't you just absorb them? These 2 are divine core demon spirits, they should be quite useful to you." Da Huang Dog was puzzled. In the past, whenever Jiang Chen obtained a demon spirit, he would absorb it to increase his strength, but this time he just kept it. "I have formed 600 dragon marks in my body, and if I continue absorbing demon spirits with this method, it will affect my foundation. The 5 elemental pills can only last for now. Therefore, if I want to continue absorbing demon spirits or even break through to the divine core realm, I'll need to strengthen my foundation. Therefore, I'll need to use the 9 life crystal beasts crystal core when I absorb demon spirits in the future." Jiang Chen said. He couldn't afford to be careless while cultivating the dragon transformation skill. The most important thing for a cultivator was their foundation, and if their foundation was unstable, it would have a huge impact on their future cultivation. As the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, Jiang Chen had a lot of experience in cultivation. He understood the importance of a good foundation better than anyone else, so how could he make such a stupid mistake? In order for Jiang Chen to break through to the divine core realm, he had to form 800 dragon marks. He still needed another 200 dragon marks, and it wasn't an easy task to break through. However, with 600 dragon marks, Jiang Chen had enough combat strength to travel in Inferno Hell, and it would be safer for him to travel in this place. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog left the valley and continued flying deeper into Inferno Hell. After flying for about 100 miles, sounds of fighting suddenly sounded out in front of them. "Someone is fighting in front of us," Da Huang Dog said. "It's the aura of a human, not a demon beast." Jiang Chen said, "Hide your aura, let's go and have a look." The man and dog hid their aura and moved forward with great speed. In front of them was a steep mountain range. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog landed on top of a cliff. Looking down into the valley, they saw 4 men. 3 of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. 2 of them were early divine core warriors, and the last one was a mid-divine core warrior. All 3 of them were unleashing ferocious auras, and their faces were filled with ferocious expressions. These men were clearly outlaws, cruel and merciless. Of course, after living in an environment like Inferno Hell, it was only a matter of time before they became like this. Right at this moment, the 3 men surrounded a young man who was covered in blood. The young man looked to be in his late 20s and he was wearing white clothes. However, the original color of the white clothes was no longer recognizable, as it was completely covered in blood. He was a peak early divine core warrior, just one step away from breaking through to the mid-divine core realm. However, with Jiang Chen's experience, he could easily tell that this young man was a rare genius. Although he was only a peak early divine core warrior, if they really fought, even the mid-divine core warrior would be no match for him. But too bad, the young man was severely injured, and some of his injuries weren't new. These injuries had caused his combat strength to drop drastically, and when facing 3 divine core warriors who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. "Buddy, why don't you keep running? You've offended young Master Xianxia, and even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still die," the man said. "What did you do to Xuanhuan and the others?" The young man let out a cold snort. He didn't show any fear on his face, but anger could be seen in his eyes. He had been running for so long, but in the end he still couldn't escape. "Haha, Tianishan, you're about to die, but you still care about your friends? Let me tell you, Xuanhuan and the others are still alive. How could young Master Xianxia let them die so soon?" Another man said with a mocking tone. "Xuanhuan and the others are indeed still alive, but I don't know how they are doing right now. Tianishan, hand over all your belongings, especially the crystal cores. We'll consider bringing your head back to young Master Xianxia, so you don't have to suffer from his torture. You should know young Master Xianxia's methods. When he starts torturing someone, he'll make them wish they were dead," the leading middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. The 3 men were treating Tianishan like a turtle in a jar. In fact, Tianishan's current situation was indeed like a turtle in a jar. If no miracle happened, he would definitely die today. Xuanhuan. On top of the cliff, Jiang Qin, who was originally just watching the show, heard Xuanhuan's name, and his facial expression suddenly changed. This Tianishan seems to be in the same group as Xuanhuan. It seems like he has fallen into young Master Xianxia's trap. From their tone, it seems like Xuanhuan's situation isn't too good. The Huang dog said. "Nonsense, I can tell." Jiang Chen's facial expression turned cold. Xuanhuan had treated him quite well, and he had risked his life to help him in Whirling Sun City. Jiang Chen was not a person who didn't know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Now that Xuanhuan was in trouble, how could he just stand by and do nothing? A sad and despairing expression emerged on Tianishan's face. He looked at the 3 men who surrounded him. If he was in his peak condition, these 3 men wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they worked together. But too bad, he was at the end of his strength right now, and even the weakest of these 3 men would be able to kill him. Inferno Hell has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Killing and robbing, there are no rules. Now that I, Tianishan, have fallen into your hands, I have nothing else to say. Let's do this. Tianishan knew he was going to die. Therefore, at this last moment, he became a little more courageous. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Not many people could face death in such a calm manner. Perhaps it was because of the harsh environment in Inferno Hell, but no matter what, it was still worthy of respect. "Fine, Tianishan, I see you're courageous. I'll give you a quick death today," one of the early divine core warriors said. He immediately unleashed a giant palm that was shining brightly and slapped toward Tianishan. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out from the top of Tianishan's head. It wasn't Tianishan's head that was smashed, it was the giant palm that was unleashed by the man. A beam of dazzling light shot down from the top of the cliff. It fell right on top of the big hand and shattered it into pieces. "Who?" The leader was shocked, and he immediately shouted toward the cliff. 3 divine core warriors bullying a severely wounded man at the end of his strength? What a shame. A voice sounded out from the cliff. After that, a man and a dog descended from the sky. Chapter 205. Jiang Chen's clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. His handsome face carried a domineering expression. In the blink of an eye, he and a Huang dog landed in the valley. "Young man, who are you?" One of the early divine core warriors looked at Jiang Chen and Lung Lung and asked. "I'm someone who sees injustice, and when I see someone I don't like, I want to step in and help them. All 3 of you are divine core warriors, but why are you ganging up on a severely injured man? Isn't that embarrassing?" Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. "Ha!" Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the 3 men burst out into laughter as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. "Little brother, run, you're no match for them," Tianishan said to Jiang Chen. He knew he was going to die today, and he didn't want to drag the others into this. Besides, it seemed like this young man in white had just arrived in Inferno Hell not long ago, and he had no idea about the rules of survival here. In this place, the law of the jungle was the law of the jungle, and no one would care about anyone else's business. There was only slaughter and blood. If it was any ordinary man who encountered a situation like this, it would be a miracle if they didn't hit him when he was down. As for being a good Samaritan and helping others, that was something that only an idiot would do. In fact, Jiang Chen was not a good Samaritan. He knew better than anyone what kind of place Inferno Hell was. If he hadn't heard about Guan from Tian Yishan, he wouldn't have shown himself. However, when Tian Yishan asked him to leave, Jiang Chen's impression of Tian Yishan became better. Besides, it was obvious that Tian Yishan was on the same side as Guan. Therefore Jiang Chen had to save him. What a joke. Young man, don't you know about the rules of survival in Inferno Hell? Those who see injustice here are all idiots. Looks like your brain isn't normal either. But, since you have the guts to stand out, you can die together with Tian Yishan. Another middle-aged man said with a loud laugh. Kid, hand over all your treasures before we make a move. The mid-divine core leader stared at Jiang Chen with an insidious look. You guys want to snatch my treasures? Just as well. I want to snatch your treasures too. Looks like we can only fight. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This kid is courting death. One of the early divine core warriors had a cold expression on his face, and a strong killing intent emerged from his body. However, right after his killing intent emerged, the young man in front of him suddenly disappeared, and in the next second he reappeared right in front of him. Poochie. The middle-aged man heard a poochie sound and felt his body shake, as if he had been hit by a mountain. Then a cold feeling spread throughout his body. The middle-aged man was stunned on the spot. He felt an intense aura of death. He slowly lowered his head and saw a long sword piercing through his body. Blood flowed unceasingly along the long sword. His vitality was also disappearing along with the loss of blood. I know the rules of survival better than any of you, especially the rules of Inferno Hell. A bright smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It was a harmless smile, but on the middle-aged man's face, it looked like the smile of a devil. No. The middle-aged man let out a loud cry. His voice became hoarse. This was his last word in this world. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand was a high-ranked combat weapon. The soaring heaven sword he snatched from Yun Can. A tremendous sword energy burst out from the soaring heaven sword, shattering the middle-aged man's internal organs. At the same time, it cut off all his vitality, killing him on the spot. Jiang Chen slowly drew out the long sword. Right at the moment when the middle-aged man's body was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Chen took out the storage ring from the man's finger with lightning speed. These men had stayed in Inferno Hell for a long time, so they must have collected a lot of treasures. Jiang Chen needed crystal cores right now, and since he hadn't found any 9 life crystal beasts yet, robbing them was the best way. Plop. The middle-aged man's body fell to the ground and he didn't move at all. Blood kept spraying out from the wound on his chest, making him look ferocious. What? 3 shocked voices sounded out at the same time. Even Tian Yishan was staring at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and the other 2 men were even more shocked. Who could have thought that this young man who was only a late heavenly core warrior could be so cruel and powerful? An early divine core warrior couldn't even withstand a single strike from him, and was killed on the spot. It's your turn now. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the other 2 ferocious-looking middle-aged men. I'll give you a chance, put down your storage rings and destroy your own divine cores. Jiang Chen's words almost made the 2 men curse out loud. What he said was too arrogant. Besides, destroying one's own divine core was no different from committing suicide. Once one's divine core was destroyed, one would become a cripple. A cripple without any cultivation base wouldn't be able to survive for more than an hour in Inferno Hell. Buddy, do you know what you're doing? The man you killed is young Master Yangshua's man, you're courting death. The other early divine core middle-aged man threatened Jiang Chen. But too bad he had threatened the wrong person. Right after his words left his mouth, Jiang Chen disappeared once again. The middle-aged man could only feel a beam of light sliding past his face, and after that he no longer knew what happened. Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. He had chopped off the middle-aged man's head with just a single strike. After the head flew up into the sky, the middle-aged man's face was still filled with fear. He had no idea how he died, and he couldn't understand why this young man was so fast. He was just a heavenly core warrior, so why could he be so fast? He was so fast that he, a divine core warrior, didn't even have the chance to defend himself. Heavens! Tian Yishan cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. This young man who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old actually had such frightening abilities. Jiang Chen was a divine core warrior, and even if Tianyi was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen in such a fast and violent manner. Jiang Chen's ruthless methods had even stunned the mid-divine core warrior. He stared at Jiang Chen, and the look of disdain on his face had disappeared. "You're the last one, I'll give you a chance to attack." Jiang Chen looked at the last man. "Looks like you're a genius disciple from some big sect. You're able to kill an early divine core warrior with just a late heavenly core cultivation base. You're really amazing. Too bad, this is Inferno Hell, we only care about strength here, not status or geniuses. You can kill an early divine core warrior, but you're definitely no match for me. The gap between an early divine core warrior and a mid-divine core warrior is not something you can imagine." The man let out a cold snort. He unleashed all of his energy, and a golden hammer appeared in his hand. It was glowing in a golden light, and it was actually a high-ranked combat weapon. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out from the golden hammer. The middle-aged man raised the hammer high up into the air, then he forcefully smashed it towards Jiang Chen. "Let me show you what the gap between us is." A cold light emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He raised the long sword in his hand high up into the air, then a loud sword cry sounded out. The sword beam looked like a bright waterfall. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, then he swung the sword towards the middle-aged man. Clang! The two combat weapons collided with each other, causing a huge amount of sparks to fly in all directions. This was the fiercest collision ever, and no one knew how much energy was contained in the collision. Bam! The powerful backlash sent the middle-aged man flying away like a kite with a broken string. While his body was still in the air, the middle-aged man threw up a huge mouthful of blood. The frightened expression on his face had reached an indescribable level. The strength of Jiang Chen's 600 dragon marks was no joke. Together with the high-ranked combat weapon, ordinary mid-divine core warriors were no match for him. In front of Jiang Chen they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Swoosh! Jiang Chen chased after the middle-aged man like a shadow. He moved like an arrow, leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the retreating middle-aged man. He swung the long sword horizontally and cleanly chopped off the middle-aged man's head. "So weak." A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. After reaching 600 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. He put away the soaring heaven sword, then he bent down and took the storage ring from the middle-aged man's finger, then he put it away with a peace of mind. Abnormal. Da Huang Dog raised his head and said, "The current Jiang Chen was obviously much stronger than before. If it was before, even if he could defeat a mid-divine core warrior, he wouldn't be able to kill them so cleanly." Tianyi, who stood aside, had his mouth wide open. He looked at the three dead bodies on the ground and he couldn't say a word. He thought he was going to die today, but he never expected that an incredible man would appear out of nowhere and kill all three of them with such ease. "My name is Tianyi, thank you for saving my life, brother." Tianyi bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen. His face was filled with gratitude, this was a life-saving favor. Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. Jiang Chen told them his name, then he asked, "You mentioned Guaniyun just now, I want to know how Guaniyun is doing right now." Hearing the name Black Sect, Tianyi face shook, then a joyful expression emerged on his face. "Brother Jiang, you're from the Black Sect as well? Haha, I never expected such a genius to appear in the Black Sect. This is the Black Sect's great fortune." Tianyi burst into laughter. "You're from the Black Sect as well?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had never seen this man in the Black Sect. "That's right, I'm a core disciple of the Black Sect. But, when I became a core disciple 2 years ago, I immediately left the Qi province and went to the Jian province to train myself. It's normal that Brother Jiang doesn't know me." Tianyi said. "So you're a core disciple." Chapter 206. Brother Jiang, with just a late heavenly core cultivation base, you are able to kill a mid-divine core warrior. Tianyi have really widened my horizons. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. How could the sect chief allow a genius like you to come to Inferno Hell? Tianyi asked with a surprised tone. "I came to Inferno Hell on my own accord." "Oh right, what's Guaniyun's situation right now? And who is that young master xianxia?" Jiang Chen asked. "Brother Jiang has just come to Inferno Hell, so I'm afraid you don't know much about it. In the center of Inferno Hell there is a city called Inferno City. It's a human city and it's filled with humans." Tianyi said. "Oh, there is a city in Inferno Hell?" Jiang Chen was startled, he had never thought about this. Inferno City is a special place in Inferno Hell. Demons and devils don't come to this city, That's why it has become a place where humans gather. Normally, Inferno City should be a very safe place. As long as those who come here stay in the city, they won't have to worry about being attacked by demons and devils, and their own safety will be guaranteed. You know, the exit connecting Inferno City to the outside world only opens once a year. That's why Inferno City has become a very important place to protect your life. But now, Inferno City has become the most dangerous place. It's no less dangerous than the deepest part of Inferno Hell. Xianxia said. Why is that? The Huang Dog asked. It's very simple. Wherever there are people, there will be fights. In Inferno Hell, there are fights everywhere, between demons and ghosts, between humans and demonic beasts, between humans and humans. There is blood everywhere. There are no rules here, only primitive killings. If you want to survive in Inferno Hell, you must have great strength. Nowadays there are all kinds of people in Inferno Hell. You should know that none of the people who can enter Inferno Hell are simple. They are either those evil and wicked people who were exiled here, or the genius disciples of the big powers. With so many people here, fights are inevitable. Xianxia explained. Jiang Qin nodded his head. This was something he could imagine. There were no rules in Inferno Hell, and everything depended on one's strength. If you didn't have the strength, you could only wait to be slaughtered by others. Although Inferno City could get rid of the invasion of demons and devils, it couldn't get rid of the conflicts between humans. Kid, tell me more about Purgatory in detail. The Huang Dog said. Xianxia glanced at the Huang Dog. This dog was following Jiang Qin, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately said, 2 years ago I left the Qi province and went to the Jian province. 4 months ago I entered Inferno Hell to train myself, and I can be considered to have a thorough understanding of the situation in Inferno Hell. There are many demons and devils in this place, and there are a lot of strange creatures, but all of them are extremely powerful. Among them, the most terrifying ones are the Inferno Devils and the 9 Life Crystal Beast. Many people come to Inferno Hell for the crystal cores of the 9 Life Crystal Beasts. Xianxia paused for a moment, then he continued, the crystal core is a type of pure energy. It is a great help to the cultivation of human cultivators. Not only that, the 9 life crystal beasts are also the targets and prey of other demons and devils in Inferno Hell, and the 9 life crystal beasts also see other demons and devils as their prey. In other words, the crystal core is very useful to human cultivators and those demons and devils. The heavenly core and divine core in the human body, as well as the demon souls of demons and devils, are also great nourishment for the 9 life crystal beasts. Because of this, the situation in Inferno Hell is extremely chaotic, causing Inferno Hell to be shrouded in blood and slaughter all day long. However, due to the strength of the 9 life crystal beasts, it is extremely difficult to kill them, causing the battles to be even more intense. In Inferno City, there are killings and robberies happening all day long. Everyone is after the crystal core. Even if they were to go out to hunt the 9 life crystal beasts, they would usually choose to form an alliance. Because, if a human cultivator of the same level were to fight against a 9 life crystal beast, they would definitely die. Not only that, there is also the risk of encountering other demons and devils. Furthermore, in order to survive in an environment like Inferno Hell, forming an alliance is a must. Xianxia explained the basic situation of Inferno Hell to Jiang Qin, allowing Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog to have a new understanding of Inferno Hell. From what Xianxia said, the 9 life crystal beasts had become the most important existence in Inferno Hell. Basically, humans, the 9 life crystal beasts and other demons and devils had formed a chaotic food chain. No wonder so many people were so afraid of Inferno Hell. This was a world where humans ate humans, beasts ate humans, and humans ate beasts. Danger was everywhere. So, you guys should also have an alliance, right? Also, how did you guys offend that young master xianxia? Jiang Qin asked. That's right, we have our own alliance as well, and most of them are from the Qi province and the Qian province. When I first met junior disciple Guaniyun, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, but with his extraordinary talent he quickly broke through to the divine core realm. A few days ago xianxia brought his men and went to our place to occupy our territory, and he even wanted to rob our belongings and crystal cores. That's why we had a conflict. That xianxia is a genius from the myriad sword sect from the Jian province, and he's a mid-divine core warrior. I'm no match for him. Besides that, xianxia is an arrogant man, and he's extremely cruel. Anyone who offends him will be tortured to death slowly. I killed both of them during the conflict and escaped, but junior disciple Guaniyun and the others didn't manage to escape. They were all captured by xianxia, and I don't know if they're still alive or not. That xianxia sent his men to chase after me, and if it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help today, I'm afraid I would be a dead man by now. Tian Shan said. So something like this actually happened? Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He wasn't surprised that Guaniyun could break through to the divine core realm so quickly. Guaniyun had already reached the peak heavenly core realm, and he was just one step away from the divine core realm. Inferno Hell was the best place to train a man, so it was reasonable for Guaniyun to break through to the divine core realm. However, with Guaniyun's current situation, Jiang Chen couldn't just ignore it. Putting aside the fact that Guaniyun had helped him before, just the fact that both of them were from the Black Sect was enough for Jiang Chen to help. Is the Myriad Sword Sect really strong? Jiang Chen asked again. Strong, very strong. The Black Sect can't compare with them at all. The Jian province is the second biggest province in the eastern continent, and the first one is the Xingzhou, the place where the martial Saint dynasty is based. Aside from the Xingzhou, the Jian province is the strongest province. There are a few combat soul warriors in the Myriad Sword Sect, and many geniuses with incredible talent have joined the martial palace to cultivate. Tian Shan said. He had been training in the Jian province for a long time, and he had a very good understanding of it. In Inferno Hell, geniuses from different powers don't matter. Here, even if the crown prince of the martial Saint dynasty is here, I'm afraid no one will respect him. Jiang Chen sneered. What Brother Jiang said is correct. In a place like Inferno Hell, the reputation of a power from the outside world is useless. This is a cruel and evil world. Therefore, I have no complaints about being defeated by xianxia. After all, there are people dying in Inferno City every day. Tian Shan said. Brother Tian, I'm going to Inferno City to save Guaniyun now, Jiang Chen said. Tian Shan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength just now. It was absolutely frightening. Just as he was thinking about how to ask Jiang Chen for help, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to ask for his help. Thank you, Brother Jiang. But that xianxia has reached the mid-divine core realm, he's not easy to deal with. Tian Shan reminded. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with Guaniyun and he helped me before. Now that he is in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, I'm quite interested in Inferno City, so I want to go there and have a look. I also want to meet that xianxia. Jiang Chen said. Alright, with Brother Jiang's help, I'm sure we'll be able to deal with xianxia and save junior disciple Guan and the others. Tian Shan's face was filled with excitement. He could sense a strong confidence from Jiang Chen, and this confidence had given him hope. I can tell you're badly injured, why don't you rest here for a while? I'll concoct a pill to help you heal. After that, we'll proceed to Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be an alchemist as well. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Tian Shan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. He knew his current situation very well. After being injured by xianxia, he had been fleeing for his life and he had gone through a few battles. Now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and if he didn't recover as soon as possible, he would only be a burden to Jiang Chen. Tian Shan immediately found a place and sat down with his legs crossed, then he started slowly healing his injuries. Jiang Chen immediately started concocting pills. Before he came here he had brought a lot of herbs from Guishan, and this was the perfect time to use them. In just a short while Jiang Chen had successfully concocted a pill of elixir. Elixir was a healing pill, and a 100% elixir pill was priceless in the outside world. Tian Shan received the elixir pill, and the shocked expression on his face became even more obvious. In just a dozen minutes he had concocted a rare elixir pill, and it had even reached the level of 100% effectiveness. Even an ordinary alchemist wouldn't be able to do this. Hurry up and absorb the elixir pill, then we'll depart to Inferno City. Jiang Chen urged. The longer Guaniyun stayed in xianxia's hands, the more danger he would face, and the more torture he would have to endure. Since he had decided to save Guaniyun, he had to do it as soon as possible. Besides, Jiang Chen was very interested in Inferno City. The more intense the battles were, the more his fighting spirit and desire to conquer would be stimulated. Tian Shan didn't hesitate, he immediately swallowed the elixir pill. The strong medicinal power made his body tremble. With this elixir pill, his injuries had obviously recovered, and his aura was much stronger than before. It's indeed a divine pill. Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Let's depart now, I'll slowly absorb the medicinal power of the elixir pill along the way. Chapter 207. With the help of Jiang Chen's elixir, Tian Shan's injuries had instantly healed. At least he was much stronger than before. Of course it would take some time for him to fully recover. The trio flew up into the sky, and under Tian Shan's guidance, they started flying toward Inferno City. Inferno City is located in the center of Inferno Hell, but if we head in this direction we won't encounter any powerful demons or devils, unless we're really unlucky and bump into some demon beasts that live in groups. The real danger lies in the deepest part of Inferno Hell, on the other side of Inferno City. Tianyi said. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog looked at each other. It looked like they were really unlucky as they were attacked by a group of demon beasts right after they arrived at Inferno Hell. Since there won't be any powerful demon beasts blocking our way, let's speed up and get to Inferno City as soon as possible. Jiang Qin said. Xianxia is a cruel and vicious man, and his methods are insane. The longer junior disciple Guan and the others stay in Xiangshua's hands, the more he will suffer, and the more danger he will face. Tianyi had a worried expression on his face. During this period of time he had been in contact with Guan Yun, and since they were both disciples of the Black Sect, their relationship had become quite good. Tianyi was a man who valued friendship, and now that Guan Yun was in the hands of an enemy, with no one knowing whether he was still alive or not, he was naturally worried. Are there a lot of powers in Inferno City? Jiang Qin asked. That's right. Inferno City is a chaotic place and many people have formed alliances. Besides, Inferno City is huge and with our strength we can only find a place to stay in the outer perimeter. As for the inner part of Inferno City, there's no way we can enter. I heard that there's a combat soul warrior guarding the inner part of Inferno City, and there's always some trading going on there. Only during these trading days will Inferno City be peaceful. This is a rule set by the combat soul warrior, no one dares rob anyone during the trading days. Tianyi said. A combat soul warrior. Jiang Qin sighed. He didn't expect Inferno Hell to be so attractive, it could even attract a combat soul warrior. The more Tianyi talked about it, the more interested Jiang Qin became in Inferno City. With Jiang Qin's arrival the already chaotic purgatory was destined to become even more chaotic. Jiang Qin's arrival signified the arrival of a devil incarnate. Because the gateway to Inferno Hell only opens once a year, it causes more and more people to come to Inferno City. Furthermore, every year when the gateway to Inferno Hell opens, there will always be people who don't want to go out. Many of them are the evildoers who were exiled to Inferno Hell. If they don't have powerful strength they will die if they go out. In any case people die here every day and new people come in every day. Tianyi said. Jiang Qin could understand this. Although the people of the Qi province were afraid of Inferno Hell, there were a total of 28 provinces in the eastern continent, and there were hundreds of millions of people. There were a lot of people who came to Inferno Hell to train or be exiled. The Qi province couldn't be compared with the other powerful provinces, no matter if it was in terms of overall strength or population. The big sects of the big provinces would usually send their disciples to purgatory to advance in life and death experiences. The cultivation world was originally very cruel. If you could walk out of purgatory, then you would become a person above others. If you died here then it could only be said that it was your own fate. How much time is left until the next opening of the portal? Jiang Qin asked. He didn't want to stay here for too long as Yan Qinyu and Han Yan were still waiting for him in the Black Sect. Once he reached his goal he would leave. 3 more months. Tianyi said. Jiang Qin nodded his head. 3 months wasn't a long time. Besides, the reason he came to Inferno Hell was for the Earth Devil, but until now he hadn't received any news about it. Thinking about the Earth Devil, Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask, Brother Tian, have you ever heard about the existence of an Earth Devil in Inferno Hell? Earth Devil? Tianyi was startled for a moment, then he thought of something causing his expression to instantly change. In the depths of Inferno Hell, there is a powerful beast king and it calls itself the Earth Devil. I heard that this beast's devilish flames are extremely powerful, and even those ferocious devils have to listen to its commands. It's an extremely frightening beast but I've never seen it before. Of course with my current strength if I were to meet this beast king, I'm afraid it could kill me with just a single blow. That's right, it must be the Earth Devil. The Earth Devil is an Earth Devil, and it possesses the most primitive and purest devilish source. It's a true lineage of devils and its bloodline is noble. Although those devils are ferocious, they still have to listen to the Earth Devil's commands. Brother Tian, may I know the cultivation level of the devil beasts in this place? An excited expression emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Now that he had heard about the existence of the Earth Devil, he couldn't help but feel excited. This beast is the king of Inferno Hell and it has reached the combat soul realm. Jiang Qin, don't tell me you're thinking about getting the Earth Devil? I advise you to stop having such thoughts as soon as possible. Tianyi reminded. What? Combat soul realm? Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog cried out in shock at the same time. Their expressions turned ugly. They never expected the Earth Devil to reach such a frightening level. There was no way they could defeat an Earth Devil at the Combat Soul realm. Furthermore, dealing with an Earth Devil was different from dealing with Firethorn Savage. In front of a formidable combat strength, all schemes and tricks would be useless. No matter how strong a Heavenly Core warrior was, there was no way he could be a match for a Combat Soul warrior. Buddy, what should we do now? I'm afraid our plan is going to fail. De Huang Dog said. No matter what, this is still good news. The existence of the Earth Devil is good news. As for what to do next, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Don't forget, when we went to kill Firethorn Savage, we were in the same situation as we are now. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. That was because we tricked the Green Sanctuary sect. Who else are you going to trick this time? Besides, I don't think there's anyone in Inferno Hell who is stronger than the Earth Devil. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Let's go to Inferno City and save Xuanhuan first. We'll talk about the Earth Devil later. Since we're here in Inferno Hell, we need to make use of the conditions here and improve our cultivation. De Huang, you need to work harder as well. There's no way a Heavenly Core warrior can survive here. Jiang Qin said. Only after coming to Inferno Hell did he realize how small the Qi province was. In the Qi province, a Divine Core warrior was a mighty existence, and a peak Divine Core warrior was like the heavens. But in the other provinces, although Divine Core warriors also had a certain status, the number of Divine Core warriors was much higher than the Qi province. Heavens! Brother Jiang, don't tell me you're really here for the Earth Devil? Xianxia was stunned. This target was simply impossible to achieve. The Earth Devil was simply too powerful. Even the Combat Soul warrior from Inferno City was no match for this Earth Devil, a Combat Soul warrior. That's right, I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save someone. Let's not talk about this for now, we need to hurry to Inferno City. Jiang Qin said. Along the way, the trio bumped into some demons and devils who tried to stop them, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. All of them were killed on the spot. Xianxia was getting more and more shocked by Jiang Qin's strength. He had never seen a Heavenly Core warrior who could be so powerful. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. Jiang Qin also took the opportunity to check the storage rings he robbed from the three men. They were filled with pills, demon souls, devil souls, and some crystal cores. All of these things were great supplements for Jiang Qin. Looks like I need to do more robbing in the future. Jiang Qin smiled. Inferno City was located in the center of Inferno Hell. It was a huge city with a circumference of a few hundred miles, and it looked like an ancient city. The color of the city was dark, and the surface of the city was mottled. These were the marks left behind by the passing of time. This city had existed for a very long time. At least, when Inferno Hell descended, Inferno City was already here. Jiang Qin, Inferno City doesn't allow cultivators to fly. Let's just land. Outside of Inferno City, Xianxia reminded Jiang Qin. All right. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The trio landed on the ground and started walking towards the main gate of Inferno City. The main gate of Inferno City was actually a huge gap, and it didn't meet the standards of a city. De Huang Dog peered into the inner part of the city. Suddenly, his expression changed and his ears stood up. De Huang, what did you find? Jiang Qin hurriedly asked through his divine sense. There was only one explanation for this dog's behavior: it had found some treasure. There's a treasure in this city, I can feel it. De Huang Dog kept wagging his tail. What is it? Jiang Qin asked. I don't know, but there must be some treasure. I'm thinking, why don't the demons and devils in Inferno City attack this city? There must be a reason, and it might be related to this hidden treasure. De Huang Dog said. Looks like there really is a treasure here. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Don't be too happy yet, this treasure is located right in the center of Inferno City. With our current strength, there's no way we can enter it. De Huang Dog poured a bucket of cold water on Jiang Qin's head. Stop right there. Right at this moment, 4 middle-aged men suddenly dashed out from the two sides of the street and blocked in front of Jiang Qin and the other two. You two hand over all your belongings. If not, don't blame us for being rude. A man with a ferocious scar on his face threatened. Seeing this, Jiang Qin burst out laughing. They had just entered the city and they were already being robbed. These 4 men in front of him were not weak, all of them were at the early Divine Core realm. But trying to rob Jiang Qin with their cultivation bases was just like child's play. Brother Jiang, this is the chaos in Inferno City. Some men have banded together and hid outside the main gate of Inferno City. When they see someone weak or someone who just came to Inferno City for the first time, they will rob them. These men are really smart, they know all the alliances and their strengths in Inferno City, and they know who they can offend and who they can't. Xianxia said. Interesting, looks like they think I'm a newcomer. But, since they are robbing us, we don't have to be polite. Chapter 208. The four arrogant men stared at the arrogant De Huang dog and were startled. Fuck, why is a dog so arrogant? Buddy, we're the ones robbing you, not the other way around. Look at the situation and the gap between our strengths. Hurry up and hand over all your belongings, only then will you be able to keep your lives. If not, it's normal for someone to die in Inferno Hell. The four men were extremely arrogant. They had clearly seen the cultivation levels of the trio in front of them. 2 heavenly core warriors were nothing to worry about, and the last divine core warrior's energy was in a mess. Obviously he was severely injured, but they didn't need to worry about him. This was like a prey that had been delivered to their mouths, and if they didn't take it, they would be struck by lightning. Are you sure you want to rob me? Jiang Qin asked with uncertainty. Fuck, looks like this guy can't see the situation clearly, let's teach him a lesson. Brothers, let's go, strip them naked. A man who looked like the leader of the group shouted out loudly. In an instant, the 4 men leapt towards Jiang Qin. Bang bang bang, a series of banging sounds could be heard. In just a few breaths of time, Jiang Qin, De Huang dog and Xianxia swaggered into the city gate, leaving the 4 arrogant men behind. The 4 men looked at the backs of the trio and the dog as they left, and they immediately started crying. This was too cruel, couldn't they just leave some clothes for them? How were they going to face anyone like this? The image of the 4 of them was really glorious. They were really clean and smooth. Each of them stood naked in the cold wind, using their hands to cover their private parts. Each of them had 2 standard black panda eyes on their faces. It was really tragic to the extreme. Boss, it's all your fault. Why did you ask us to strip them naked just now? If not, we would have at least one piece of clothing to wear. Don't talk about it, don't we still have some clothes in our storage rings? Damn you, all our storage rings have been taken away, we only have 2 eggs left and they're still worth some money. Sigh. Why is that guy so strong? Is he really only at the heavenly core realm? That's not true. In the cold wind, 4 naked men were standing in a solemn manner. Even their crotches felt cold. 4 divine core warriors had ended up in such a miserable state, but the good thing was that they didn't lose their lives. Kaka, little Chinzi, you're really ruthless. You actually stripped them naked, at least leave them a pair of underpants. In Inferno City, De Huang dog was laughing out loud while staring at the clothes that were burned clean. It's good enough that I didn't kill them. Jiang Qin grinned and then he looked at Tianxia. Brother Tian, where are Guanyu and the others? It's easy to find the outer circle of influence. Yaxue has occupied our previous stronghold. I'm guessing that junior brother Guan and the others are imprisoned in the stronghold. I'll lead you there quietly. Tianxia said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded his head and followed behind Tianxia. They were heading towards the stronghold at top speed. There was no day or night in Inferno Hell, it was just one color and it gave off a depressing feeling. Soon, under Tianxia's lead, Jiang Qin and the others arrived in front of a manor. The manor wasn't big, but it was also emitting an ancient aura. There is a secret chamber in this manor. If I'm not mistaken, junior brother Guan and the others should be imprisoned in the secret chamber. I know there's an entrance at the back of the secret chamber, we can enter it directly. Let's not disturb Yaxue and the others for now, we need to save them first. If not, once a conflict breaks out, junior brother Guan and the others will be in danger. Tianxia said. He was a meticulous man and he was very thoughtful. At the back of the manor, in front of the secret chamber's entrance, a majestic demon lord was lying on the ground. He was a peak late heavenly core demon lord, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. This demon beast was caught by Yaxue, he's now guarding the entrance. Tianxia said. Let's kill this demon beast and enter the secret chamber. Jiang Qin said. Right after his words left his mouth, De Huang dog immediately turned into a trail of light and dashed out with incredible speed. He opened his mouth wide and used his sharp teeth to bite off the demon beast's neck. The demon beast died on the spot, and blood gushed out from its wound. It didn't even make a sound. Tianxia was shocked. He had never seen De Huang dog fight before, and he had never expected this dog to be so strong. He could kill a peak heavenly core demon lord in an instant. But after thinking about it for a while, it made sense. If Jiang Qin was this strong, then the one following him wouldn't be any weaker. 3 men and a dog opened up the narrow back door behind the demon beast and entered it. It was a tunnel that led downward and it was dark. In front of them was an underground secret chamber. Arg! Not long after they entered, Jiangchen immediately heard miserable screams coming from the secret chamber. The screams were extremely loud, and it was easy to imagine what kind of pain the person who was screaming was suffering. That's Guaniyun's voice. Jiangchen's expression turned cold. He recognized Guaniyun's voice from the miserable screams just now, and he couldn't help but unleash a strong killing intent from his body. Right at this moment in an underground secret chamber. This was a huge secret chamber, and the cruelest torture was being carried out within it. It was a horrible scene. In the center of the secret chamber, 7 naked men were tied to iron poles. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was torn apart. Hideous wounds could be seen all over their bodies and blood kept flowing out from them. In front of them, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes was sitting on a flying chair. He was enjoying the torture as if he was enjoying a beautiful scenery. "Bastard, kill us if you dare. Kill us." A young man who looked to be in his mid-20s roared out. Blood was gushing out from his mouth and he had the most wounds on his body. His vision had started to blur. Obviously, even with his divine core cultivation base, he couldn't hold on any longer after being tortured for such a long period of time. This man was Guaniyun. "You want to die? It won't be that easy. Offending young Master Xianxia will only bring you a fate worse than death. Someone bring me something more explosive." The middle-aged man said. There were 4 other men in the secret chamber, and all of them were at the peak heavenly core realm. When they heard what the middle-aged man said, a hideous smile emerged on their faces. Each of them took out a palm-sized tube, and one of them walked up to Guaniyun and opened the tube. A small red snake crawled out from the tube, and its body was emitting a stinky smell. Clearly it was a poisonous creature. "Guaniyun, this is the venomous king snake, I'm sure you've heard of it before," the man said with a hideous smile. After that he placed the poisonous snake on Guaniyun's body. When the poisonous snake smelled the blood, it immediately crawled towards Guaniyun's wound and kept drilling into it. Arg! Even a man of steel couldn't withstand this kind of pain. Guaniyun let out a miserable shriek. Sizzling sounds could be heard from his body, and his skin quickly turned dark purple. The pain brought by the corrosion was something no ordinary man could imagine. Arg! At the same time, miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the secret chamber. "I can't take it anymore." Someone let out a scream and then he stopped breathing. The venomous king snake's poison wasn't something anyone could withstand. Besides, all of them were severely injured right now, and the poison had entered their bloodstream. The pain was something no ordinary man could imagine. "Ha!" The middle-aged man sitting on the rattan chair laughed heartily, as if this kind of hair-raising scream was the most beautiful note in the world. This kind of pleasure of torturing people could satisfy his perverted heart, and this kind of perversion was learned from Xianxia. Right at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the secret chamber. Jiangchen looked at Guaniyun, and flames of anger immediately burst out from his eyes. He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. "Who are you?" When the middle-aged man saw these uninvited guests, his expression immediately turned cold. "The ones who want your life." With a sway of his body, Jiangchen arrived in front of the middle-aged man and grabbed his neck. Under Jiangchen's pressure, the middle-aged man felt like a mountain was pressing down on his neck, and he couldn't even breathe. "De Huang Yishan, capture everyone, don't kill them," Jiangchen ordered. "Yes," Tian Yishan replied. He immediately dashed out like a wolf. The 4 heavenly core warriors were no match for Tian Yishan and De Huang Dog. They were immediately pushed down onto the ground. Junior disciple Guan. Tian Yishan arrived in front of Guaniyun, then he quickly broke the iron chains on his body and let him down. "Senior disciple Tian, why are you back?" While speaking, Guaniyun kept spitting out blood, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. "Junior disciple Guan, look who's here to save you," Tian Yishan said. He grabbed the middle-aged man's neck and threw him onto the ground, then he walked up to Guaniyun. "Senior disciple Guan, I'm here to save you," Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. "Junior disciple Jiang, it's you." Cough, cough. When Guaniyun saw it was Jiang Qin, a joyful expression emerged on his face. However, he had no idea why Jiang Qin came back to Inferno Hell, and why he was together with Tian Yishan. "Don't talk yet." Jiang Qin placed his palm on Guaniyun's body, then he forcefully sucked out all the venom from the king viper. After that, Jiang Qin made a grabbing motion and sucked out all the venom from Guaniyun's body. Seeing this, Tian Yishan was shocked once again. That was a deadly venom, but Jiang Chen had just sucked it into his body and he wasn't affected at all. This was really frightening. Arg. Xuanhuan let out another blood-curdling scream, then he fainted. When a man's mental state was in a constant state, once he relaxed he would soon faint. Brother Jiang Jr. Disciple Guan's injuries are very serious, Tianyi said as he looked at the others. These people were all seriously injured and none of them could stay conscious. All of them had fainted. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Let them have a taste of the deadly venom. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, his face was filled with anger. He was really angry now. Since his opponents were so abnormal, he would use even more abnormal methods to pay them back. Chapter 209. You, what are you trying to do? The middle-aged man was terrified. He could sense a vicious and dangerous look from Jiang Chen's eyes. What you did to them I'll do to you? The evil smile on Jiang Chen's face became wider and wider, causing the 5 men to feel a chill down their spines. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? This is young Master Yang Shua's territory. If you dare offend him, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The middle-aged man threatened. For Jiang Chen this kind of threat was obviously not enough. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He stretched out his palm and 5 green lights appeared on each of his fingertips. The lights were dancing like snakes and it looked really beautiful. However, the middle-aged man could sense a dangerous aura from the lights, and it could even make one's soul tremble. Tianyi placed Xuanhuan on the ground and saved the other men. Because of their severe injuries, all of them had fainted, and 2 of them had lost all signs of life. Sigh. Tianyi let out a heavy sigh. A sorrowful expression emerged on his face. These men had been following him for quite some time, and although they had formed an alliance to survive, they still had some feelings for each other. Now that they had died in such a horrible way, how could he not feel sad? 2 are dead and the rest are badly injured. Tianyi stared at the 5 men lying on the ground and said in a vicious tone. After that, he threw his glance at the green lights in Jiang Chen's hand. What he said was meant for Jiang Chen because in order to deal with young Master Yang Shua and get justice for his men, he had to rely on Jiang Chen. Today I'll kill all of you and leave no one alive. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. With just one sentence, the temperature in the secret chamber had dropped. He took a step forward and arrived in front of one of the peak heavenly core warriors. You, what are you trying to do? The man was trembling in fear. This young man in front of him was too frightening, even their heads couldn't withstand a single strike from him. In front of Jiang Chen, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, they had no ability to fight back. What are you doing? I'll use your methods to deal with you. I'll cut open your skin and then put the poison into your blood. Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you that the poison in my hand is called the Hell Python's poison. It also contains the poison of the Silent Poison King Needle. I don't know if you've heard of the Silent Poison King Needle, but it's a kind of poison refined from 49 poisonous flowers. Now that I'm using this poison on you, I don't know how long you'll last before you die. Jiang Chen's words were neither salty nor indifferent. He spoke very calmly, but in the ears of these people, it was really like a bolt from the blue. Perhaps they hadn't heard the silent poisonous needle, but they were no strangers to the green hellish python. The poison of the green hellish python was far more powerful than the king cobra, not to mention that it was mixed with other poisons. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed, including the divine core warrior. Kaka, I guess they won't last a minute? The Huang dog cackled. I think so too. Tianyi sneered. Buddy, let me give you a hand. As Big Yellow spoke, he pounced on one of the men and bit the man's chest with his sharp teeth. A piercing sound was heard, followed by the man's miserable shriek. A deep wound was left on the man's chest, causing his skin and flesh to be flipped open and blood to gush out. You're right, Big Yellow. Swoosh. At the same time, Jiang Chen flicked his finger lightly. A beam of green light shot unerringly into the man's wound. Slash slash. The poison had a strong corrosive effect. The red blood instantly turned black. The man let out a miserable shriek. It was a hair-raising scream as if it didn't come from a human. Just by listening to the scream, one could imagine how much pain the man was suffering. It was the cruelest torture under the heavens. Soon, the poison had attacked the man's heart, and his entire body had turned black. His flesh and blood had been corroded beyond recognition. When the man's scream stopped, he laid quietly on the ground. Even his eyeballs had been corroded by the poison. The green hellish python's poison was a deadly poison. Ordinary people would feel terrible if they touched it and there was a risk of death. If the poison was injected directly into a person's bloodstream, even yuan energy would be useless against it. The poison would immediately enter the person's internal organs, and it would quickly kill the person. The other 4 men had been terrified by the green hellish python's poison, and now that they had witnessed the death of their companion, they were even more terrified. The 3 heavenly core warriors were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Cold sweat kept breaking out from their faces. The divine core middle-aged man couldn't withstand the fear either. His expression became extremely ugly, and his breathing became rapid. Terrifying. This was really terrifying. This way of dying was the cruelest torture under the heavens. Witnessing this torture with their own eyes, and it was going to be their turn soon, this feeling was something no ordinary man could understand. "It's your turn," Jiang said in an indifferent manner. He had a carefree smile on his face as if killing a man with ease was a normal thing for him. But in the eyes of these men, this smile looked like the smile of a devil. They were all cruel men, but compared to this young man in front of them, the gap was huge. Jiang walked up to another heavenly core warrior. "De Huang." Right after Jiang words left his mouth, De Huang dog immediately leapt towards the man. Its sharp teeth easily cut open the man's chest, and the green beam in Jiang hand pierced into the man's wuan like a sharp sword. The man let out a shrill scream, and soon he followed the footsteps of the first man and died on the spot. Jiang didn't even look at the dead body, he just continued walking towards the third man. "No, don't." The man was terrified. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, and in Inferno Hell, even if there were some who weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't want to die in such a way. This was too terrifying. Begging for mercy was useless. De Huang dog didn't slow down at all, he once again cut open the man's chest with his sharp teeth. The pleasure of killing someone made De Huang dog jump up and down in excitement. Xianxia, who was standing aside, had a satisfied expression on his face as well. All these men deserved to die, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to let them suffer the cruelest torture under the heavens. But at the same time, Xianxia was also shocked by Jiang methods. This man was really a rare genius. Not only did he have incredible combat strength, he also knew how to use poison. "Ah, buddy, if you dare do this, young Master Xuanhuan will never forgive you. Don't even think about leaving this stronghold alive." The middle-aged man shouted at Jiang with bloodshot eyes. His voice was extremely loud, and it was transmitted using his yuan energy. With this, everyone outside the secret chamber could hear him clearly. Obviously, the middle-aged man's threat was fake, and his cry for help was real. "I'm sorry, but I'm not planning to leave this stronghold today because I'm going to take over this stronghold today. None of you here will live, all of you will die, and that Xuanhuan will be the same. You will only die in a more miserable way than all of you. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. With your cultivation level, I'm sure you will be able to last longer than all of them, and you will experience more pain." Jiang said with a smile on his face. It was a devilish smile. Guan Yun's miserable condition had made him furious. Today he would never let that young Master Xuanhuan go. Besides, he had just arrived in Inferno City, and he needed to establish his power and status. The last remaining heavenly core warrior let out a loud roar, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually used his yuan energy to shatter all his internal organs, and committed suicide on the spot. Committing suicide required a lot of courage, especially for a warrior. One had to admit this man was a ruthless man. But when faced with Jiang horrifying methods, the man would rather commit suicide. At least it would be a quick and painless death. "You do have some guts." Jiang smiled. After that, he looked at the last early divine core warrior and said, "I'll give you a chance to kill yourself as well." "Devil, you're a devil." The middle-aged man's heart was about to break. He had never felt so close to death before. This young man in front of him, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, was even more ruthless than Xuanhuan. He killed people cleanly and brutally. What's going on? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from outside the secret chamber. After that, 4 men appeared at the other end of the secret chamber. When the 4 men saw what was going on, their expressions changed dramatically. "Save me." The middle-aged man who was lying on the ground shouted out desperately, as if he had just found a life-saving straw. "Who are you?" The first man looked at Jiang. There was a long scar on his forehead. It was probably left behind when he fought with a demon beast. It looked extremely ferocious. This scar added a sense of ruthlessness to his image. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang looked at Jiang. Among these 4 men, 2 were early divine core warriors, and the other 2 were peak heavenly core warriors. In Inferno Hell, the peak Heavenly Core realm was the weakest realm, and they could only appear in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. If one's cultivation was any lower than that, entering Inferno Hell would be no different from courting death. Jianghu didn't pay any attention to these four men. In front of them, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword was glowing in a cold light, and he pointed it at the middle-aged man's chest. The tip of the sharp sword pierced into the middle-aged man's chest, then it slid down. Jianghu's movement was very slow, and everyone could hear the sound of the sword piercing through the man's chest, and blood could be seen flowing out. The middle-aged man screamed out loudly. He knew he was done for, and his eyes were filled with despair. Stop! An early divine core warrior shouted out. He immediately turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward Jianghu. Jianghu let out a cold snort. With lightning speed, he pulled out the sword from the middle-aged man's chest, then he swung the sword toward the divine core warrior. Chapter 210. Swoosh. Everyone's expressions changed. The three men who were furious and were about to rush into the stronghold saw an early divine core warrior being sliced in half by a young man, and they immediately became frightened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The three men immediately turned around and ran back into the stronghold while shouting. They were afraid that if they ran any slower, they would be killed by Jianghu's sword, so they couldn't care less about the life and death of the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who had his chest sliced open by Jianghu had lost all hope. This young man in front of him was too frightening, and he had no chance of surviving. Swoosh! Jianghu waved his hand and unleashed a green beam into the middle-aged man's chest wound. The poison turned into tiny threads, and like tiny poisonous snakes, they started rampaging inside the middle-aged man's body. Arg! It was a pain and suffering that even a man made of iron couldn't endure. The middle-aged man's miserable screams resounded throughout the entire stronghold, and he kept rolling on the ground. Because he had a higher cultivation level, his resistance was much stronger than the other men, but because of this he was suffering more pain than the others. Enjoy the pain and the taste of death, Jianghu said with an indifferent tone. He turned around and looked at Tianxia and Guaniyun and the other men who were lying on the ground. Guaniyun and the other men were severely injured, but the good thing was that the poison in their bodies had been completely absorbed by Jianghu, and they were still alive for the time being. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? I'm afraid the secret chamber is surrounded by Yangshua's men, Tianxia said. Jianghu's performance was indeed abnormal, but he knew what Yangshua was capable of. As a genius from the Heavenly Sword sect in the Jian province, no matter if it was his cultivation level or his methods, no ordinary man could compare with him. Now they had wreaked havoc in the stronghold and killed Yangshua's men. With Yangshua's character, he wouldn't let them go easily. I've said it before, I'm going to kill everyone here today. I'm going to show my might in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. I'm going to avenge Guaniyun. Jianghu, don't let anyone hurt my friends. Jianghu's tone was calm, as if he didn't take Yangshua seriously at all. If it was before, he might not have the confidence to defeat Yangshua. However, now that he had 600 dragon marks in his body, dealing with Yangshua was a piece of cake. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. He understood Jianghu too well. This guy was truly angry today. This stronghold was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. Leave Guaniyun and the others in this secret chamber. Let's go out and meet that Yangshua. Jianghu tidied up his clothes and walked out of the secret chamber with a long sword in his hand. He wouldn't be polite today. In purgatory, killing was the most common thing. Life was worthless here. The people inside come out and die. Inside the stronghold, someone shouted. His voice was so loud that it reached the secret chamber. Jianghu and De Huang Dog walked side by side, and Tianxia followed behind them. Step by step, they walked out from the secret chamber and arrived at a spacious area in the manor. Right after they walked out from the secret chamber, Jianghu immediately sensed killing intent and ferocious energy lingering in the air. There was also some demonic energy lingering in the air. Seeing the three men and the dog walk out from the secret chamber, at least 20 men immediately surrounded them. Each of them was holding a cold combat weapon in their hands, and there were 4 powerful divine core demon beasts among them. They looked ferocious and ferocious. No matter if it was the number of people or the demon beasts, Yangshua was an extraordinary man. In Inferno City, he was able to make so many men follow him willingly, and he was also able to subdue a divine core demon beast for his own use. This was enough to prove Yangshua's strength. It's him, he killed a few of our men. When one of the men saw Jiang Chen, he immediately shouted out loudly. Next to him was a mid-divine core old man. He looked to be in his 50s and he had a strong body. He was wearing a beast skin and he looked very carefree. Tian Shan, so it's you? Not only are you still alive, you even found a helper. But you were lucky enough to escape, but instead of appreciating it, you came back to die. What a pity. The old man looked at Tian Shan and said, Brother Jiang, this man's name is Lu Kuei. He's a cruel and merciless man, and he is a mid-divine core warrior. He was exiled here by one of the big sects in the Jian province, and now he's following young master Yang Shura. He's not easy to deal with. Tian Shan reminded Jiang Chen through his divine sense. Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face. Although he was surrounded by so many mighty warriors, his expression didn't change at all. He looked at Lu Kuei and said with an indifferent tone, Where's Yang Shua? Ask him to come out. Haha, do we need young master to deal with you all by himself? I alone am enough, there's no need to disturb young master's cultivation. Lu Kuei burst into laughter. He was very confident in his abilities, and he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Is that so? After saying that, Jiang Chen moved his body slightly, then he swung his sword towards the men not far from him. 3 miserable shrieks sounded out, and 3 men were sliced in half. Among these 3 men, 2 were peak heavenly core warriors, and the last was an early divine core warrior. Because Jiang Chen's attack was too sudden, and it was extremely fast, they didn't even have the chance to react before they were killed on the spot. Swoosh. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No one had expected that under such circumstances, not only did Jiang Chen not beg for mercy, he even dared to attack first. This was an extremely daring act. What shocked everyone even more was Jiang Chen's ability. He had killed an early divine core warrior with just a single strike. This was extremely frightening, and even Lu Kuei's expression changed. Good lad, let's kill them all. Lu Kuei shouted out loudly. Everyone in the stronghold unleashed their full strength and attacked Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. The 3 powerful divine core demon beasts let out ferocious roars as well. Their gigantic bodies leapt towards Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen said with an extremely cold tone. Brr. The Huang dog let out a loud roar. Golden runes started blinking above his head, then he turned into an arrow that had just left the bow and dashed forward. Tian Shan drew out his combat weapon as well. With both of his eyes turned red, he dashed forward. His injuries weren't as severe as Guan Yun's, and after consuming the elixir, he had almost fully recovered. With his current combat strength, he could easily deal with any ordinary early divine core warrior. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly in excitement. He loved bloody and exciting scenes like this. However, he was upset that he hadn't activated his innate ability yet. Therefore, he could only rely on his speed to move between his opponents, avoiding those divine core warriors, and focusing on those heavenly core warriors. No heavenly core warrior would be able to withstand a single strike from his head, and they would be killed on the spot. Jiang Chen was holding the soaring heaven sword in his hand, and he was swinging it back and forth. No one could withstand a single strike from it, and they would be sliced in half, causing blood to flow everywhere. At this moment, the entire stronghold was filled with miserable screams, and the furious roars of demon beasts were mixed together. Blood splashed across the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. In just 1 minute, the group of over 20 men had been killed, and only 3 were left standing. Aside from Lu Kuei, there were 2 other early divine core warriors. Looking at the dead bodies lying on the ground, and the demon beasts' heads that had been chopped off, the 3 men had difficulty breathing. Even Lu Kuei's expression had changed. Right now, Lu Kuei no longer had the same confidence as before. This young man in front of him was too frightening, no one could withstand a single strike from him. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it either. Lu Kuei could sense a dangerous aura from Jiang Chen, and he knew he was no match for this young man. Old man Lu, what should we do now? Our opponents are really strong, we've suffered a huge loss. One of the men said. We can only call young master out from his cultivation state, only young master can kill this guy. After saying that, Lu Kuei unleashed his invisible divine sense from his divine sense into the stronghold. The 3 of you will die as well. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the 3 men in front of him. Haha, young master will be here soon. Young man, you've killed so many of our men, prepare to suffer young master's endless anger and torture. Lu Kuei burst into laughter. However, before he could finish laughing, Jiang Chen suddenly disappeared from his sight. Right after Jiang Chen disappeared, A miserable shriek sounded out from next to Lu Kuei. An early divine core warrior was sliced in half. Not good. At the same time, the last man sensed a dangerous aura. Without any hesitation, he leapt up into the sky and flew far away. Trying to run away? Stay here. Jiang Qin raised the soaring heaven sword and unleashed a powerful sword beam onto the fleeing warrior. Blood splattered all over the place and the man died in midair. It's your turn. Jiang Qin didn't stop there. He swung the sword toward Lu Kuei once again. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, and the onlookers could only see a blur in front of their eyes before the sword beam arrived. Ah! Lu Kuei shouted out loudly. He raised the huge blade in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! The two combat weapons collided and produced a huge amount of sparks. Lu Kuei was knocked back dozens of meters by Jiang Chen's sword, and he was able to stabilize his body. But he was a mid-divine core warrior after all, and he still had some combat strength. Everyone here will die today. Since you've killed my friend, you'll have to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen threw a stern look at Lu Kuei. If he hadn't bumped into Tianixan today, he wouldn't have known where Guaniyun was. If he was a little later, perhaps what he would see would be Guaniyun's horrible dead body. Who dares to kill people in my stronghold? You're courting death. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out. A man suddenly dashed out from the depths of the stronghold and arrived next to Lu Kuei. This man had a handsome face and he was wearing a long blue robe. He looked about the same age as Tianixan. However, there was a ferocious look in this man's eyes, and he looked like a cruel man. Young master. When Lu Kuei saw xianxia, it was as if he had found his backbone. A pleasantly surprised expression emerged on his face. He had witnessed xianxia's abilities with his own eyes, and no matter how strong that young man was, he would never be xianxia's match. Xianxia turned around and saw all the dead bodies on the ground, and the blood that kept flowing down the ground. The anger in his eyes immediately boiled. Did you do this? Xianxia stared at Jiang Qin angrily. Chapter 211. Jiang Qin didn't answer Xianxia's question. The long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood, and this was the best answer he could get. So, you're Xianxia? Jiang Qin looked at Xianxia and asked. Young master, this guy is strong, he's not easy to deal with, even I'm no match for him. Lu Kuei said with a sigh. His face was filled with shock, he hadn't recovered from his panic just now. He had never seen a young heavenly core warrior with such formidable combat strength. This was beyond his knowledge and imagination. You've killed so many of my men, you're courting death. I don't care who you are, I'll torture you to death today. Xianxia let out a cold snort. It wasn't easy to cultivate a force in Inferno City, and these men were all loyal to him. He would often organize these men to go into the depths of Inferno Hell to kill demons and devils, and he would get a share of the rewards. To put it bluntly, as long as he had his own force, he wouldn't have to do anything in Inferno Hell, and he would still be able to obtain endless wealth and benefits. But now, in the blink of an eye, all of his men had been killed. This was no different than cutting off his source of wealth. Of course Xianxia was furious. Xianxia, the genius from the Myriad Sword sect from the Jian province. You're pretty strong, but too bad you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You've hurt my friend and I'm here to seek justice for my friend. That's why I'm going to kill everyone here, including you, Xianxia. My name is Jiang Qin, remember this name because if you don't remember it now, you won't have the chance to in the future. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. He now had 600 dragon marks and he was filled with confidence. Even if he was facing a genius like Xianxia, he wouldn't care. Haha, you're talking about Guaniyun and his men, right? Since you've come here to die, I'll fulfill your wish, I'll let all of you die together. Tianixan's helper, let me see how strong he is. Xianxia burst out laughing. If that's the case, let's do it. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and casually put away the longsword in his hand. He stood there with a stern look in his eyes. There is no need for me to deal with you personally. Shamanic fire ape, show yourself. Xianxia suddenly let out a loud roar, as a black circular lock that emitted an eerie glow appeared in his hand. The lock was inlaid with mysterious patterns, and if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to tell that those patterns were the patterns of demonic beasts. Ring ring ring. The black lock rang. Hearing this sound, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the stronghold. Then a flame suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a powerful fire ape, its entire body was emitting a crimson glow. The fire ape was 3 zhang tall like a gigantic pagoda. When the fire ape's gaze fell upon xianxia, a trace of deep hatred could be seen in its eyes. However, when it saw the black lock in xianxia's hand, its hatred immediately turned into fear and obedience. Brr. The fire ape let out a ferocious roar, then it descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The loud explosion caused the entire stronghold to tremble, and many deep cracks appeared on the ground. The fire ape threw its head back and let out a loud roar, then it pounded its chest with both hands. A boundless demonic energy mixed with the flames was unleashed. It was a frightening sight. Brother Jiang, be careful. This is a shamanic fire ape. It's a very ferocious mid-divine core warrior. I have no idea what method xianxia used to make this shamanic fire ape obey him. Also, all the other demon beasts were controlled by xianxia. Tian Yishan's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly warned Jiang Chen. Demon beasts were ferocious and they were basically enemies with humans. Especially those demon beasts who had reached the divine core realm and above, they had their own pride and dignity. Even if they couldn't defeat humans, they would rather fight to the death than be enslaved by humans. However, this shamanic fire ape in front of them had reached the mid-divine core realm, but it was still willing to be enslaved by xianxia. This was really puzzling. It has something to do with the black lock in that guy's hand. That black lock actually has an aura that can make all demon beasts submit to it. Even I feel uneasy. The Huang dog said. He threw his glance at the black lock in xianxia's hand. Although he wasn't as scared as the shamanic fire ape, he still felt disgusted by it. That's a demon-taming lock. A treasure like this is extremely difficult to craft. I never thought xianxia would have a demon-taming lock. No wonder he can make demon beasts obey him. This shamanic fire ape is controlled by the demon-taming lock, and it has no choice but to be enslaved by xianxia. Jiang Chen said. His eyes were glowing as he stared at the demon-taming lock. A treasure like this was extremely rare and precious, and if he could obtain the demon-taming lock right now, the benefits it would bring him would be unimaginable. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Tian Yishan's face was filled with worry. Don't worry, I'll kill the shamanic fire ape and obtain its demon soul. After that, I'll kill xianxia and snatch the demon-taming lock from him. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and a grin emerged on his face. In his mind, xianxia was just a stumbling block in his path of cultivation. Everything xianxia had done was all for Jiang Chen, and in the end, all his hard work would become Jiang Chen's. How arrogant. Jiang Chen, you're just a heavenly core warrior, you haven't even broken through to the divine core realm. I really want to see what kind of ability you have to deal with a mid-divine core shamanic fire ape. xianxia said arrogantly. He raised the demon-taming lock in his hand and waved it at the shamanic fire ape. After that he ordered, Shamanic fire ape, kill this man for me. xianxia pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. Brr. The shamanic fire ape was enraged, flames were shooting out from its eyes. As a divine core demon lord, it had its own pride and dignity. Now that it was enslaved by a human, it was naturally furious. But because of the demon-taming lock, it had no choice but to obey xianxia's order. Jiang Chen's appearance had given it a target to vent its anger on. It wanted to pour all its anger and killing intent onto Jiang Chen. Bam! The shamanic fire ape punched the ground and created a huge crater. After that, it leapt up 30 meters into the air. Its majestic body was covered in flames as it leapt towards Jiang Chen. Tian Yishan's expression changed dramatically. With his cultivation level, he was able to deal with ordinary mid-divine core warriors, but he was no match for the shamanic fire ape. Such a brutal killer was really frightening. You guys move aside, I'll deal with it. Jiang Chen said with a stern look in his eyes. This shamanic fire ape was much more difficult to deal with than the double-headed black crow. But he was no longer the same as he was when he fought the double-headed black crow. 600 dragon marks were more than enough to deal with the shamanic fire ape. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He formed a sword with both of his fingers and pointed them forward. In the blink of an eye, 5 gigantic fingers that looked like they were holding up the sky dashed towards the shamanic fire ape. Halfway through the attack, the 5 gigantic fingers had merged into one, and its power had increased dramatically. Die now. The shamanic fire ape let out a furious roar. All of the hair on its body stood up. Countless golden beams shot out from its body and attacked the 6 solar fingers. The golden beams even contained a brutal flame. Bang! At this moment the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing. The brutal flame and energy waves were wreaking havoc in the entire stronghold. What surprised everyone was that the brutal energy waves didn't destroy any of the buildings in the stronghold. It was as if the buildings in Inferno City were protected by an invisible force, preventing anyone from destroying them. Half of Inferno City could feel the intense shockwaves from the battle, but the people of Inferno City remained calm. In this place, battles and killings happened every day, and they happened too frequently. When the ferocious shamanic fire ape was hit by the 6 solar fingers, its gigantic body was knocked back about 3 meters. A shocked expression emerged on the fire ape's face. It had never thought that a human at the heavenly core realm could have such powerful combat strength. He was able to knock it back with just a single strike. This was unbelievable. But the furious and brutal shamanic fire ape's only thought was to kill this young man in front of it to vent its anger. Without hesitation, it leapt towards Jianghu once again. I can't unleash the 6th finger of the 6 solar fingers yet. If I did, this shamanic fire ape wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jianghu sighed. He knew very well how powerful the 9 solar energies and the 6 solar fingers were. If he managed to cultivate the 6th finger, the shamanic fire ape would be no match for him. Buddy, this shamanic fire ape is also a barbaric guy. Why don't we fight barbaric with each other? The Huang dog said. He was so anxious that he was scratching his ears and cheeks. If he was at the divine core realm right now, and if he had awakened a powerful combat ability, he might have charged forward just now. Alright, let's fight it head on. I really want to see how strong the shamanic fire ape is. Jianghu let out a loud shout. The firethorn combat armor appeared on his body. The armor was shining brightly, and it was emitting a bright golden light. On the surface of the armor, there were many sharp and tough protrusions. Jianghu stomped his feet, then he leapt up into the sky. With a swoosh, he appeared in midair. Staring at the firethorn combat armor, he dashed towards the shamanic fire ape. Fighting head-on like this was the true barbaric way. What kind of combat skill is this? It can actually attack and defend at the same time. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so strong? After witnessing Jianghu using the 6 solar fingers to repel the shamanic fire ape, and now using the powerful firethorn combat armor, even the arrogant Yang Shua was shocked. He considered himself a genius, but he had to admit that when he was at the same cultivation level as Jianghu, his combat strength was on a completely different level. To put it bluntly, if both of them were at the same cultivation level, Jianghu would be able to kill him in an instant. Brother Jiang is really amazing. I've been away for 2 years, and I never expected such a peerless genius to appear in the Qi province. This is really the Black Sect's fortune. The shocked expression on Tianishan's face became even stronger. Jianghu's mighty strength had completely shocked him. Bang! Under a few surprised gazes, Jianghu, who was wearing the firethorn combat armor, and the shamanic fire ape, who was in a berserk state, collided with each other. The violent collision created a large amount of sparks in the air. Chapter 212. Rumble. This was the most primitive collision, the most barbaric fight. The shamanic fire ape's body was covered in raging flames, and with its incredible explosive force, it still couldn't break through Jianghu's firethorn combat armor. Comparing the levels of demon beasts, the shamanic fire ape and the firethorn savage were not on the same level. Jianghu was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he had a unique advantage. He had absorbed the firethorn savage's cub, and his body had merged with the firethorn savage's bloodline. In other words, with the firethorn combat armor, Jianghu's strength was comparable to a ferocious firethorn savage. Roar! The shamanic fire ape let out a painful howl. It couldn't break through Jianghu's firethorn combat armor, but it was injured by it. The spikes on the firethorn combat armor left a few wounds on the shamanic fire ape's body, causing blood to gush out. Besides that, the shamanic fire ape was sent flying away. Jianghu had the strength of 600 dragon marks, and his body was like a primordial beast. No matter how strong the shamanic fire ape was, it couldn't withstand Jianghu's attack. Ha! Jianghu let out a loud laugh. He didn't stop after gaining the upper hand. He turned into an arrow and caught up with the shamanic fire ape in the blink of an eye. The firethorn combat armor rammed into the ape once again. Bang! This time the shamanic fire ape couldn't withstand the attack. It fell down from the sky like a meteor and created a huge crater on the ground. The buildings in Inferno City were indestructible, but the ground wasn't that strong, and it seemed like it wasn't protected by any invisible force. Swoosh! Jianghu retrieved the firethorn combat armor, then he descended from the sky and landed next to the shamanic fire ape. The soaring heaven sword appeared in his hand once again. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen raised the sword and chopped off the shamanic fire ape's huge head. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. It was a beautiful scene. Jiang Chen's sword skill was extremely fast. With lightning speed, he cut through the shamanic fire ape's head, then a golden demon soul was picked out and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This was a mid-divine core demon soul. It could bring him great benefits. Unable to withstand a single blow. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. His body was filled with an indescribable domineering aura and confidence. His current combat strength was equal to a mid-divine core warrior, but because of his incredibly powerful skills, those mid-divine core warriors were no match for him. Jiang Chen's combat skills and divine abilities were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Needless to say, the 6 solar fingers was a high-grade Earth-class combat skill. The Firethorn battle armor and Sonic Hawk Cry were the innate divine abilities of mutated beasts, and the True Dragon Palm and True Dragon Flames were even more terrifying. They originated from the dragon transformation skill, so it would be hard for them not to be terrifying. Moreover, Jiang Chen was immune to all kinds of poisons. With such combat strength and these skills, how could he not be heaven-defying? Heavens! Xuanhuan was stunned. Although he had witnessed how Jiang Chen killed an early divine core warrior with ease, he had never expected Jiang Chen to be so formidable. Even the mighty shamanic fire ape was no match for him, and was killed on the spot. On the other side, Lu Kuei's mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything. He finally understood that if Xianxia hadn't shown up in time, he would have been killed by Jiang Chen before the shamanic fire ape. A man like this was really frightening. Even Xianxia's expression had changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with a gaze as sharp as a blade, and a serious look could be seen in his eyes. The disdain he had for Jiang Chen just now was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen, I never thought there would be such an incredible man. Xianxia was surprised. It's your turn, I'm going to kill you today. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia and provoked him. Jiang Chen, do you really think you have the ability to fight me just because you killed the shamanic fire ape? It seems like you have no idea what I'm capable of. Xianxia let out a cold snort, and his arrogance returned. He was very confident in his abilities, and even though he had witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, he was still confident that he could kill him. Show me what you've got. If I, Jiang Chen, want to kill you, not even the god of heaven can save you. Jiang Chen sheathed his longsword once again and his aura surged. He wanted to experience the strength of a genius from the Jian province. Brother Jiang, be careful. This Xianxia is not easy to deal with. His million returning swords has reached the acme of perfection. Xuanhuan reminded. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Jiang Chen, I'll let you die a painful death. As Xianxia spoke, a wave of qi burst out from the top of his head, turning into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. Jiang Chen's aura was equally powerful. A dragon made of blood and qi appeared above his head, and it was extremely dazzling. Such a powerful aura and the continuous shockwaves from the battle had attracted the attention of many people. Many powers and alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City had turned their attention to the battle. That's young Master Xiangshua's stronghold. Judging from the aura, it should be young Master Xiangshua's. Who is so audacious to come to young Master Xiangshua's stronghold and challenge his territory? Isn't that just seeking death? Xiangxia is indeed terrifying, but whoever dares to challenge his territory is not an easy opponent either. The shockwaves from the battle have been going on for a while, and I can smell a strong smell of blood. Looks like quite a lot of people have died. Even the shamanic fire ape has joined the battle, and now Xianxia has joined the battle himself. I wonder who it is? Judging from the aura, I don't think anyone like him has ever appeared in the outer perimeter of Inferno City before. Xianxia wanted to rule the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City, and he had just killed Xuanhuan and the others. I didn't expect to meet such an opponent today. If he loses, a new power will emerge in the outer perimeter. Impossible. Xianxia is a genius from the Heaven Sword sect, and his combat strength is incredible. His million returning swords has reached the acme of perfection. Ordinary people are no match for him. Besides, I heard that Xianxia has even more powerful techniques, but no one has ever seen them before. Countless gazes were thrown toward the direction of the battle, and the sounds of discussions could be heard. Lu Kuei had just been injured by him, and Tianyi's cultivation had almost fully recovered. If they were to really fight, Lu Kuei might not be able to defeat Tianyi. However, Jiang Chen's threat scared Lu Kuei out of his wits. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was, therefore he did not dare to ignore Jiang Chen's words. Right now he could only pray that Yang Shua would be able to kill Jiang Chen. If that was the case, not only would he be able to keep his life, he would also have the chance to torture Tianishan and the others. Look, Yang Shua has flown out of the city. Who is that young man in white? They are going to fight outside the city. This young man looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he is actually able to fight Yang Shua head-on. It's really hard to imagine. Geniuses are not something we can imagine. However, if this young man wants to defeat Yang Shua, I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Chapter 213. The outer perimeter of Inferno City was in an uproar. Everyone was paying close attention to this fight. Yang Shua was infamous in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Many powers and alliances were afraid of him, and none of them dared offend him. But now, someone had come knocking on his door and even asked Yang Shua to do it himself. This was enough to prove how extraordinary this young man was. That was why when Jiang Chen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Tianishan had a worried expression on his face. Jiang Chen's formidable strength had indeed exceeded his imagination, but Yang Shua wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. Everyone knew that Yang Shua's myriad returning swords had reached the acme of perfection, and some even said that aside from this famous sword skill, Yang Shua had even more powerful skills. Even a late divine core warrior wouldn't be able to deal with him. After all, Jiang Chen was only a heavenly core warrior. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap between him and Yang Shua, and this was something that couldn't be made up for. Don't worry, that guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. The Huang dog was wagging his strong tail. He was very confident in Jiang Chen. On the other side, Lu Kuei was just standing there without moving. He was staring at the battle that was about to begin in the sky without blinking his eyes. High up in the sky, Yang Shua, who was wearing a long blue robe, was standing in the wind. The bloodthirsty sword in his hand kept producing buzzing sounds, and the thin sword body was shining brightly in the sky. Jiang Chen, you've offended me and I'll definitely punish you. If not, who in Inferno City will be afraid of me anymore? However, since you're a man with great talent and your future is limitless, it'll be a waste to kill you. Therefore I've decided to give you a chance. As long as you're willing to submit to me and become my slave, I believe it won't take long before we break into the middle perimeter of Inferno City. At that point of time, you'll be able to gain a lot of benefits. Jiang Chen, I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. Live or die, it's up to you. Yang Shua said with a loud and clear voice. Jiang Chen had killed so many of his men, and he had suffered a great loss. But, if he could make this young man in front of him submit to him and become his slave, it wouldn't matter how many men died. You deserve to die 100 times for saying that. Jiang Chen had a cold look on his face. He dared to say that he wanted the greatest saint in the world to be his slave. Just this sentence alone meant that he had to die. This was an insult to Jiang Chen's character. The dignity of the greatest saint in the world was absolutely not something that could be violated. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Today I'll let you have a taste of my myriad returning swords. Yang Shua was overbearing, and his killing intent soared to the sky. The blood drinker sword in his hand emitted an even more intense whistling sound. Make your move. Jiang Chen's face was cold, without the slightest bit of fear. The blood drinker sword automatically flew up from Yang Shua's hand and stopped in front of his chest. 108,000 swords, destroy everything. Yang Shua let out a loud shout, and the blood drinker sword started to ripple. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with sword shadows. They were densely packed, and they interweaved into a sword net that looked like a curtain in the sky. The entire sky was covered by the radiance of the blood drinker sword. Even though people were far away from it, they still felt suffocated. Oh my god, this move is called the 108,000 swords, and it can actually create 108,000 sword shadows. Every single sword shadow has an unparalleled destructive power. This is too terrifying. This is an extremely terrifying sword art of the myriad sword sect. I can't believe Yang Shua has mastered it so well. It is said that the 108,000 swords can destroy everything. Every single sword shadow has its own intelligence. Once it has locked onto its target, it will not stop until it kills the enemy. Every single one of the 108,000 swords is fatal. Once it attacks, the target will be trapped in an endless sea of swords, and it will be impossible for them to escape. I wonder how that young man is going to defend himself. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia's first move had shaken the heavens. His sword light soared into the sky, and his killing intent filled the air. Go! Xianxia let out a light shout, and the 108,000 swords turned into rays of bright light. With a clattering sound, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Jiangchen. Good sword art, good, this kind of battle is exciting enough. Firethorn armor. With a sway of his body, the firethorn armor appeared on the surface of Jiangchen's body. At the same time, a golden axe appeared in his hand. Jiangchen's battle intent soared to the sky. Such a powerful opponent had made his blood boil. Watch how I break your 108,000 swords. Jiangchen's aura shook the sky, and he displayed his thunderclap combat technique to the extreme. The axe light was like a shocking waterfall, and it hacked towards the center of the sea of swords. This axe strike was going to split the sea of swords in half. Clang clang clang, the thunderclap battle axe and the sword light emitted by the bloodthirst sword clashed together. The void trembled from the impact and large amounts of sparks appeared. This axe strike from Jiangchen had forcefully split the sea of swords in half, and destroyed thousands of sword lights. Ignorant. You think you can break my 108,000 swords just by splitting the sea of swords? How ignorant. Xianxia sneered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sword lights flickered and every single one of them seemed to be controlled by someone. They danced in the air, then suddenly turned around and rushed towards Jiangchen. My battle strength is as vast as the ocean, I can shatter all of your sword lights. These sword lights will never be able to break my firethorn armor. Jiangchen was like a powerful firethorn savage that had descended from the heavens. His entire body was covered in a golden light, and when the countless sword lights collided with his body, he didn't even try to defend himself. Every single sword light only left a white mark on the firethorn armor, and it was impossible for them to break through it. Unless the real body of the bloodthirst sword appeared, it would be able to break through the defense of the firethorn armor. However, since Jiangchen had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, his senses were extremely sharp. As long as the real body of the bloodthirst sword appeared in front of him, he would immediately sense it. Clang clang clang, Jiangchen was fighting with an invincible might. The axe of thunder in his hand was being swung around continuously, and every time he attacked he would shatter thousands of sword lights. Where did this monster come from? How could he be so strong? Even Xianxia's 108,000 swords couldn't hurt him. That armor on his body is really terrifying, it helped him block most of the attacks, and allowed him to rampage through the sea of swords like a fish in water. He really does have some skills, no wonder he dared to fight against Xianxia. However, this isn't Xianxia's most powerful technique. The 108,000 swords is only one of the moves of the myriad returning swords, he hasn't even used his most powerful move yet. Everyone was shocked. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, the real deal is revealed. Jiangchen's techniques were really shocking. Everyone was thinking that if they were the ones standing in the sea of swords right now, they would have already been torn into pieces by the sea of swords. How could they resist for so long? Haha, break them all. Jiangchen used the axe in his hand to shatter half of the sword lights. He let out a loud laugh, then he shouted out again. Numerous golden beams shot out from the spikes on Jiangchen's firethorn combat armor. This was Firethorn Savage's powerful innate ability, and he had used it when he was fighting against the Green Sanctuary sect. Clang clang clang, the golden beams were as sharp as swords, and they collided with the sword lights unleashed by Xianxia's bloodthirsty sword. After a few breaths of time, all the sword lights that filled the sky had disappeared, and the void was almost destroyed. Jiangchen's mighty strength had destroyed all the sword lights, and he had completely shattered Xianxia's 108,000 swords. Brother Jiang is really terrifying. Tianishan finally had a joyful expression on his face. Damn it, where did this abnormal young man come from? He actually destroyed the 108,000 swords with such ease, he is so strong. It's hard to imagine, it's really hard to imagine. More importantly, I can see that he is only at the peak heavenly core realm, he hasn't even broken through to the divine core realm. If he breaks through to the divine core realm, who can be his match? Let's see, I'm sure Xianxia has an even stronger attack. I'm guessing this young man is no match for Xianxia. Everyone were shocked. No one knew the name of this young man in white, and no one had ever seen him before. But after this battle, as long as this young man in white didn't die, he would definitely become famous in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Inferno City was a huge city, and there were different powers and alliances. Inferno City was divided into three parts, the outer perimeter, the middle area, and the center area. The alliances in the outer perimeter were weaker than the middle area, and the alliances in the middle area were naturally weaker than the center area. Xianxia waved his hand and grabbed the bloodthirsty sword. A shocked expression emerged on his face. He raised his head and stared at Jiang Qin, and his killing intent became even stronger. Jiang Qin, you really surprised me, but this is the end of it. Although your armor has an incredible defense, I'm sure it won't be able to withstand my final attack. Xianxia said with an arrogant and confident expression. Is that so? I'd like to see your million returning swords art. Jiang Qin's expression didn't change. He was also looking forward to seeing Xianxia's most powerful attack. Xianxia let out a cold snort, and the bloodthirsty sword transformed again. Along with a clattering sound, 108,000 swords appeared in the sky once again, forming a sea of swords. But this time, the sea of swords didn't attack Xianxia. Million returning swords. Xianxia let out a thunderous roar. With the bloodthirsty sword as the center, all the swords quickly merged together and turned into a gigantic sword. Swoosh! An earth-shattering sword whistle came out from the bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword turned into a gigantic sword that was hundreds of feet long. It stood in the sky, and an endless amount of sword chi rippled in the air, causing the air to tremble and almost being torn apart. The million returning swords, 108,000 swords separated and then merged together, forming an indestructible sword that could destroy the world. This sword was powerful enough to destroy everything. On the other side, Jiang Qin's expression changed. The myriad sword sect's sword skill was indeed powerful. If he was still at his peak in his previous life, he wouldn't need to worry about an attack like this. But now he couldn't. Xianxia was a genius from the myriad sword sect, and he wasn't someone ordinary warriors could compare with. This million returning swords art was even more powerful. Although Jiang Qin's combat strength was strong, his cultivation level was only at the heavenly core realm. In order to block this million returning swords art, he would have to use all his strength. This sword is very powerful, even the Firethorn combat armor might not be able to block it. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Right at this moment he did something that shocked everyone. He put away the battle axe and the Firethorn combat armor, then he slowly raised both of his hands. Chapter 214. This was a peerless sword strike, it was the myriad sword sect's supreme sword skill, and no one was not afraid of it. Xianxia was a ruthless person, but he had the right to be arrogant. This sword strike was more than enough for him to look down on everyone else. Everyone held their breaths, wondering how the white-clothed young man was going to defend against the myriad returning swords. The 108,000 swords might be able to defend against it, but this sword strike might not be able to. It was too powerful, it was a sword that could pierce through the heavens. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin had unexpectedly put away the Firethorn combat armor and the combat weapon in his hand, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this young man doing? Why would he give up his defense and combat weapon at such a crucial moment? Could it be that he knows he's no match for Xianxia, that's why he gave up? Impossible, this young man is not an idiot, his combat strength is incredible. Even if he can't defeat Xianxia in the end, he won't give up without putting up a fight. Just now Xianxia said his name is Jiang Qin. I wonder which power he came from, to have such a heaven-defying genius. However, if he dies in Xianxia's hands, it would be such a pity. A lot of people couldn't understand why Jiang Qin would do this. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely use all their strength to defend against the myriad returning swords. However, not only did Jiang Qin give up the Firethorn combat armor, he had also thrown away the high-ranked combat weapon in his hand. In the eyes of the crowd, this was no different than courting death. In the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City, De Huang Dog was the calmest. Although he had no idea what Jiang Qin was trying to do, he knew one thing for sure. Jiang Qin was not an idiot and he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Swoosh! The bloodthirsty sword emitted a deafening howl. It locked onto Jiang Qin's chi and rushed towards him like a thunderbolt. Jiang Qin could feel that the pressure from the bloodthirsty sword was getting stronger and stronger, and the golden light on his palms was getting brighter and brighter. His 10 fingers kept moving like agile snakes. 6 solar fingers, 6 solar union. Suddenly Jiang Qin let out an explosive roar. 2 resplendent rays of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the air towards the incoming longsword. Just a moment ago, he had borrowed the pressure from the 10,000 swords returning to origin to forcefully complete the 6th finger of the 6 profound solar fingers. Jiang Qin was only a late heavenly core warrior, he hadn't broken through to the divine core realm yet. No matter if it was the true dragon palm or the firethorn combat armor, their power was limited. Even if he could block Yangshua's attack, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to Yangshua. If he could unleash the sixth finger of the 6 solar fingers, it would be a completely different story. The 6 profound solar fingers was a high earth-level battle skill. At its peak, it was even more powerful than the 10,000 ancestral swords. Furthermore, when the 6 profound solar fingers was mastered, the 6 solar fingers would merge into one, and its power would be unimaginable. Rumble, Jiang Chen held all 10 of his fingers together and suddenly pointed them forward. 6 bright and huge fingers shot out like 6 huge pillars. In the next second, the 6 huge fingers merged into one. The size of the huge finger was similar to the bloodthirsty sword, but the energy unleashed by the 6 profound solar fingers actually surpassed the 10,000 ancestral swords returning to origin. What kind of combat skill is that? How can it be so powerful? This combat skill is at least a high earth-level battle skill. Yang Shua was shocked. Jiang Chen's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. What a powerful finger skill. What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? Let's not talk for now, let's see if Jiang Chen's finger skill can withstand Yang Shua's 10,000 ancestral swords. Everyone were shocked, they didn't even blink their eyes. They were waiting for the collision between the huge golden finger and the bloodthirsty sword. With the speed of both attacks, the collision would only take a few seconds, but it felt like a long time had passed. Rumble, the 6 solar fingers and the 10,000 swords returned to origin collided with each other, and the entire sky sank into a huge explosion. Destructive energy fluctuations were everywhere, and the energy wreaked havoc everywhere. Even the vault of heaven was swept away, and 7 colored light waves sprinkled across the vast sky, and bright fireworks were everywhere. Many people's faces turned pale, even some divine core warriors were shocked. If they were in the center of the collision, perhaps they would have been torn into pieces by now. Tap tap tap, Yang Shua was forced back dozens of steps before he could regain his balance. His face was pale and blood could be seen flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The bloodthirsty sword had returned to his hand, but it was still trembling. This was the true power of the 6 profound solar fingers. Even the 10,000 ancestral swords were no match for it. When Yang Shua unleashed the 10,000 ancestral swords, he had consumed a lot of his energy, causing him to suffer a huge backlash. Defeated, Yang Shua was defeated. I can't believe this. Oh heavens, where did this Jiang Chen come from? If Yang Shua is defeated, doesn't that mean the alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City will have to be reshuffled again? This Jiang Chen is really strong, he hasn't even broken through to the divine core realm. But Yang Shua hasn't fallen yet. I heard that besides the 10,000 ancestral swords, he has even more powerful skills. Maybe he can turn the tables. All the people in the outer perimeter of Inferno City were shocked. Yang Shua was a powerful man, but even after unleashing the 10,000 ancestral swords, he was still defeated by a heavenly core young man. If they didn't witness this scene with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Amazing. Brother Jiang has really widened my horizons. Tian Yishan finally had a joyful expression on his face. Jiang Chen had been giving him miracles. From killing the shamanic fire ape, to unleashing the 108,000 swords, and now the 10,000 ancestral swords, he was unstoppable and even Yang Shua was no match for him. In the skies above, Jiang Chen stood in the wind like a real god of war. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yang Shua who had a shocked expression on his face. Yang Shua, what other skills do you have? If not, now is the time for you to die. Jiang Chen said. Ah Jiang Chen, you've really widened my horizons. But do you really think this is all I have? Today I'll let you witness my real skills. Yang Shua suddenly burst into laughter. Although he had lost the 10,000 ancestral swords, and although he was injured, he was still very confident. He believed that Jiang Chen would definitely die in his hands. Your real skills? Go ahead and show me. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The battle with Yang Shua today was really satisfying, and because of Yang Shua, he had regained control of the 6th finger of the 6 solar fingers. Originally, he would need to break through to the divine core realm to unleash this skill, but now he could unleash it at the late heavenly core realm. Yang Shua's contribution was really important. Yang Shua let out a cold snort. He slowly sheathed the blood drinker sword, and gently closed his eyes. Yang Shua clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Gusts of air billowed around his body, causing his clothes to flutter. Yang Shua was mumbling some incomprehensible words. Countless symbols were flickering and swimming between his palms, and a dreamy aura was unleashed from his body. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. With his eyesight, he couldn't tell what skill Xuanhuan was unleashing. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm, Descend. Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes and let out a thunderous voice. He forcefully waved both palms in front of him, unleashing a rainbow-colored light that covered Jiang Qin like a curtain in the sky. The light was silent, and it didn't seem like it could attack. Complicated patterns were flickering on its surface, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Jiang Qin. "Let me see what kind of skill you have." Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. As the world's greatest saint, he had seen all kinds of skills. He wasn't afraid of Xuanhuan's skill at all. He took a step forward and entered the curtain of light. Whoosh! The moment Jiang Qin entered the curtain of light, the scenery around him changed drastically. In front of Jiang Qin was a boundless, colorful world. It was like a dream. There was no ground beneath his feet, and there was no sky above his head. Everywhere around him was a motley array of colors. Everything was beautiful and dreamy. It's an illusion realm. I didn't expect Xuanhuan to have such a skill. Unfortunately, with my eyesight, an ordinary illusion realm won't be able to trap me. Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, Jiang Qin, you'll die the moment you enter my great illusion realm. I'll let you die without putting up a fight." Xuanhuan stood outside the great illusion realm and laughed heartily. What kind of skill is this? After Jiang Qin entered the curtain of light, he actually stopped there. It's an illusion realm. Xuanhuan really has an even more powerful skill. He's actually able to create an illusion realm to confuse his opponent's mind. Illusions are extremely terrifying. I've heard of them before, but I've never seen one before. Illusions are extremely rare and hard to control. Everyone was shocked. This was Xuanhuan's true strength. He was waiting for Jiang Qin to lose himself in the great illusion realm. Then, with the help of the myriad ancestral swords, he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike. Within the great illusion realm, Jiang Qin's expression was calm. He didn't care about the colorful scenery around him. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed drastically. Cold wind blew. On top of a towering cliff that pierced through the clouds, there was a tall and sturdy man holding a sword in his hand. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and there were even thunder and lightning. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The man looked to be in his 30s, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and there was an imposing aura between his brows. His entire body was emitting a domineering aura, as if he was looking down on the entire world. In the man's hand, there was a long sword with complicated patterns on it. The sword light was wreaking havoc, and the surrounding space was torn apart by the sword chi. Wisps of gloomy black wind leaked out from the space. When he saw this man, the originally calm Jiang Qin's expression changed drastically. His eyes became extremely red, and even breathing became extremely difficult. St. Cliff. That's right, this was the St. Cliff. This was the scene from 100 years ago. This man was the world's greatest saint, Jiang Qin. The sword in his hand was the Heavenly Saint Sword. This was the name given by Jiang Qin, and it had accompanied him for his entire life. Jiang Qin's breathing became rapid. He felt like he was right there, as if he was reliving the scene from 100 years ago. He knew what was going to happen next. That was his proudest moment, and it was also the scene he didn't want to see the most. He would never forget that scene. Rumble. They had no idea what Jiang Qin had seen, and they also had no idea what was happening in the illusion realm. Everything was just Jiang Qin's imagination. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm. As long as one had a dream in their heart, they would be severely affected, and Jiang Qin was no exception. Brother Jiang doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Tian Yishan's joyful expression instantly turned into worry. Xuanhuan's great illusion realm was too terrifying. Jiang Qin had sunk into his own pain, unable to extricate himself for a moment. "Haha, Jiang Qin, you're done for." Xuanhuan burst into laughter. He too had no idea what was going through Jiang Qin's mind, but he had achieved his goal. The Blood Drinker sword once again appeared in his hand. With a sway of his feet, he directly dashed into the great illusion realm. The Blood Drinker sword emitted a murderous aura as it stabbed toward Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan's face revealed a sinister and delighted smile. It was as if he could already see the scene of Jiang Qin dying under his sword. "Die, this is the consequence of offending me. However, you should be proud to die under my Illusion Heart Sutra." Xuanhuan was extremely pleased with himself. The blood drinker sword was like a poisonous snake, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared behind Jiang Chen. Seeing this, everyone cried out in alarm. They all saw that Jiang Chen was still trapped in his own illusion realm, unable to extricate himself. Under such circumstances, Xuanhuan would definitely be able to kill him with a single strike. Jiang Chen was indeed trapped in the illusion realm of 100 years ago, unable to extricate himself from it. His entire heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. However, unlike the others, Jiang Chen was not immersed in the illusion realm and was unaware of anything. His current state was very strange. It was as if he had become one with his past self from 100 years ago. At the instant when the blood drinker sword was about to touch him, Jiang Chen's body shifted several dozen feet away, causing Xuanhuan's sword to miss its target. Impossible. How could he have dodged when he was trapped in his own illusion realm? Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. Swoosh. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and stared at Xuanhuan with bloodshot eyes. With just a single gaze, Xuanhuan was forced to take a few steps back and his face turned pale. What kind of gaze was that? Xuanhuan felt as if his heart was about to be hollowed out. It was as if Jiang Chen was judging him, and with just one gaze he could directly sentence him to death. From Jiang Chen, Xuanhuan could feel the pressure of a towering mountain. Right at this moment, it was as if he was facing a giant, not a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. Jiang Chen was trapped in his own illusion, and he had become one with his past self. Although he was still a late heavenly core warrior, the aura he was emitting was that of the greatest saint underneath the heavens. That pair of eyes could see through all illusions. Under such an aura, Xuanhuan lost his mind for a short moment. His heart was filled with fear, and without his control, the great illusion realm was instantly destroyed. Right when the great illusion realm was destroyed, both Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan regained their senses. The blood-red color in Jiang Chen's eyes had disappeared, and he immediately regained his senses. He thought to himself that it was a close call, as he had almost fallen into Xuanhuan's trap. If he hadn't fallen into that miraculous state, perhaps he would have been killed by Xuanhuan's sword. On the other side, Xuanhuan was even more shocked. What happened to me just now? Why did I stop all of a sudden? Why did I stop the great illusion realm? That gaze just now, it was too terrifying. Xuanhuan was extremely shocked. Even though he had returned to normal, he still couldn't forget that gaze just now. In the next second, Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, it wasn't Xuanhuan who stopped the great illusion realm, it was Jiang Chen's gaze that broke it. When the great illusion realm was broken, the backlash Xuanhuan had suffered was much more severe than the myriad returning swords. He had suffered a severe injury. Xuanhuan, although your illusion realm is powerful, it can't do anything to me. Now it's my turn. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's energy was unparalleled, and his combat strength didn't decrease at all. He immediately struck out with the True Dragon Palm. A gigantic blood-red dragon claw descended from the skies like a gigantic blood-red mountain, and it enveloped Xuanhuan. Break! Xuanhuan was shocked. He immediately attacked the dragon claw with all his strength, but unfortunately he couldn't even use half of his full combat strength right now. There was no way he could break the powerful dragon claw, and he was trapped by the True Dragon Palm. Crack crack. Under the pressure of the True Dragon Palm, Xuanhuan's bones made cracking sounds. The intense pain caused him to scream in agony, and his voice shook the surroundings. Xuanhuan, I said that I would kill you today, and I won't let you die easily. True Dragon Flames slowly refine it. Jiang Chen yelled, and wisps of True Dragon Flames shot out from the dragon claw. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan was drowned in a sea of flames. Jiang Chen, if you dare kill me, the Myriad Sword Sect will never forgive you. Xuanhuan screamed in agony, but he didn't forget to threaten Jiang Chen. This is Inferno Hell, and you're using the Myriad Sword Sect to threaten me. What an idiot. Jiang Chen was indifferent. He controlled the temperature of the True Dragon Flames and continued to burn Xuanhuan. He wanted Xuanhuan to have a taste of the pain that Guanyin had suffered. He couldn't let him die easily. Oh my god, how could this be? Yeah, Jiang Chen was clearly on the verge of dying. He was about to be killed by Xuanhuan, but the illusion suddenly disappeared. How did Jiang Chen get rid of it? Jiang Chen is too terrifying. He actually managed to turn the tide at the last moment. It seems like Xuanhuan is going to die in Jiang Chen's hands today. This young man is also a ruthless and arrogant person. In Inferno Hell, it's always the law of the jungle, there are no rules to speak of. Everyone was shocked. They clearly saw that Xuanhuan's bloodthirsty sword was about to kill Jiang Chen, but they didn't expect such a drastic change to happen in the blink of an eye. Good brother Jiang was able to kill even xianxia. I Tianishan, admire him from the bottom of my heart. From today onwards in this inferno hell I Tianishan will follow brother Jiang's orders without question. Tianishan was extremely excited. Seeing xianxia die in Jiang Chen's hands, he felt extremely depressed. He had been persecuted by xianxia, and not only did he almost lose his life, he also implicated his brothers. Now that he had his revenge, he was naturally happy. How could this be? How could young Master xianxia be defeated? This is impossible. Lu Kuei was dumbfounded. The last bit of hope in his heart had been shattered. He was very clear that as long as xianxia died, Jiang Chen would definitely not let him go. Old man, Master Dog will give you a clear path, what do you think? The Huang Dog shook its big head. Clear path. Lu Kuei's eyes lit up. This dog was with Jiang Chen. He looked at the corpses all over the stronghold. Xianxia was about to die, and he was the only one left in the stronghold. He would definitely die in the hands of Jiang Chen. No one wanted to die, and Lu Kuei didn't want to die either, because he knew that it was not easy to survive in Inferno Hell. Many people had to bow down to them, and it was the same when he pledged his loyalty to xianxia. Simple, as long as you agree to be Master Dog's human pet and listen to Master Dog's orders, Master Dog will guarantee your survival. The Huang Dog said with a smile. Chapter 216. What? Human pet? Lu Kuei was startled. After that, he immediately roared out, What? You're just a dog, you want me to be your human pet and be enslaved by you? Dream on. Daddy will rather die than become a dog's slave. Lu Kuei almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He felt like his dignity had just been brutally trampled on. He was a divine core warrior, but if he became a dog's slave, damn it, how could he still live? Haha, Lu Kuei, this is your only way out, hurry up and greet your new master. Tianishan burst into laughter. He hated Lu Kuei to the core, and when he saw Lu Kuei's current state, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. If he really became a dog's slave, it would be worse than death, and he would never be able to raise his head again. Bastard, you're insulting me. Lu Kuei was extremely angry. Damn you, being able to become this Master Dog's human pet is a great blessing for your ancestors. Old man, you should be so happy that you won't be able to sleep for 10 days and 10 nights, and you should be thanking your ancestors, but you're still not willing? This is ridiculous. The Huang Dog's mouth was spewing all over the place. He was really disappointed with Lu Kuei for not living up to his expectations. Xianxia's screams were getting more and more miserable, and it sent shivers down everyone's spines. He was trapped in the sea of flames, and under the pressure of the true dragon palm, he couldn't even move, let alone struggle. All he could do was quietly wait for the flames to burn him to death. The feeling of walking step by step towards death and pain was not something anyone could imagine. Right now, xianxia was in a situation where he could neither live nor die. This is too cruel. This Jiang Chen is even more cruel than xianxia. He kills without blinking an eye. Although there are no rules in purgatory hell, most people are not willing to provoke the geniuses of those big sects, unless they don't want to leave purgatory hell for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, they would have to bear the wrath of those big sections. Xianxia is a rare genius disciple of the Myriad Sword sect, and now that Jiang Chen has killed him in front of so many people, this news will definitely spread. Therefore, Jiang Chen will definitely suffer the wrath of the Myriad Sword sect. I don't agree with your point of view. In purgatory, nothing is more important than surviving. Surviving is the most important thing. In this environment where the weak are prey to the strong, identities are sometimes useless. If Jiang Chen didn't kill xianxia, xianxia would have killed Jiang Chen. Just because he's a genius from the Myriad Sword sect, does it mean that Jiang Chen can only be killed? Everyone knew that xianxia was going to die today. Jiang Chen's ruthlessness had been witnessed by everyone. He was a man who was even more ruthless than xianxia. Of course, only a man like this could survive in an environment like Inferno Hell, and he would be able to live a better life than xianxia. Old man, do you see now? Your hope has been shattered. After xianxia's death, do you think Jiang Chen will let you go? He has already said that he will kill everyone here today, and not a single one will be left alive. The Huang Dog shook his big head and started to attack Lu Kuei's mind. Lu Kuei was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. However, when death was really near, the fear in his heart slowly emerged. The corpses all over the ground stimulated his desire to live. If there's no other way, I'll just promise this damn dog that I'll stay alive first. I'll think of a way to get revenge in the future. One day I'll rip this dog's shit off. A cunning light flashed in Lu Kuei's eyes. He already had an idea. Xianxia let out a final miserable scream as his entire body was burned into ashes by the true dragon flames. Jiang Qin reached out his hand and grabbed the bloodthirsty sword and an interspatial ring. Both of them were treasures. The bloodthirsty sword was a rare high-ranked combat weapon, and the interspatial ring was what made Jiang Qin the happiest, as it contained all of Xiangshua's belongings. It was not hard to imagine how valuable it was. Jiang Qin put away the interspatial ring, and with the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, he descended from the sky in the blink of an eye. He landed in front of Lu Kuei, and the bloodthirsty sword emitted a cold glint, causing Lu Kuei to tremble in fear. "I promise to be your human pet," Lu Kuei immediately said to De Huang Dog. "Kaka good. This master dog finally has someone to pet me." De Huang Dog laughed out in excitement. But his laughter didn't last long and his face darkened. Because Jiang Qin had sliced Lu Kuei in half with just a single sword strike. Lu Kuei's death was really unjust. With his mid-divine core cultivation base, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he shouldn't have been killed so easily. He thought his life would be saved after he made a promise to De Huang Dog, but who would have thought that Jiang Qin wouldn't let him off the hook? He had killed Lu Kuei with just a single sword strike when he had completely let his guard down. Woof, De Huang Dog was furious. He immediately leapt forward and bit Jiang Qin's butt with his huge mouth. "Damn it, damn dog, what are you doing?" Jiang Qin cursed. "Immortal, you damn brat. You actually killed the human pet that this master dog just took in. You have to compensate me." De Huang Dog didn't give up. He opened his mouth and started biting Jiang Qin. "Damn you. That old man was obviously pretending to be on your side, and he had evil intentions. Daddy killed him to save you so you wouldn't know when you were cooked by him. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even tried to bite me. It's fine if you just bit me, but you always bite my butt. If you don't stop now, Daddy won't show any mercy." Jiang Qin was furious. This dog was simply unreasonable. Lu Kuei was not a good guy to begin with, and he cultivated the great soul derivation skill, which gave him a very sensitive perception. He was able to accurately judge a person's character, and he knew exactly what kind of person Lu Kuei was. Bullshit. That old man dared to have evil intentions towards me. This master dog has plenty of ways to make him submit. You have to compensate me for my human pet. De Huang Dog was furious. He had finally found a human pet, but before he could show off his power he was killed just like that. Damn it. Even so, I can't let this man live. I said I'll kill everyone here. Damn dog, get the hell out of here. Jiang Qin was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Tianishan, who was standing aside, was startled. He was shocked by the relationship between this man and dog. They were on the same side and they had just started fighting each other. More importantly, Tianishan had always thought that De Huang Dog was Jiang Qin's pet, but it looked like that wasn't the case at all. Bang, 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 a man and a dog started fighting each other and they only stopped after a few minutes. Damn it, this master dog is going into secluded cultivation. I'm going to break through to the divine core realm. De Huang Dog had a pair of black panda eyes, and his yellow fur was messy after being beaten up. On the other side, Jiang Qin had a complacent expression on his face, and he looked calm and composed. Hee, De Huang, you need more training, you're no match for me. Jiang Qin felt really proud of himself. Being able to teach this dog a lesson gave him a really good feeling. Once this master dog breaks through to the divine core realm and awakens my amazing innate ability, I'll definitely bite your butt until it blossoms. De Huang Dog bared his teeth and threatened Jiang Qin. Alright, I'll be waiting. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. If this dog could break through to the divine core realm, his combat strength would increase to a terrifying level. After a dragon horse awakened its innate ability, it would become something that ordinary demon beasts couldn't even imagine. Therefore, Jiang Qin had high expectations for De Huang Dog. The stronger this dog was, the more help he would be able to provide. Tianishan shook his head with a smile on his face. He finally understood the relationship between Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. This man and dog were definitely not master and servant, they were brothers. Although they fought and laughed, it wouldn't affect their brotherly relationship. Brother Jiang, you've shown your mighty strength, even Xianxia was killed by you. I really admire you. From now on, Brother Jiang is the owner of this stronghold and I, Tianishan, will follow Brother Jiang's orders. Tianishan cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin. His face was filled with gratitude. Not only had Jiang Qin saved his life, he had also saved Guan Yun and the others. Jiang Qin had taken back the stronghold, killed all the enemies and avenged his deep hatred. How could Xianxia not feel grateful towards him? Besides, Xianxia wasn't an idiot. With his experience he could easily tell how great Jiang Chen's potential was. A genius like this would definitely have limitless achievements in the future. You're being too polite, Brother Tian. We're all from the Black Sect, of course I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, I've just arrived in Inferno Hell, and I'll need Brother Tian's help in many things. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang, what should we do with these bodies? Xianxia asked. Boom. Right after his words left his mouth, the Huang dog spat out flames onto the bodies, burning them into ashes. Jiang Chen and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. This dog had a belly full of anger and had no place to vent it. Buddy, we've gained quite a lot today, let's see how much we got. Speaking of this, the Huang dog's interest was piqued. Jiang Chen had killed so many men today, and he had robbed all of their storage rings including xianxia's. There must be an incredible amount of wealth in them. We've definitely gained quite a lot, but the most important thing now is Guaniyun's injuries. Brother Tian, can you move Guaniyun and the others to a better place? I'll check on their injuries. Jiang Chen said. All right. Xianxia nodded his head, a solemn expression could be seen on his face. Guaniyun and the others' injuries were severe, they had to be treated as soon as possible. If they were delayed for too long their lives might be in danger. After today's battle, Jiang Chen's name had quickly spread among all the major powers and alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Many people had witnessed the scene where Jiang Chen killed Xianxia with their own eyes, and they were all shocked. Many powers and alliances felt a sense of crisis. Some of them had already taken the initiative to approach Jiang Chen. Such a ruthless man, they couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Chen's stronghold had quite a number of rooms. Xianxia placed Guaniyun and the others in one of the big rooms. As for the two dead men, Xianxia kept their bodies in his storage ring. He planned to bury them after the gate of Inferno Hell was opened. Guaniyun and the others' injuries were severe. They had first been beaten up, and then they were attacked by the venomous king snake. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen extracting the venom from their bodies at the critical moment, they would have been dead by now. Brother Jiang, do you have any way to cure their injuries? Chapter 217. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he carefully looked at Guaniyun and the other 5 men. He furrowed his brows. Brother Jiang, can they still be saved? Xianxia asked worriedly. As long as they are still alive, there is no one in this world that I can't save. Jiang Chen said calmly. However, Guaniyun and the others have been injured, it will be extremely difficult for them to recover. Ordinary elixir won't work. If I add 6 solar holy water to the elixir, the effect will be much better. However, if I add the 9-leaf resurrection grass, the elixir will become the resurrection pill, which will help them recover their origin quickly. In less than 3 days their injuries will be completely healed. 9-leaf resurrection grass, although it is extremely precious, it can be found in Inferno Hell. I have one here. Xianxia flipped his palm and took out a green-colored 9-leaf resurrection grass from his interspatial ring. Although it was only the size of a palm, it looked very lively. The aura it emitted could make one's soul feel refreshed. That's right, this is the 9-leaf resurrection grass. Unfortunately, there is only one, and it can only be used to concoct one resurrection pill. There are 6 people here, so we need 5 more 9-leaf resurrection grass. Jiang Chen said. Then what should we do? 9-leaf resurrection grass is very rare. I only found one by chance. I don't have the remaining 5. Xianxia frowned. You don't have it, but someone else definitely has it. Brother Jiang said with a smile. Oh. Xianxia's eyes lit up. You're so stupid. Of course it's Xianxia. Xianxia is so powerful, his wealth is not something you can compare with. Hurry up and open Xianxia's interspatial ring. There must be a lot of treasures inside. 9-leaf resurrection grass shouldn't be a problem. The Huang dog said. He had been thinking about Jiang Chen's interspatial ring for a long time. He had always wanted to know what kind of treasures were inside. The Huang is right. Looks like we can only check our harvest first before concocting pills to save people. Jiang Chen smiled. With a flip of his palm, more than 20 interspatial rings appeared on his palm. Each of the interspatial rings buzzed. Damn it. These universe rings must contain a shocking amount of wealth. Xianxia was no longer able to maintain his composure. He knew very well how powerful Xianxia was. This guy had been in purgatory for such a long time, he would never believe that he didn't have any treasures. With a thought from Jiang Qin, all the items began to pour down from each of the Xuanhuan worlds. For a moment, the entire room was filled with all sorts of colors. Human elixir, earth elixir, demon spirit, crystal core, battle weapon, cultivation technique, battle skill, spiritual herbs, spiritual essences of heaven and earth, and all kinds of rare treasures piled up into a small mountain. Wow, I'm rich. Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. With a swoosh, he dashed forward and devoured a huge amount of spiritual essences. This damn dog. Jiang Qin was speechless. Buddy, these are all unexpected treasures. You killed this master dog's human pet, and if you don't let this master dog eat as much as he wants today, this master dog will be angry with you. Da Huang Dog didn't even turn his head around. He just kept devouring all the spiritual essences, even the human elixir. While eating, Da Huang Dog's body started glowing in a faint golden light. Jiang Qin was shocked. Da Huang is about to break through to the next realm. I'm afraid he'll need a lot of energy to break through to the divine core realm. Jiang Qin was overjoyed. As long as Da Huang Dog could break through to the next realm, he wouldn't feel any pain no matter how much he ate. Swoosh! The human elixir was still pouring down, and the entire room was almost filled with it. Jiang Qin quickly stored it away. There are still a lot of human elixir in the storage ring. There are at least a few million of them and some elixir as well. This is a huge amount of wealth. Brother Tian, take these 500,000 human elixir and use them for your cultivation. Jiang Qin casually threw a storage ring to Tian. Within it were 500,000 human elixir. Many of these storage rings belonged to divine core warriors, and the resources of a divine core warrior were naturally huge. Tian caught the storage ring with a flattered expression. 100,000 human elixir, even for him, it was not a small amount. Brother Jiang, all these belong to you. You've saved my life and I'm really grateful for that. How can I accept these human elixir? Tian said. Just take it. You're a man, why are you acting so hesitant? Jiang Qin didn't mind it at all. He wasn't a stingy man. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed a lot of human elixir, he might have given Tian even more. Alright, if that's the case, I'll accept them. Tian didn't hesitate any longer. He put away the storage ring, and Da Huang Dog started eating happily. There are 2 9-leaf resurrection grass here. Tian's eyes lit up. He saw 2 9-leaf resurrection grass in the storage ring, and he immediately took them out. He already had 3 of them and 3 more would be enough. I haven't checked Yangshua's storage ring yet. Jiang Qin took out the last storage ring. This was Yangshua's storage ring, and the amount of wealth contained within it was not something anyone could compare with. Jiang Qin sent his consciousness into the storage ring. When he saw Yangshua's wealth, even Jiang Qin couldn't help but be shocked. The storage ring was huge and it was filled with pills. There were at least 3 million human elixir and 100 land elixir. One should know that 1 land elixir was equivalent to 10,000 human elixir. Apart from that, the storage ring was filled with spiritual medicines and spiritual essences. Jiang Qin saw 6 9-leaf resurrection grass at first glance. Haha, this Yangshua is really rich and his wealth is shocking. There are 6 9-leaf resurrection grass here, it should be enough. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and took out the 9-leaf resurrection grass. Great. Junior brother Guan and the others can be saved this time. Tian was surprised. Let's not waste any more time, I'll concoct the resurrection pill now and help them recover. Brother Tian, please protect me. Jiang Qin said. There were many other treasures in Yangshua's storage ring, but Jiang Qin didn't have the time to check them one by one. Concocting the pill and saving the others was the most important thing right now. All right. Tian replied. Da Huang Dog had eaten all the spiritual medicines left behind by Jiang Qin, and he had also eaten 200,000 human elixir. After that, he burped, then he lied down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. This scene made Tian look like a dog. Sleeping after eating? This shouldn't be a dog, it should be a pig. This is Da Huang's unique way of breaking through, you'll get used to it in the future. Jiang Qin smiled. A pleasantly surprised look emerged in his eyes, because he knew that Da Huang Dog was about to break through to the divine core realm. Once he woke up, he would experience a tremendous change. After that, Jiang Qin took out all sorts of spiritual medicines and the 6 solar holy water that he had prepared beforehand. Together with the 9-leaf resurrection grass, he started concocting the resurrection pill. For him, concocting pills was a piece of cake. Even concocting 6 resurrection pills at the same time was just a piece of cake for him. In just an hour, all 6 resurrection pills were concocted. Brother Tian, please give these pills to Xuanhuan and the others. They will wake up in half an hour and it will take them at most 3 days to fully recover. Besides, after absorbing the medicinal strength of these resurrection pills, their cultivation levels will once again improve. Brother Jiang, I believe they will never be able to repay Brother Jiang for saving their lives. Tian Shan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. He felt that meeting Jiang Chen was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him in his life. If not for Jiang Chen, he would be dead by now, and Xuanhuan and the others would be dead as well. After the battle with xianxia, I've gained some enlightenment, so I need to go into secluded cultivation. I'll leave the matters of the stronghold to you. I believe there won't be anyone who is stupid enough to cause trouble here. Jiang Chen said. Of course. Brother Jiang, you've shown your mighty strength in today's battle, and even xianxia was killed by you. Whoever dares to cause trouble at this time is just courting death. Tian Shan said with a smile. The battle between Jiang Chen and xianxia had startled all the powers and alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Xianxia's death had shocked everyone. They couldn't even afford to offend xianxia, let alone Jiang Chen, who was even more ruthless. Jiang Chen carried the Huang dog, who was sleeping soundly, and brought him to a relatively quiet room. Jiang Chen chose to go into secluded cultivation next to the Huang dog. Jiang Chen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. During the battle with xianxia, he had actually suffered some injuries. The Great Illusion Realm had affected his state of mind, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his origin had been shaken to a certain extent. If it weren't for the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, his injuries would have been even more serious. Xianxia is indeed powerful. If it weren't for the fact that I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill and all sorts of powerful skills, I wouldn't have been his match. Also, that Great Illusion Realm was extremely terrifying. Luck played a big part in breaking it. Jiang Chen said. At the last moment of the Great Illusion Realm, if it weren't for his intense emotions merging with his past self, he wouldn't have been able to unleash that kind of gaze, and he wouldn't have been able to shock xianxia so much. However, I've also benefited a lot from the battle with xianxia. Such an evenly matched battle has helped my cultivation base become more stable. Once my foundation is stable, I can continue to refine demon spirits and condense more dragon marks, further improving my cultivation base. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He understood that in Inferno Hell only powerful combat strength could help him survive. 600 dragon marks had indeed given him enough combat strength, but it was only enough for him to establish his dominance in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. He was still far from being able to enter the middle area of Inferno City or the inner area of Inferno City. However, he had gained a lot of divine core demon spirits. Within xianxia's storage ring, there were a total of 6 mid-divine core demon spirits, and 3 mid-divine core crystal cores. This was what made Jiang Chen the happiest. He wanted to refine demon spirits and improve his cultivation base, and he needed the help of crystal cores. With this, he could ensure that his foundation wouldn't be affected. The only flaw was that although he had obtained a lot of demon and devil spirits, he didn't have many crystal cores. The 9 life crystal beasts were extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, most cultivators would use their crystal cores to cultivate after obtaining them. Chapter 218. Even in Inferno Hell, crystal cores were the most precious things. Every warrior who came to Inferno Hell to train would want to meet a 9 life crystal beast, and the thing they feared the most was to meet a 9 life crystal beast. The 9 life crystal beast had 9 lives and it was extremely difficult to kill it. If they didn't form an alliance, it would be impossible for them to kill a 9 life crystal beast of the same level. After all, abnormal warriors like Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were the minority. Not everyone had the ability to fight a 9 life crystal beast with 9 lives. Most of the warriors would be exhausted after fighting the 9 life crystal beast until the end. Besides, when warriors obtained crystal cores, they would usually absorb them in order to improve their cultivation. In Inferno Hell, strength was always the most important thing. Jiang Chen counted the number of crystal cores he had. There were more than 50 of them, but there were only 10 divine core crystal cores, and most of them came from xianxia's storage ring. Crystal cores were very rare, and aside from using them for cultivation, it was even harder to store them. Only an overlord like xianxia would have such a huge amount of crystal cores. Aside from these 10, the rest were all heavenly core crystal cores, and they weren't really useful to Jiang Chen. Besides that, there were 6 mid-divine core demon and devil souls, and all of them came from xianxia's storage ring. Adding all the other demon and devil souls together, there were more than 200 of them. But, just like the crystal cores, most of them were at the heavenly core realm. Divine core demon beasts and devils were extremely strong, and it was very difficult to kill them. Especially the demons and devils in Inferno Hell, each of them was more ferocious than the last, and without powerful skills, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Including the shamanic fire ape and the other 3 early divine core demon beasts, Jiangchen had a total of 7 mid-divine core demon souls, and over 20 early divine core demon souls and devil souls. The further I cultivate the dragon transformation skill, the more energy I need to form dragon marks. But, the energy contained in these souls is massive, and if I absorb all of them together with the crystal cores, my cultivation level will reach the peak heavenly core realm, and forming 750 dragon marks won't be a problem for me. However, I can't just use this method to break through to the next level, as it will affect my foundation. Once I absorb all of these souls, I'll have to stop and break through to the divine core realm with my own hard work. This way, my cultivation level will be stabilized. Jiangchen thought to himself. He knew that the dragon transformation skill wasn't something that could be taken by force. If one only relied on shortcuts to break through to the next level, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great in the future. Therefore, those who cultivated the dragon transformation skill had to have great perseverance. They had to be able to resist the temptation of breaking through to the next level quickly. Jiangchen had relied on this for most of his journey. But, with the experience of a saint, he knew what to do so that his foundation wouldn't be affected. This was his own advantage. With the help of the crystal cores, I'll absorb all of these souls and improve my combat strength again. After saying that, Jiangchen grabbed a devil soul and unleashed the true dragon flame, purifying the devil soul. Then, he started circulating the dragon transformation skill and started absorbing the soul. This time, Jiangchen's speed of absorbing the soul was very slow. While he was absorbing the soul, he also needed to sort out his yuan energy so that his cultivation level could be further stabilized. At this time, the effect of the crystal cores could be seen. The crystal cores had the effect of strengthening one's foundation. Together with the demon and devil souls, Jiangchen didn't have to worry about the problem of his foundation. If Tian Shan and Guaniyun were to see the process of Jiangchen's cultivation, they would probably be so scared that they would kneel down on the spot. Demon and devil souls could actually be absorbed in such a way, it was simply shocking. On the other side, half an hour after consuming the soul rejuvenation pill, Guaniyun and the others had all woken up. They opened their eyes. Although their bodies were still aching, their minds had completely recovered. So comfortable, I feel like my soul is being nourished. What kind of elixir is this? Yeah, I thought I was dead. I never thought that I would wake up again. My whole body is filled with the power of the elixir. I can feel that my injuries are rapidly recovering. This feeling is like a good rain after a long drought, so comfortable. Who was it? Who saved us? The few of them struggled to get up from the bed. They could feel the medicinal power continuously filling their bodies. They were extremely shocked. They were well aware of the severity of their injuries. Originally, they were prepared to die, but they didn't expect to wake up again. The elixir you guys took is the soul returning pill, personally refined by Brother Jiang. In less than 3 days, you guys will be able to recover to your peak state, and your cultivation will also improve. Tian Shan said. Boss Tian, you're the one who came back to save us? That's great. I knew that Boss Tian wouldn't leave us behind. This is still the same stronghold. Someone was shocked. It was Jiangchen who saved all of you. After I escaped from the stronghold, I was chased by Yang Shua's men. On the way I met Jiangchen. He was the one who saved you guys in time, and even refined the soul returning pill for you guys. From now on, I'm no longer your boss. Jiangchen is our boss. Tian Shan said. Senior brother Tian, where is junior brother Jiang now? Alright, where's Yang Shua? Why didn't he make things difficult for us? Guaniyun asked. The appearance of Jiangchen had made him happy. When they were still in the black sect, he had always liked this junior brother of his. Yang Shua is dead, everyone here is dead. Boss Jiang has avenged us. Tian Shan said. He had changed the way he addressed Jiangchen. He had said it before, from now on Jiangchen was their boss. What? Guaniyun cried out in shock. He was shocked. Impossible, when I left the black sect, junior brother Jiang hadn't even broken through to the heavenly core realm, and it has only been 2 months. No matter how fast he has grown, there is no way he could be Yang Shua's match. Boss Tian, you can't be serious, right? Yang Shua is dead? That's right, Boss Tian, hurry up and tell us, how did Chief Jiang save us and how did he kill Yang Shua? The men's injuries were recovering really fast. While they were talking, their condition was much better than when they had just woken up. When Jiang attacked, all of them were severely injured and had fainted. That's why none of them knew what happened after that. Only Guaniyun saw Jiang at the last moment. Therefore all of them were very interested in their benefactor Jiang. No matter what, Jiang had saved their lives. Alright, I'll tell you what happened here. An excited expression emerged on Tianishan's face. He told them how he met Jiang, how Jiang saved him, and how he came to Inferno City to save Guaniyun and the others. When they finished listening to the story, all of them had grateful expressions on their faces, especially Guaniyun. Aside from gratitude, he also felt gratified. He knew that Jiang had done all of this because of him. After that, Tianishan told them how Jiang slaughtered everyone, and how he fought Yang with all his might. His words made the men's blood boil, and they regretted not being there to witness such a soul-stirring fight. This is amazing, Chief Jiang is really a genius. With just a late heavenly core cultivation base, he actually killed Yang. If Chief Tian didn't say this, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beaten to death. How is this a genius? He's a peerless monster. It's so painful. Yang and his bunch of bastards can't even die 10,000 times. It's such a pity that we didn't get to witness it with our own eyes. What a pity. Chief Jiang is our benefactor. From now on, my life belongs to Chief Jiang. That's right, I never expected Chief Jiang to be a disciple of the Black Sect. Sooner or later, the Black Sect will flourish under Chief Jiang's leadership. Guaniyun sat on his bed and sighed. Jiang had changed a lot and he had improved too fast. It was so fast that Guaniyun couldn't even imagine it. I'm afraid calling him a peerless monster isn't enough to describe him. There's something you guys don't know. Guaniyun took a deep breath and said, "What is it?" Tianishan asked. All the men looked at Guaniyun as well. Junior disciple Jiang has only joined the Black Sect for 2 months, but this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is, before junior disciple Jiang joined the Black Sect, he was only an early mortal core warrior. Guaniyun said. What? What he said immediately caused a huge wave in everyone's mind. Even Tianishan widened his eyes in shock. As a core disciple of the Black Sect, a peerless genius, he was more arrogant than anyone else. He was a rare genius in the Black Sect, but after listening to Guaniyun's words, he felt that in front of Jiang he didn't deserve to be called a genius. In just 2 months he had broken through to the late heavenly core realm from the early mortal core realm. This was a huge leap that could make anyone speechless. Not only was his cultivation level improving fast, his combat strength was also incredible. He was able to kill a mid-divine core warrior while only being a late heavenly core warrior. Was he still human? Even those peerless geniuses from the martial palace couldn't achieve such a monstrous feat. The appearance of Jiang had put all geniuses to shame. I've told you before, junior disciple Jiang is a rare genius that can only be found once in 10,000 years. His achievements will be limitless in the future. I Guaniyun have chosen the right person. Today junior disciple Jiang has even saved my life. This is a huge favor. Guaniyun was still sighing. He recalled the day when he stepped forward to help Jiang in the Whirling Sun Square. At that time, Jiang was only a mortal core warrior, and he was being bullied by the northern and southern dynasties. But, in just 2 months, their roles had been completely reversed and it was Jiang who had saved him. That's enough, junior disciple Guan, don't think too much about it. Just rest well. In less than 3 days you will fully recover. Chief Jiang is now in secluded cultivation, let's not disturb him. When he comes out from his secluded cultivation, you can have a good reunion. Tianishan said. On the other side, De Huang Dog was sleeping soundly. A golden barrier appeared around his body, wrapping him up into a huge cocoon. Chapter 219. De Huang Dog was on the verge of breaking through to the divine core realm, and now that he had devoured so many natural essences, his body was filled with massive amounts of energy. Although he was sleeping soundly right now, he was going through a real transformation. The golden cocoon covering De Huang Dog's body was getting bigger and bigger. Breaking through to the divine core realm was extremely important for him. As long as he broke through to the divine core realm, De Huang Dog would be able to awaken at least one powerful innate ability, an innate ability with incredible offensive strength. Currently, besides having a powerful treasure hunting ability, De Huang Dog's head was the best in terms of combat. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would definitely experience a tremendous transformation. Jiang room was filled with energy ripples. He was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and as the amount of demon souls, devil souls and crystal cores kept decreasing, Jiang Chen's aura was becoming stronger and stronger. New dragon marks were forming in his qi. Jiang Chen had a concept of time. This time he was going to spend 3 days absorbing all these demon souls and crystal cores. He wanted to stabilize his cultivation, and there was no need to rush. The entire stronghold was very quiet. There were 2 alliances that came to express their goodwill, but they were all sent away by Tian Yishan with just a few words. Now, Jiang Chen was in charge of this stronghold, and even if they wanted to express their goodwill, they would have to wait until Jiang Chen came out from his secluded cultivation. After the battle between Jiang Chen and Yang Shua, his fame had skyrocketed. Everyone in the outer perimeter of Inferno City had heard of him, and it wouldn't take long before Jiang Chen's fame would spread to the middle area of Inferno City. One day later, Guan Yiyun and the others had left their beds. Their injuries had recovered by 40%, and their cultivations had started recovering bit by bit. 2 days later, Guan Yiyun's injuries had almost fully recovered, and the few of them were full of energy and vigor. Boss Jiang, this soul rejuvenation pill really has the effect of rejuvenating the soul. It's really amazing. It's only been 2 days, but we've already recovered from such serious injuries. Not only that, I didn't die from the injury and instead I gained a lot of enlightenment. With the help of the elixir concocted by Chief Jiang, I can break through the heavenly core realm and break through to the divine core realm. Right now, I'm the only one who is still a heavenly core warrior, and I won't be a burden to everyone anymore. With Chief Jiang leading us in the future, we won't have to worry about being bullied in Inferno City, and we won't have to live in fear every day. Everyone's gloomy mood from the past few days was swept away, and their faces were filled with excitement. Chief Jiang has also benefited a lot from the battle with Yang Shua. He is currently in seclusion. Once he comes out, he will definitely be even more powerful. Tian Yishan said with a smile. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud boom rang out from within the stronghold, and a powerful energy wave spread out like a tide, quickly engulfing the entire sky. What a powerful energy! It brings with it a suffocating pressure. Guan Yiyun was shocked. His energy is still rising. This is the sign of him breaking through to the divine core realm. This energy carries a holy aura. It's not Chief Jiang's aura, it's De Huang's. De Huang is breaking through to the divine core realm. A shocked expression emerged on Tian Yishan's face. 2 days ago, De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen were in seclusion together, and he never expected De Huang Dog to break through to the divine core realm so quickly. When he thought about how De Huang Dog broke through to the divine core realm, Tian Yishan nearly threw up a mouthful of blood. Breaking through to the divine core realm while sleeping? All of a sudden, a deep roar sounded out from the room where De Huang Dog was cultivating. The roar sounded like a dragon's roar. It wasn't loud, but it had a powerful penetrating force. Tian Yishan and the other men's bodies trembled. For a moment they felt dizzy and their souls were shaken. They nearly lost control of their minds. The few men looked at each other and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Just a single roar had made their souls tremble, and this was just the aftermath of the roar. If the roar was aimed at one person, that person's soul might have been shattered by now. This is terrifying. Chief Tian, is this the dog you were talking about? It's so frightening. Someone was shocked. There is indeed a mysterious De Huang Dog following junior disciple Jiang. This dog is no ordinary dog, he is a demon beast with innate abilities. I'm afraid the roar just now is the innate ability De Huang has awakened. Guan Yiyun said. I've seen some sound wave combat skills, but I've never seen something like De Huang's. The roar isn't loud, but it can shake one's soul. Tian Yishan took a deep breath. He could imagine how strong De Huang Dog would be after breaking through to the divine core realm. Swoosh! De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and dashed out from the room. His entire body was glowing with a golden light, and his body was much bigger than before. He looked extremely mystical. Kaka, Master Dog has finally broken through to the divine core realm. Little Chinzi, come out and face your death. Master Dog is going to get revenge. This guy is in secluded cultivation. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. He was getting ready to fight Jiang Chen again. 2 days ago he was beaten up by Jiang Chen and he still couldn't forget it. But right after that, De Huang Dog sensed that Jiang Chen was in secluded cultivation, so he immediately shut his mouth. This guy is in secluded cultivation again. Don't tell me his cultivation level has improved again? Does that mean Daddy won't have the chance to get revenge again? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. But, Master Dog has just broken through to the divine core realm, so I need to show off my power. Since this guy isn't free, Master Dog will look for someone else. After saying that, De Huang Dog walked toward Tianyishan and Guaniyun while wagging his tail. Seeing De Huang Dog walking toward them, Tianyishan and the others immediately greeted him. They didn't dare show any neglect towards this dog. De Huang, long time no see. Guaniyun greeted with a smile on his face. Guaniyun, you're not bad, you still remember this Master Dog. Looks like your injuries are almost healed. Let's go, follow this Master Dog to do something important. De Huang Dog said with a proud expression. May I know what kind of important matter Master Dog is going to do? A man who looked to be in his 30s asked in a joyful manner. His name was Wang Heng and he was the only peak heavenly core warrior here. However, he was about to break through to the divine core realm soon. He was a smart man and he was someone who could adapt to circumstances. If not, with his cultivation level, he wouldn't have been able to survive in Inferno Hell for so long. After knowing the relationship between Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, and after seeing De Huang Dog's cultivation level, he immediately flattered Jiang Qin. His flattery was really loud. Others might not be able to accept it, but De Huang Dog could. Kaka, you're not bad, what's your name? From now on, this Master Dog will protect you. De Huang Dog laughed out loudly. This was the first time someone had addressed him as Master Dog, and it made him feel like he was in a superior position. My name is Wang Heng. I hope Master Dog will help me in the future. Wang Heng cupped his fist toward De Huang Dog. Damn it, Wang Heng, that's enough. A muscular man kicked Wang Heng's butt, immediately causing everyone to burst out into laughter. However, from this, one could tell that these men had a close relationship with each other. Obviously, everyone was already used to Wang Heng's way of doing things. Even Tianyishan and Guaniyun laughed. Normally, this guy was only good at flattering people, but he had actually brought a lot of benefits to everyone. Furthermore, they all knew Wang Heng very well. Although he was a sly person, he was actually a person who valued friendship and righteousness. De Huang, you said you're going to do something big, what is it? Guaniyun asked. You guys come with me. We're going to conquer the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City. We're going to make everyone submit to this Master Dog. De Huang Dog's eyes were glowing brightly. What? Conquer the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City? Was this a joke? Since the beginning of Inferno City's existence, no alliance had ever been able to conquer the entire outer perimeter. Everyone had been doing their own thing, and even someone as ambitious as xianxia couldn't conquer the entire outer perimeter. De Huang, about this, should we wait for Chief Jiang to come out from his secluded cultivation? Tianyishan said. Bullshit, this Master Dog has made up his mind. You guys lead the way, we'll go to all the strongholds. This Master Dog would like to see who dares to oppose me, I'll kill him. De Huang Dog had just broken through to the divine core realm. He was extremely confident, and he was eager to show off his strength. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. If he waited for Jiang Qin to come out from his secluded cultivation, all the attention would belong to Jiang Qin, and he, De Huang, would have nothing to do with it. Chief Tian, I think what De Huang said is right, no one has ever conquered the outer perimeter before, but that doesn't mean we can't. Chief Jiang even killed Yang Shura, no one in the outer perimeter dares defy him. We need to set a precedent. Yang Meng said. That's right, our Chief Jiang is going to be the chief of the entire outer perimeter, and in the future he will be the chief of the middle perimeter as well. Let's follow De Huang and settle all the strongholds, then when Chief Jiang comes out from his secluded cultivation, we'll give him a surprise. Another man said. These were all men who had been struggling on the edge of death, so they weren't afraid of anything bad. Soon everyone reached an agreement. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, they started walking towards the nearest stronghold. Along the way, Wang Heng and another early divine core warrior were carrying a huge rattan chair. De Huang Dog was sitting comfortably on the rattan chair, and his big head was swaying back and forth. His face was filled with enjoyment, and he looked just like an emperor who was going on an inspection tour. People always said that a dog emperor was a dog emperor, and this was a real dog emperor. Wang Heng was extremely happy. On the other side, the early divine core warrior had a dark expression on his face. Damn it, he was a divine core warrior, but he had become a dog sedan chair bearer. Wang Heng, that's a good idea, it showed this Master Dog's honorable status, it's worth praising. De Huang Dog said with a serious expression. As long as this Master Dog is comfortable. Wang Heng said with a flattering expression. He didn't care about the other divine core warrior's gaze. Kaka, second brother of the Heavenly King, Master Dog, Today we will sweep across all the strongholds, no one will dare disobey us. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly, then he started jumping up and down on the rattan chair. Soon the group arrived in front of another stronghold. This stronghold was also a manor and it was similar to the one Jiangchen was in. This stronghold is guarded by a mid-divine core warrior, and he's considered one of the strongest powers in the outer perimeter. Xianxia explained. Alright, let's start with this stronghold. Let's go in. Chapter 220. The Huang dog looked like he was going to do something big. He was going to challenge all the strongholds with these men. He was really courageous. Hearing that the Huang dog was going to do something big, Xuanhuan and the other men were excited. I'll go call the door, Yang Meng said. What door? Just fly in. Right after the Huang dog finished speaking, Wang Hung carried the stretcher and flew up into the sky. The divine core warrior behind him had no choice but to follow him and fly into the stronghold. Xianxia and the other men followed closely behind. The group landed in the stronghold in an aggressive manner. Who's there? In front of them, two warriors were drinking wine around a stone table. When they saw someone flying in, they immediately shouted out, "You two, quickly come here and greet this master dog." Wang Heng pointed his finger at the two men and said with a loud voice. Hearing this, the two men were so angry that their noses almost went crooked. Greet this master dog? Fuck you. But what was that dog? How could he be so arrogant and be carried by two warriors on a stretcher? This was way too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant dog before, and they had learned something new today. Just as the two men were about to curse, they saw Xianxia and Xuanhuan. They didn't know the Huang dog, but they knew Xianxia and Xuanhuan. Yang Shua had taken over Xianxia's stronghold, and this incident had caused quite a commotion. Many people knew who Xianxia was. But today Xianxia was different from before. Everyone knew that Xianxia now had a powerful backer, Jiangchen, who had killed Yang Shua. They couldn't afford to offend him. Xianxia, why did you break into our stronghold? One of them asked with a frown on his face. He didn't take the Huang dog seriously. Damn it, can't you see this master dog is sitting here? How dare you ignore me? Damn it. The Huang dog was instantly enraged. These two men were questioning Xianxia without talking to him. This was the biggest disrespect to him and he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Motherfucker, where did this dog come from? Get out. One of them couldn't hold it in any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Jiangchen behind him, he would have attacked directly. Courting death. The Huang dog was enraged. His body flashed and with a swoosh he rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. He was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of that person. That person's mind trembled and he didn't even have the time to react. When he finally reacted, it was already too late. Gotcha. The Huang dog bit the man's head off with its sharp teeth. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed head, reaching a height of over 10 feet. Whooshed right at this moment, everyone were shocked, including Xianxia and the other men. All of them had their mouths wide open. They knew that the Huang dog would be very strong after breaking through to the divine core realm, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. That was an early divine core warrior, but he was killed with just a bite, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Could this guy be any stronger? Of course, they didn't know that the Huang dog possessed the complete dragon horse bloodline. He was a true divine beast, and after breaking through to the divine core realm, not only did he awaken a powerful innate ability, his overall abilities had also been improved. His speed, the strength of his body, and the strength of his attacks, all of them were much stronger than before. A human at the same level as the Huang dog couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Get your boss out here. The Huang dog returned to his rattan chair and continued giving orders to the remaining man like an emperor. Mighty master dog. Wang Heng's eyes were shining like stars. The mighty strength of the Huang dog had completely overturned his imagination. The early divine core warrior behind him didn't complain anymore, and the rest of the men wanted to follow Wang Heng and call him master dog. The man was terrified. His companion was an early divine core warrior, but in the blink of an eye he was killed in front of him by a dog. This made him feel like he was dreaming. The man raised his head and whistled. In an instant, dozens of powerful auras emerged from all over the stronghold. Many men arrived in the blink of an eye. The man in the lead looked to be in his 50s and he had a muscular body. A ferocious look could be seen in his eyes, and anyone could tell that he was a ruthless man. This man was the boss of this stronghold. His name was xuanhuan, and he was a mid-divine core warrior. When the men saw the headless corpse lying on the ground, furious expressions emerged on their faces. Who did this? Xuanhuan shouted out loudly. It's them? The man pointed at De Huang Dog and his men. Xuanhuan, I'm sure you already know who we are. We're here today to advise you to surrender to Jiang Chen, and from now on, you'll obey Jiang Chen's orders. Tianyi said. Hearing the name Jiang Chen, Xuanhuan and the other men's expressions changed. Currently, there was no one in the outer perimeter of Inferno City who didn't know about Jiang Chen. Everyone here had witnessed the fight between Jiang Chen and Yang Shura. I have no grudges with Jiang Chen, we'll just walk our own paths. Why do we have to make things difficult for each other? You came here today and you just killed someone, don't you think you're being too overbearing? Xuanhuan was furious. If it wasn't for his fear of Jiang Chen, he would have already attacked. Is there anything more overbearing? Let me tell you, surrender to Master Dog right now, or else I'll bite you all to death in an instant. De Huang Dog was extremely arrogant. He didn't need to be polite when dealing with these people from Inferno Hell. This was the law of the jungle, whoever's fist was stronger would be the truth. Damn it, where did this dog come from? How dare he be so arrogant? Someone cursed. Shut up, don't be rude to Master Dog. Wang Heng said arrogantly. Looking at him, it was as if De Huang Dog was his father. Tianyi, why did Jiang Chen choose me? Xuanhuan asked. Not just you, all the strongholds in the outer perimeter must surrender to Jiang Chen. Guanyu said. What? You want to break the rules of Inferno City? The outer perimeter of Inferno City is complicated, no one has ever dared to monopolize it. Someone was shocked. That was in the past, no one ruled it, but that doesn't mean it's the rules of Inferno City. Now we want to break the rules. Our Chief Jiang is doing this for the peace of the outer perimeter. As long as you submit to Chief Jiang, you'll be safe in the future. Tianyi said with a smile. What a good Jiang Chen, his appetite is even bigger than Yang Shura's. Xuanhuan's face darkened. A trump card like this was simply fatal. Everyone were in a state of shock and no one noticed that De Huang Dog was in an abnormal state right now, and he looked a little dispirited. Damn it, using the soul-crunching tune consumes so much energy. It looks like I'll need at least half a month before I can use it again. I better be careful when using it in the future. But its power is really satisfying. De Huang Dog thought to himself. Chapter 221. The more powerful the innate ability was, the more energy it would consume. De Huang Dog's soul-crunching sound was too terrifying. It was an invisible attack that was impossible to defend against. But at the same time, using the soul-crunching sound consumed a lot of energy for De Huang Dog. Judging from the current situation, he could only use it once every half a month. If he forced himself to use it, he wouldn't be able to bear the powerful backlash. All of Xuanhuan's men were scared out of their wits. Their boss, a mighty mid-divine core warrior, had just been roared to death by a dog. So, this dog was the real leader of this group of men, a truly abnormal existence. You bastards, do you want to submit? De Huang Dog raised his head and asked. Should I submit? What a joke. Was there even a possibility of not submitting? Even Xuanhuan was dead. Looking at this dog, anyone who dared to say no would be roared to death immediately. Submitting to us is your best choice. Besides, submitting to us won't do you any harm. Chief Jiang and Master Dog can guarantee your safety in Inferno City. Wang Heng said arrogantly. Ever since he came to Purgatory, he had never been so arrogant. We submit. Everyone hurriedly bowed. To them, it didn't matter which boss they followed. In any case, they would have to hand over a portion of the treasures they obtained in Purgatory to their boss. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with changing from Xuanhuan to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was much more powerful than Xuanhuan. Elder Dog, which stronghold are we going to next? Wang Heng asked flatteringly. The few of you bring Xuanhuan's corpse to the outer regions. Let them know the consequences of not submitting. After that, come to our stronghold and see Lord Dog one by one. De Huang Dog was awe-inspiring. After killing Xuanhuan, he became even more arrogant. He could no longer be bothered to move himself. He wanted others to come and worship him. This dog emperor was really addicted to being a dog. Good. With Lord Dog's noble status, it is only right for me to do so. Wang Heng's bootlicking was so loud that De Huang Dog enjoyed it even more. Tell them that if they don't come and surrender by tomorrow, Lord Dog will kill them without mercy. De Huang Dog exuded a lofty aura from head to toe, as if he was about to float to the sky. On the same day, Tianyishan and his men brought Xianhuan's dead body to the outer perimeter of Inferno City. There were at least 30 alliances like this in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, and all of them had mid-divine core warriors guarding them. There were no late divine core warriors among them, as all the late divine core warriors had gone to the middle and inner perimeter of Inferno City. Xianhuan's death had a huge impact on many powers, and a Huang dog's reputation soared like the wind. In a short period of time he had become a household name. Only then did they realize that there was a terrifying De Huang dog by Jiang Chen's side. Damn it, I didn't expect this Jiang Chen's ambition to be even greater than Yang Shua's. He actually wants to rule the entire outer region. If the entire outer perimeter is under Jiang Chen's control, then we'll have to share some of the treasures we find with him. Even if it's just a small amount, when all of these alliances are put together, they will be a terrifying force. Doesn't that mean Jiang Chen will just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor? He will become the local tyrant of the outer perimeter. Sigh, we don't have the strength to fight back. Xuanhuan was such a powerful being, but he was still killed. If we don't obey him, I'm afraid we'll end up the same way. At this moment, the entire outer perimeter was in an uproar. Xuanhuan's death had a huge impact on all the alliances. If they didn't obey him, they might be the next ones to die. In a stronghold located at the eastern side of Inferno City's outer perimeter, 6 men were sitting in a big hall. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. These 6 men were all mid-divine core warriors, and they were the chiefs of their respective alliances. That dog has given us an ultimatum. If we don't obey him tomorrow, he will kill us all. Someone said. This is too presumptuous. Even with Yang Shua's wild ambition, he doesn't have the guts to rule the entire outer perimeter. Inferno City has existed for a very long time, and all the people here have either died, left. It has always been scattered and has never been unified. Jiang Chen is just ignoring the rules. Damn it, Daddy doesn't want to obey him. In Inferno Hell, it's extremely difficult for us to survive by ourselves. The only reason they want us to obey them is because they want us to hand over our crystal cores. It's just too difficult to kill a 9-life crystal beast, and the crystal cores we got aren't even enough for us to use. If we hand over more crystal cores, we won't be able to continue living anymore. I refuse to obey. A muscular man with a scar on his forehead said angrily. They had misunderstood this point. Jiang Chen didn't know anything about this, it was all Big Yellow's doing. The reason why Big Yellow did this was to show off his power. As for the crystal cores, Big Yellow didn't even think about it. Big Yellow, you're right. You're right. Of course, just because he wanted to show off, he wanted to rule the entire outer perimeter. This kind of reason really made everyone speechless. Brother Zhuge, why don't you say something? Among all the alliances in the outer perimeter, your combat strength is the strongest, you've reached the peak mid-divine core realm. Although there are always conflicts between our alliances, none of us want to be controlled by someone else. An old man in his 50s said. All the men threw their gazes over to the middle-aged man who sat in the main seat. This man had a fair face and he looked gentle and elegant, just like a Confucian scholar. He was waving a paper fan in his hand, and he gave off a carefree vibe. But his eyes were glowing with a fierce light, proving that he was not a kind man. How many of those who could survive in Inferno Hell could be kind? If he wants to live in peace with us, of course we'll respect him. After all, with our strength, we're no match for him. But if Jiang Chen insists on ruling the entire outer perimeter, I, Zhuge Yun, will be the first one to disagree. Besides, it's not Jiang Chen who is here, it's that dog. If we submit to a dog, we'll lose all our face. Therefore we have to resist. Zhuge Yun said as he squinted his eyes. Brother Zhuge, with our strength, I don't think we're a match for Jiang Chen, right? Someone said with a frown on his face. That Jiang Chen is really strong, even Yang Shua is no match for him. But although he has incredible talent, he's still below the divine core realm. If all the divine core warriors in the outer perimeter strike together, I believe Jiang Chen and that dog won't be able to defend themselves even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms. Zhuge Yun said with a sneer on his face. There are at least 50 mid-divine core warriors in the outer perimeter, and including those early divine core warriors, there are more than 200 to 300 of them. Such a massive force, it's really shocking. Although that Jiang Chen has incredible talent, he still can't fight so many people at once. With so many of them striking together, I'm sure he won't be able to defend himself. Someone agreed. The most important thing now is how to unite all the alliances. Someone furrowed his brows. This is related to everyone's welfare, and I believe the chiefs of the other alliances don't want to be controlled by someone else. You guys quietly go to each stronghold and invite them here. I believe they won't have any objections. This time we need to form the first great alliance and kill Jiangchen. The situation in the outer perimeter of Inferno City can't be changed just because of a kid who just arrived. Zhuge Yun stood up from his seat, a cold expression emerged on his face. Alright, we'll do it now. That Jiangchen killed Yang and he got a huge amount of benefits. This time we'll kill Jiangchen and we'll split the benefits equally. Someone said. The rest of the men burst into laughter. In their minds, Jiangchen was already a dead man, and all the treasures would be divided among them. At this moment, the chiefs of all the alliances were at their wits' end. They were all cruel and merciless people and they were used to being the chiefs. How could they be willing to be controlled by someone else? Besides, once they surrendered, they would have to hand over all the treasures, and this was something they couldn't accept. However, if they fought back, there was no way they could fight against their enemies. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes, and now, De Huang Dog had appeared and even xuanhuan was killed by him. If they fought back they would definitely end up like xuanhuan. Therefore, being invited by Zhuge Yun at this moment, they were all very excited. All the chiefs had the same thought, even the two chiefs who had approached Jiang Chen before had the same thought. They only wanted to get along with Jiang Chen peacefully, and they didn't want to be swallowed by Jiang Chen. Without any accidents, all the alliances had successfully gathered together. Good, looks like everyone has the same idea. Although that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog are very strong, with so many of us working together, we should be able to kill them. I, Zhuge Yun, promise that after we kill Jiang Chen, all the treasures will be divided equally among us. Zhuge Yun said. Alright, let's kill that little punk. That's right, he wants to rule the entire outer perimeter as soon as he arrived, he really doesn't know how strong he is. All the chiefs were filled with righteous indignation. Everyone calm down. Let's come up with a plan first, we'll set off tomorrow. Zhuge Yun said. De Huang Dog and his men had no idea what was going on. De Huang Dog was leisurely sitting on a rattan chair, waiting for all the alliances to come and submit to him. De Huang, in my opinion we should go to all the strongholds and have a look. We've never tried to rule the outer perimeter before, I'm afraid those chiefs might be forced into a corner. Guan Yun said with a frown on his face. Ian, why are you such a coward? This master dog is a mighty man, even xuanhuan is dead and they still dare to act recklessly? After De Huang Dog broke through to the divine core realm, he was emitting an arrogant aura from all over his body. He had no idea that because of his arrogance, he was going to bring an unprecedented upheaval to the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been in secluded cultivation, had absorbed all the divine core demon souls and crystal cores. He now had a total of 150 dragon marks in his body, and he now had a total of 750 dragon marks in his body. He was just one step away from breaking through to the divine core realm, and his combat strength had once again reached a terrifying level. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the more energy he would need to form dragon marks. Especially when he was about to break through to the next realm, it was extremely difficult. If not, these crystal cores and demon souls would have allowed him to form more dragon marks. Chapter 222. Buzz. Jiang Chen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Energy ripples could be felt all over his body, and buzzing sounds could be heard. Perfect, 750 dragon marks. My cultivation level has reached the peak heavenly core realm, and my combat strength has improved once again. Now, I won't have to fear any ordinary late divine core warriors. A bright light emerged from Jiang Chen's eyes. He was emitting confidence from all over his body, it was a strong confidence. His chi and blood were like dragons and his body was as tough as steel. As the dragon marks moved about, he could unleash a vast amount of energy. Under the heavens there wasn't another abnormal heavenly core warrior like him. His combat strength represented the pinnacle of the heavenly core realm, a peak that no one could reach. As for the remaining 50 dragon marks, I'll need to focus on cultivating and comprehending them. I believe it won't take long before I break through to the divine core realm. With the strength of the dragon transformation skill, once I break through to the divine core realm, I'll be able to kill late divine core warriors with ease. Except for those geniuses from the big sects, no divine core warrior can be my match. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Although cultivating the dragon transformation skill was extremely difficult, and it required a huge amount of energy, The strength of the dragon transformation skill was incredibly terrifying. This was clearly shown by Jiang Qin. After the dragon marks were formed, Jiang Qin didn't leave his secluded cultivation right away. He closed his eyes again. He wanted to use the dragon transformation skill to calm the newly formed dragon marks and stabilize his cultivation level. The next day, just when De Huang Dog was getting impatient from waiting, the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City was filled with intense killing intent. Countless figures suddenly descended from the skies and landed in De Huang Dog's stronghold. There were over 30 alliances in the outer perimeter. There were about 400 to 500 men, and more than half of them were divine core warriors. This was a massive alliance and combat strength that could make anyone feel suffocated. If an alliance like this was placed in the Qi province, it was more than enough to turn the entire Qi province upside down and make people live in misery. Kaka, even if you're here to worship this master dog, you don't need to make such a big scene. De Huang Dog laughed out in a carefree manner. Master dog, I don't think they're here to serve you. Wang Heng whispered. The faces of Tian Shan and the others instantly changed. Damn you, Lord Dog isn't an idiot. Of course, I can see that they're not here to serve me. Damn it, this bunch of grandsons, they actually dared to play this trick on me. De Huang Dog cursed loudly. He was waiting for the scene of everyone worshipping him, but now it seemed that it would never happen. What he didn't expect was that not only were these people not intimidated by him, they even took the initiative to counterattack. This was truly too hateful. In fact, the methods that De Huang Dog used to deal with people in the outside world wouldn't work in purgatory. The people here lived on the edge of a blade and had seen too much blood. Their fierceness was comparable to that of a demon or a beast. If they were really forced into a corner, they would do anything. Moreover, they were powerful now, so they weren't afraid of Jiang Qin at all. Are you rebelling? Guanyu shouted. Rebellion? I don't think this word is appropriate. We're just defending our own interests. Don't you think a dog can make all of us serve you? Isn't that too ridiculous? Zhuge Yun kept waving the folding fan in his hand with a sneer on his face. What are you guys trying to do? You all know the strength of our boss Jiang. If you dare to offend his dignity, you're just courting death. Tian Shan also shouted. Haha, Tian Shan, don't be naive. Look at how many of us are here. Just a puny Jiang Qin, we can drown him with just a mouthful of saliva. Today we're going to kill Jiang Qin, kill all of you and rob all of your belongings. A rotund fatty threatened arrogantly. The others also had an imposing manner. As the saying went, strength in numbers. If it was just one or two of them dealing with Jiang Qin, they wouldn't have the guts to do so even if they were beaten to death. But now that hundreds of them had appeared at the same time, it was different. They were confident that they could raze this place to the ground and kill everyone who could breathe. Swoosh! Upon hearing this, Tian Shan and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They knew the men of Inferno City very well. They could kill without blinking an eye. These men didn't want to be controlled by Jiang Qin, and they had obviously teamed up with him. Today they were here to kill them. Master Dog, what should we do now? Wang Heng had a serious expression on his face, and a ferocious look could be seen in his eyes. He had just fully recovered from his injuries and absorbed the resurrection pill, and he had just broken through to the divine core realm. He wasn't a man who was afraid of death, and if a fight really broke out, he wouldn't just stand there and wait to be captured. But looking at the enemy's formation, it seemed like there was no way he could fight them. The gap between them was just too huge. All the warriors in the outer perimeter had gathered together, and there were so many divine core warriors. Even if Jiang Qin were to fight them himself, he still wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Damn it, how dare these bastards come here? Master Dog is going to kill them all today. I'm going to bite them all to death. De Huang Dog was furious. He had shown his mighty strength yesterday by using the soul-crunching tune to kill xuanhuan, but not only did he fail to establish his mighty strength, these bastards actually came here to kill him. This was really detestable. Not only that, the actions of Zhuge Yun and these men had seriously hurt De Huang Dog's proud pride. Damn it, let's fight them. Our lives are all thanks to Chief Jiang. Yang Ming shook his arm, then a huge blade appeared in his hand. He looked extremely imposing. You're just a lowly dog and you want us to surrender to you? What a joke. De Huang Dog, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down in front of me right now, I'll consider sparing your life and keeping you as my pet. Zhuge Yun waved the folding fan in his hand as he spoke to De Huang Dog. Fuck you, if I don't bite you to death today, this master dog will kill himself on the spot. De Huang Dog's eyes turned red, and he was instantly enraged. He was the descendant of the dragon horse, but someone had called him a lowly dog, and even threatened to make him kneel down and play with him like a pet. This was intolerable. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and dashed toward Zhuge Yun with incredible speed. You're courting death. Zhuge Yun's expression turned cold. However, he didn't dare underestimate De Huang Dog. After all, De Huang Dog had killed Xuanhuan, who was a mid-divine core warrior yesterday, which proved that he had some abilities. Swoosh. Zhuge Yun opened the folding fan in his hand and slapped it toward De Huang Dog's head. The folding fan in his hand looked ordinary, but it was actually a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Bang! The folding fan and De Huang Dog's head collided, causing a huge amount of sparks to fly out. The violent collision caused Zhuge Yun to suffer a huge backlash, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What a strong dog. Zhuge Yun's expression instantly changed. He was a peak mid-divine core warrior, not someone Xuanhuan could compare with. He had even used a high-ranked combat weapon just now, but even so he was still pushed back by De Huang Dog. How hard was this dog's head? Kaka, you bastard, how dare you look down on this master dog? You're courting death. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. Even though he was facing a group of a few hundred men, he didn't feel any fear. With his abilities he could go anywhere he wanted, and he wouldn't have to worry about his life. Even if these men formed an alliance, it would be impossible for them to kill De Huang Dog. However, not everyone was like De Huang Dog. If these few hundred men attacked at the same time, Tianishan and Guaniyun would definitely be killed. There was no way they could survive. Brother Zhuge, let's attack together and kill them all. Someone said in a fierce manner. Alright, everyone listen up, kill everyone here. All mid-divine core warriors, pay attention to Jiang Chen and this De Huang Dog. As soon as Jiang Chen shows himself, we'll attack him together and kill him. Zhuge Yun shouted out loudly. More than 50 mid-divine core warriors working together to kill a dog and a young heavenly core warrior, this was something they couldn't even imagine. For these mid-divine core warriors, this was a really shameful thing. But right now they couldn't care less about it. Bang! Right after Zhuge Yun's words left his mouth, a few hundred powerful energies shot up into the sky. Dozens of men dashed out and dashed towards Tianishan and the other men. Damn it, what should we do now? Wang Heng cursed out loud. Brothers, let's risk our lives. Killing one is worth it, killing two is worth it. Since these men want to kill us, we'll make them pay a heavy price. Tianishan's bloodthirst had been aroused. All of them had seen a lot of slaughters, and when they knew they were going to die, they unleashed all of their ferociousness. But there was no suspense in this kind of battle. With just one round of attacks, at least half of Tianishan and the other men would be killed, and the rest would be severely injured. Just then, a cold snort sounded from not too far away from the base. Then an earth-shattering boom resounded. Dazzling light shone, and everyone saw a blood-red dragon claw the size of a house descending from the sky towards the dozens of people pouncing on them. Bang, arg. The ground was shaking and miserable screams could be heard. At least 8 men didn't manage to escape. They were slammed onto the ground by the dragon claw and crushed into meat paste. Blood was flowing everywhere. Wah wah. The rest of the men who were lucky enough to escape started throwing up blood. The dragon claw was too powerful, and with their strength there was no way they could block it. So strong it's Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang has come out from his secluded cultivation. Haha, he killed 8 early divine core warriors with just a single slap, and injured dozens of men. Such combat strength is really frightening. Wang Heng and the other men who had lost all hope immediately had joyful expressions on their faces. Are you all here to court death? Jiang Qin came from afar. His voice was so cold that it could make anyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. His white clothes were fluttering in the wind as he hovered in the sky, and his body was covered in a golden light. Heavens, Chief Jiang is so young. His bearing alone is comparable to all of them. No wonder even Yang Shua is no match for him. That strike just now killed a few early divine core warriors. It's really shocking. I finally met Chief Jiang in person. He is much younger than I thought. A man like this is definitely a peerless genius. Even those abnormal geniuses from the Martial Saint Dynasty's Martial Palace can't compare with Chief Jiang's talent. Chapter 223. Just by standing there, Jiang Chen's aura was tremendous. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Zhuge Yun's group of a few hundred men suddenly became silent. No one dared say a word. Jiang Chen's name was like a living signboard. Besides, just now Jiang Chen had killed 8 early divine core warriors with just a single palm strike. Such a powerful attack had caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Junior disciple Jiang, these men are here to kill us all, Guaniyun said with a smile on his face. For some unknown reason, when facing the pressure from a few hundred men, when Jiang Qin appeared, he suddenly felt relaxed. All the despair and fear in his heart had disappeared, as if Jiang Qin alone could fight against an entire army. This was a great trust he had in Jiang Qin. Since Guaniyun and Jiang Qin knew each other, Jiang Qin had never been defeated once. At the same time, Guaniyun quickly told Jiang Qin what had happened through his divine sense. After listening to what happened, Jiang Qin almost threw up blood. He fiercely glared at the Huang dog. Do you really think these ferocious men are easy to be ruled by? Even if they did submit to us, not many of them were willing to do so. There was no way to manage them, and this was also the reason why no one had ever ruled Inferno City. The Huang dog was just looking for trouble by doing this. However, Jiang Qin knew this dog very well. This guy had just broken through to the divine core realm, and he was eager to show off. In other words, the reason why the Huang dog wanted all these strongholds to submit to him was just to show off his power. Jiang Qin's main reason for coming to Inferno Hell was the Earth Devil. After he came out from his secluded cultivation, he planned to go deeper into Inferno Hell and find out more information about the Earth Devil. He had no interest in ruling these alliances. Although Jiang Qin didn't want to cause any trouble, he wouldn't be afraid if he was provoked. The Huang dog was his brother, and even if he poked a hole in the sky, Jiang Qin would still stand up for him. Little Qinzi, these bastards just said they're going to kill you, the Huang dog said. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. As his strength increased again, his aura also became more intense. You want to kill me? Why aren't you attacking? Jiang Qin faintly spoke. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He would never be polite to those who wanted to kill him. He didn't care about the cause and effect of this matter. Just based on the actions of the other party today, Jiang Qin had a reason to kill all of them, to turn this place into a river of blood. Those who had been clamoring to kill Jiang Qin just a moment ago didn't say a word. It was easy to say they wanted to kill someone, but when Jiang Qin really stood in front of them, they instantly felt embarrassed. A single gaze from Jiang Qin was enough to cause fear to rise in their hearts. Even with so many experts joining forces, they still felt as if they were facing Jiang Qin alone. It was as if as long as Jiang Qin wanted to kill any one of them, they would die without a doubt. This kind of feeling was extremely unbearable. Jiang Qin, you're too ambitious trying to rule us all. We won't be satisfied. Today, over 30 of us have gathered together just to kill you. Zhuge Yun shouted loudly. At this time he had to stand out and speak. If no one else stood out, the will of these few hundred people would be destroyed by a single gaze from Jiang Qin. Furthermore, Jiang Qin's earlier attack was more than enough to shatter their morale. Originally, I didn't even have any interest in ruling over you all. But since you've come knocking on my door, I won't be polite. I'll give you all a chance to live. All of you pledge allegiance to my brother, De Huang. From now on you'll only follow De Huang's lead. No matter what De Huang says, you'll have to listen to him. Otherwise, since you've come today, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Qin said calmly. Since the Huang dog wanted to show off, he'd let him. Kaka good. Little Qinzi, you're too kind. You bunch of bastards, if you serve this master dog well in the future, when this master dog is happy, he'll naturally give you endless benefits. The Huang dog cackled as he leapt up and down in front of him. Bang! Zhuge Yun let out a cold shout. The furious expression on his face couldn't be erased. Jiang Qin, how dare you humiliate us with a dog? Jiang Qin's words made everyone furious. If it was Jiang Qin who said he wanted to rule over them, it would at least be a form of respect for them. But Jiang Qin actually asked them to pledge allegiance to a dog. So many divine core warriors had to serve a dog, this was too much of a bully, it was a huge humiliation to them. Aha, so what if I humiliate you? I, Jiang Qin, will do whatever I want. Today you've joined hands and invaded my stronghold, and you've decided to kill all of us, so why can't Daddy here humiliate you? Not only that, if you don't accept it, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Let alone killing a few hundred of you, even if I have to kill every single living being in Inferno Hell, as long as I, Jiang Qin, am happy, I won't even frown. Jiang Qin let out a loud laugh. He was unleashing a domineering aura from head to toe. The greatest saint in the world never needed a reason to kill someone, and he wouldn't show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Damn it, Chief Jiang is so domineering. Daddy's blood is boiling. Awesome. That's what a real man should do. Look down on the world, ignore everything, kill anything that stands in your way, kill anything that stands in your way. Daddy's blood is boiling. Damn it, kill them all. Yang Meng and the other men's blood was boiling because of Jiang Chen's domineering aura. Just a few words from Jiang Chen had ignited their blood. As men, which one of them didn't have a little bit of courage? Jiang Chen's arrogant aura was simply unstoppable. Tian Yishan and Guan Yun couldn't control themselves either. They looked at Jiang Chen with admiration in their eyes. As a genius from the younger generation, Jiang Chen's domineering aura was unparalleled. A man like him would definitely become someone great in the future. Brothers, did you see that? That little Jiang Chen doesn't want to let us live. Today either he dies or we die. All mid-divine core warriors attacked together. I don't believe that Jiang Chen can fight dozens of men by himself. Zhuge Yun waved the folding fan in his hand and shouted at the crowd. Kill Jiang Chen. That's right, with so many of us, we can easily crush Jiang Chen into a meat pie. He's just a heavenly core warrior, how strong can he be? Let's attack together. All the chiefs from the alliances were shouting and yelling. Their faces were ferocious and they were eager to attack. However, none of them dared attack first. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen was a tiger, not a sheep. Whoever attacked first would be the one to die. Seeing this, Jiang Chen let out a presumptuous laugh and said, "Since none of you have the guts to attack first, let me do it first." After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed towards the man who was closest to him. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. The man didn't even have the chance to react before he was caught by the true dragon palm. The killing intent emerged from Jiang Chen's body. He clenched his blood-red dragon claw, and in an instant, a cracking sound was heard, followed by a miserable shriek. The mid-divine core warrior's body exploded and turned into a blood mist. He was killed by the true dragon palm, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. What? The crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This was too frightening. Killing a mid-divine core warrior with his bare hands, this was not something a heavenly core warrior could do. This man wasn't a human, he was an ancient beast. Brother Jiang has become stronger again. Tian Yishan was the only one who knew how shocked he was. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he fought Yang Shua 3 days ago, and he was much stronger than before. It had only been 3 days, and facing such a peerless monster, any genius would feel a huge pressure. Damn it, this guy has really become stronger. Looks like Daddy's plan to get revenge is ruined again. Da Huang Dog curled his lips in a gloomy manner. He was thinking of fighting Jiang Chen after he broke through to the divine core realm, but he never expected Jiang Chen's combat strength to skyrocket once again. It looked like he had lost his chance again. While everyone was still in a daze, a long sword that looked like a poisonous snake suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. With ease, it pierced through a mid-divine core chief's chest. It was Yang Shua's bloodthirsty sword. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen kicked the man's dead body and sent it flying away. At the same time, he took the man's storage ring. These men were the chiefs of their respective strongholds, and they all had powerful backgrounds. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't let them go. In Inferno Hell, there was no such thing as justice or justice. Everyone was a robber, and it was very common to kill people for their wealth. Besides, Jiang Chen wouldn't even frown when he killed these men. Many of these men were exiled to Inferno Hell, and they were all evil men. Killing them was nothing. Attack now. Zhuge Yun roared out. He unleashed countless golden beams from the folding fan in his hand towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, no one dared hesitate any longer. In just a blink of an eye, 2 men had been killed by Jiang Chen, and if they delayed any longer, more men would die. Jiang Chen was too frightening. Do you really think you can kill me? Jiang Chen's energy was unparalleled. 750 dragon marks had brought his combat strength to a whole new level, and his combat strength was incredibly strong. Even when facing ordinary late divine core warriors, he would still have the courage to kill them. Rumble. At this moment, dozens of mid-divine core warriors attacked at the same time. It was a massive scene and colorful energy ripples could be seen everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen was engulfed by the energy ripples. At the same time, all the other men dashed towards Da Huang Dog, Tian Yishan, and the other men. Kaka, kill them all. Da Huang Dog laughed out loudly. With a golden beam covering his body, he rammed his way through the crowd. The early divine core Da Huang Dog couldn't stop him at all. Wherever his gigantic body passed, all men would be thrown off their feet. His head was as hard as a diamond, and whoever it touched would be killed instantly. At this moment, blood mist filled the air, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere on the ground. Blood kept flowing, and the entire stronghold's ground was dyed red. Brothers, kill them? The long sword in Tianyishan's hand shook, and he became the first one to attack. Guaniyun, Yang Meng, and the other men were laughing out loudly as well. A few men fighting against a few hundred men, perhaps this was the only time in their lives that they would experience a battle like this. Furthermore, it was a battle with such high morale. Their fighting spirit had been ignited by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Chapter 224. Bam bam bam, De Huang Dog was too powerful. Wherever he went, blood and flesh would fly in all directions. The dog head was an invincible weapon. All the mid-divine core warriors had joined forces to fight Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog, who had broken through to the divine core realm, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No matter how many men joined forces, it was useless. In just the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog had destroyed the enemy's group. There are too many of them, let's stick together. Tianyi shouted out loudly. He and Guaniyun took the lead and the rest of the men followed closely behind them. They charged into the enemy's group. Yuan energy was rumbling, combat skills were being used, and combat weapons were shining brightly. In the blink of an eye, the entire place had turned into a bloody battlefield. Everyone who was fighting here was a ferocious man, and their hands were stained with blood. When they started fighting, each of them was more ferocious than the last. Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. De Huang Dog was simply invincible. Besides that, Tianyi and Guaniyun were both extremely powerful warriors as well. Unless a mid-divine core warrior attacked, no one would be a match for them. Especially Tianyi, his strength was more than enough to fight a mid-divine core warrior. A sword beam slashed through Wang Heng's arm, causing him to spray out a stream of blood. Damn it! Wang Heng cursed. There were too many of them and it was impossible for him to defend against them. He had just broken through to the divine core realm, and his combat strength was still limited. He couldn't compare with the others and that was why he was immediately injured. Old Wang, can you do it? If you can't, just stand back. Yang Meng said to Wang Heng while fighting. Fuck, of course I can. How can a man say no? Wang Heng gnashed his teeth in anger. A battle like this could easily stimulate a man's courage. This was a real battlefield. Everyone be careful, there are too many of them. Don't let them separate us or else we'll be in danger. Guaniyun solemnly reminded. When the 7 of them worked together, they could form an impenetrable line of defense. If they were scattered by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were too many enemies. Once they were defeated one by one, their lives would be in danger. Right now, Jiang Chen was dealing with a few dozen late divine core warriors, and De Huang Dog was running amok in the enemy's camp, causing great pressure to the enemies. Both of them couldn't help Tianyi and the others, so they had to rely on themselves. De Huang Dog's body was as strong as a bull. He stuck out his tongue and ran wildly in the middle of the enemy's formation, paying no attention to the attacks coming from the enemies. Even when a combat weapon hacked at his head, it couldn't even leave a scratch on his skin. Motherfucking hammer, what is this dog's head made of? It's too hard. I'm going to die. De Huang Dog was too ferocious. It made people feel like they didn't know where to start. Moreover, it was extremely fast. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be run over and die a miserable death. On the other side, miserable screams could be heard everywhere. Jiang Chen was showing his mighty strength, and the bloodthirsty sword in his hand had turned into a poisonous snake. In just the blink of an eye, 8 men had died under his sword. Although a few dozen of them were working together, Jiang Chen's movements were too fast, and it was hard for them to attack him head-on. Jiang Chen's sword was fast and brutal. In the past, he had swept across the world with the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, and everyone was afraid of him. But Jiang Chen didn't have any amazing sword skills. His sword skills could only be described with one word: fast, pure fast and precise. With his sword, there was nothing that couldn't be broken. This was his exclusive sword skill. It didn't have a name, it was just brutal. Everyone, don't panic. Take out your combat weapons and attack from all directions. Zhuge Yun shouted out loudly. Many men were panicking after being attacked by Jiang Chen's sword, and they no longer had the arrogance and confidence they had before. Jiang Chen's existence had constantly cast a shadow over them. Swoosh, combat weapons surged out and killing intent filled the air from all directions. Devastating energy ripples filled the entire sky above the stronghold. The air was filled with blood mist, and the ground below was completely covered in blood. Broken limbs were everywhere. Let's see how you guys are going to stabilize yourselves. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Qin shouted, and 9 Jiang Chens appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Those warriors who were preparing to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike were all stunned. 9 identical Jiang Chens made them dizzy, and they didn't know which one to attack first. Puchi. While they were stunned, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. His real body attacked decisively and cut off the heads of 3 people in a row. Swoosh, 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 he was extremely brutal. The 9 phantom wolves continued, and there were still 9 Jiang Chens. Those who were already terrified were now completely disrupted, and they could only attack all of the Jiang Chens. Unfortunately, after the doppelgangers were destroyed, Jiang Chen's real body had already killed 2 more people. Damn it, I can't fight anymore, he's too sick. Some people couldn't take it anymore. Fighting against someone like Jiang Chen was an extremely painful thing. Since you guys are courting death, I'll give you a quick death. Firethorn combat armor. Jiang Chen shouted again. He put away the bloodthirst sword, and the Firethorn combat armor appeared on his body. Then he charged towards those warriors who were already scared out of their wits. Swoosh swoosh. Not only did the Firethorn combat armor have an amazing defense, it could also unleash powerful attacks. Beams of golden light shot out from the spikes, randomly attacking the enemies. Clang, clang, clang. Those chiefs were scared by Jiang Chen's attacks. When they saw Jiang Chen changing to a more powerful attack, they immediately used their combat weapons to block the incoming golden beams. When they blocked the golden beams, Jiang Chen's men had arrived. Bang! The Firethorn combat armor was extremely powerful, and anyone who was hit by it would die for sure. Even mid-divine core warriors couldn't defend against it. Bang bang bang! At this moment, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were in 2 different camps, using the same method to rampage around, killing their enemies until they were scared witless. I'm done, I'm done. A mid-divine core chief who had lost an arm shouted out loudly. There was no way they could continue this fight. Jiang Chen wasn't a human, he was a ferocious beast. The situation was completely different from what they had expected. More than 50 mid-divine core warriors were attacking together. Initially, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to defend against such an attack. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be so ferocious? You think you can stop fighting just because you say so? Go to hell. Jiang Chen's killing intent skyrocketed. He unleashed the true dragon palm and smashed the man into a meat patty. Arg! Miserable screams filled the air. An unprecedented brutal slaughter was taking place in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. This battle would be recorded in the history of Inferno Hell, and after this battle, it would take the alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno Hell to recover. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were both extremely ferocious. Hundreds of men couldn't even defend against them. Tian Yishan and a few other men had suffered various injuries, but these injuries were nothing serious. Their eyes had turned red, and they kept swinging the combat weapons in their hands. Invincible Iron Fan. Zhuge Yun unleashed his full strength. The folding fan in his hand started spinning at an incredible speed. Under the control of his yuan energy, the folding fan turned into a huge fan the size of a small hill. A bright light shot up into the sky and swept towards Jiang Chen. Zhuge Yun's cultivation had reached the peak mid-divine core realm, and he was the strongest among all these men. If it was a few days ago, Jiang Chen might have to spend some effort to kill Zhuge Yun. But now, with his combat strength of 750 dragon marks, Zhuge Yun was nothing in front of him. Since you're the leader, I'll kill you first. Jiang Chen leapt into the air. He pointed his finger like a sword, then he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. 6 bright and huge fingers merged into one, then they pierced towards the iron fan. Rumble, a loud explosion sounded out as if the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing. Zhuge Yun's iron fan was knocked away by the impact. After Jiang Chen was able to unleash the 6 solar fingers, its power had reached an unimaginable level. Even Yang Shua's myriad returning swords was no match for it, let alone Zhuge Yun's iron fan. Blood sprayed out from Zhuge Yun's mouth. His body was swaying in the sky and his face was pale and filled with shock. If one didn't fight Jiang Chen personally, they would never know how frightening Jiang Chen was. Only now did Zhuge Yun realize that Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he killed Yang Shua 3 days ago. Jiang Chen was not someone he could handle. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come here today. Swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He moved like a phantom and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Zhuge Yun. He then slapped Zhuge Yun's face. That slap directly slapped Zhuge Yun down from the sky, sending him crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving him in a daze. Jiang Chen rapidly descended from the sky, killing another man along the way. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's attack was brutal and merciless. He forcefully stepped on Zhuge Yun's head with his foot. Zhuge Yun's head was pushed into the ground, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. He died on the spot. I'll kill anyone who refuses to obey me. Jiang Chen acted like an overlord. The Firethorn combat armor had once again transformed into the bloodthirsty sword, and with a single slash, he sliced a mid-divine core warrior in half. His voice was like a loud bell, shocking everyone's souls. Up until now, more than half of the mid-divine core warriors had died in his hands. Jiang Chen would take away their storage rings, all of which were treasures. Zhuge Yun has been killed. I surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Someone shouted out loudly. A battle like this was extremely frightening. None of them had experienced anything like this in their lives. We're not fighting anymore. We surrender. We surrender. Please spare our lives. We surrender, please spare our lives. Surrendering was contagious, especially when faced with a desperate slaughter. These men were all cruel men, and they had been through many dangerous battles. But when faced with a meaningless battle like this, surrendering was the best choice. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre, and it was meaningless. When a man didn't even have the ability to fight with his life on the line, there was no point in continuing the battle. Zhuge Yun was dead, and they believed that if the battle continued, all of them would be killed by Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about this. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's ruthlessness, and he wouldn't even frown if he killed them all. All the chiefs had surrendered, and those men who were badly injured by De Huang Dog were terrified. They immediately surrendered. No surrendering. This master dog hasn't killed enough. Chapter 225. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down while spitting out flames from his mouth. He was in the mood to kill, so how could he just surrender like that? Zhuge Yun was dead, and more than half of the mid-divine core warriors had died. The rest of the men were terrified and had lost all their will to fight. Less than 300 men were left from the original 500 men. Dead bodies piled up like a mountain on the ground, and blood was flowing everywhere. It was truly a scene of blood flowing like a river, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. They didn't feel anything during the battle, but now that it had stopped, those who were still alive couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to them if the battle continued. The entire sky was covered in a blood-red mist, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This place was no longer a peaceful stronghold, it had turned into a bloody hell. No more fighting, we surrender. Chief Jiang, from now on we'll listen to you. Someone couldn't take it anymore, he said with a sobbing tone. Master Dog, I surrender, I'm willing to serve Master Dog. That's right, what happened today wasn't our intention, it was all Zhuge Yun's instigation. We sincerely wanted to surrender to Chief Jiang and Master Dog, but that Zhuge Yun instigated us, saying that if we didn't obey we would die. That's right, we were forced to do this. Chief Jiang is a mighty warrior, we are just small shrimps, we are no match for him. Zhuge Yun is just like a firefly, he wanted to compete with the bright moon, he brought shame upon himself. It's good that he died. Damn it, I've always hated Zhuge Yun, if it wasn't for him, I would have surrendered to Chief Jiang yesterday. The men were talking one after another, they were afraid that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't even give them a chance to surrender. Fuck. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swear. Tianyi Shan and the others rolled their eyes as well. Today they had finally witnessed what it meant to be shameless. These men had committed all sorts of heinous crimes in the outside world, and when they came here they would do anything just to stay alive. They were truly shameless. Zhuge Yun was dead, and all the responsibility had fallen onto Zhuge Yun's shoulders. If Zhuge Yun was still alive, perhaps he would have vomited blood and died on the spot. All of you shut up. Guan Yun furiously shouted. The men immediately shut their mouths, no one dared say another word. They were now like fish on a chopping block, if they wanted to stay alive they had to behave themselves. The mid-divine core warriors stared at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression. Jiang Chen. Today Jiang Chen's ferocious and ruthless actions had left a shadow in their hearts. You want to surrender to me, but I'm not willing. I can spare you, I don, but if you do and I won. Jiang Chen slowly put away the bloodthirsty sword. Hearing that Jiang Chen wasn't going to kill them, everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief, but they didn't know what kind of punishment Jiang Chen would give them. Hand over all the human elixir, earth elixir, demon souls, devil souls, crystal cores, herbs, natural essences, combat weapons, everything in your storage rings. If anyone dares keep anything, my sword will show no mercy. Jiang Qin said with a sneer on his face. This was a blatant robbery. What? Jiang Qin's words caused everyone to cry out in shock. They felt as if their flesh was being cut off bit by bit with a knife. Haha, Chief Jiang is really ruthless. This move is worse than death for them. Wang Heng, who had many wounds on his body, burst into laughter. That's right, Chief Jiang is going to take everything from them. He didn't even give them the human elixir. Losing all their belongings, it will be hard for them to survive in Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell can't absorb the natural essences from the outside world. Most of them have to rely on human elixir and crystal cores for their cultivation. Without resources, it will be hard for them to survive in Inferno Hell. If that's the case, they can only go to the inner region of Inferno Hell and try to find a way to kill the 9 life crystal beasts. Even their combat weapons have been taken by Chief Jiang. If they go into Inferno Hell like this, they will most likely die if they encounter the 9 life crystal beasts. Not to mention, those demons and devils are not easy to deal with. They deserve it. Chief Jiang spared their lives, that's the biggest kindness. If we fell into their hands today, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. Tian Shan and the others were extremely happy. Jiang Qin was killing people without spilling any blood. More importantly, most of the warriors in the outer perimeter of Inferno City had gathered here, and Jiang Qin had collected all their wealth. That was an incredible amount of wealth. Not to mention the pills, natural essences, and demon soul cores, there were also a few hundred combat weapons of different ranks. Damn it, such a huge amount of wealth, it was simply unimaginable. I'll count to 3, hand over everything in your storage rings. After 3 breaths I'll start killing. Don't think I'm joking, I'm only joking with my friends. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Chief Jiang will give you all the treasures, but can you leave the combat weapons for us? Someone asked. With the combat weapons in their hands, they would have a higher chance of surviving in Inferno Hell. Swoosh. As soon as the man finished his words, Jiang Qin's sword beam flashed across and chopped off his head. No way. Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was a devilish smile. It was too cruel, too domineering. You have another choice, and that is death. Jiang Qin would never show mercy to his enemies. Sparing their lives was already Jiang Qin's mercy. Walala? At this moment no one dared to hesitate any longer. Everyone immediately poured out all the treasures in their storage rings. In an instant the entire stronghold was emitting colorful lights. All kinds of natural essences emitted their auras, which diluted the stench of blood. With a thought, Jiang Qin stored all the treasures into his own storage ring. He had killed quite a number of people, so he had accumulated quite a number of storage rings. Once one was filled, the next one could be filled, and in the end he could even store all the storage rings in one storage ring. Besides, Xianxia and Zhuge Yun's storage rings were quite spacious. No matter how many treasures he had, he would still be able to store them all. Seeing their life savings being taken away by Jiang Qin, many people almost cried. Some of the more severely injured ones even spat out blood on the spot. This is too cruel, it's practically killing them. At this moment, everyone could not help but hate Zhuge Yun. Looking at their faces, they could not wait to tear Zhuge Yun's corpse into pieces. Today's ending was directly related to Zhuge Yun. If it wasn't for Zhuge Yun summoning them, these people would have no choice but to submit to Jiang Qin, even though they were unwilling. Now, not only had so many people died, they were also stripped naked. How could they continue living in the future? Hee, this is so satisfying, so satisfying. Wang Heng laughed heartily. Ever since he came to Inferno Hell, he had never felt so satisfied, never had he felt so good. Tian Shan and Guan Yun's grins almost reached the back of their ears. Being fellow disciples of Jiang Qin, they felt an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts. The way these men looked at Jiang Qin was filled with admiration. This man was always emitting a unique brilliance and manly charm. All sorts of treasures flowed into Jiang Qin's storage ring like a tidal wave. Together with the storage rings of all the people Jiang Qin had killed, he had basically wiped out the entire outer perimeter of Inferno Hell. In terms of robbing, Jiang Qin was definitely number 1 in the world. Soon all the treasures were taken away by Jiang Qin. Those who had lost their treasures had sad expressions, as if their mothers had died. But no matter what, they were still alive. If not, their treasures would be taken away by someone else. Chief Jiang, can we leave now? A mid-divine core chief said with a sobbing tone. Just get lost. Jiang Qin casually waved his hand. Today's harvest was huge, he had become the richest man under the heavens. His current wealth was greater than the entire black sects. After hearing Jiang Chen's order, these people dared not hesitate any longer. They immediately turned around and left. "All of you stop right there." Right at this moment, De Huang Dog spoke out. The group who were about to leave immediately halted their steps. Damn it, is this over and over again? Everyone's expressions darkened, but they knew that this dog was really hard to deal with. "Did this master dog say you can leave?" De Huang Dog said with an arrogant tone. Everyone immediately threw their gazes over at Jiang Qin, but to their surprise, Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to them. It was as if he didn't hear De Huang Dog's words at all. "You bunch of bastards, how dare you insult this master dog just now? You really deserve to die. According to this master dog's character, I'll bite all of you to death on the spot." De Huang Dog's words caused everyone's relaxed hearts to tighten once again. It looked like they might not even be able to keep their lives. All of them had witnessed how cruel this dog was. Something like biting them to death, De Huang Dog would definitely do it. However, since little Qinzi has spared your lives, this master dog will be magnanimous as well. But not biting you to death doesn't mean this master dog's anger is gone. This master dog will still punish all of you. The big yellow dog stood on its hind legs and put its front legs behind its back, which made it look extremely funny. Another punishment? Everyone's faces darkened immediately. "You still want to punish us? We don't even have any fur on us." Someone gathered up his courage and said, "Damn it, who wants your fur? Come up here one by one, bow to this master dog, then say loudly, 'Master dog, I was wrong.'" De Huang Dog said in a serious manner. "Fuck." Jiang Qin, Guaniyun, and the others staggered and nearly fell to the ground. "Damn it, a dog, why did he have to be so arrogant? Hurry up, let's start with you." De Huang Dog pointed at the person closest to him. That person's forehead was filled with black lines. Bowing to a dog and saying that he was wrong? Would he still be able to live in the future? That person sighed and thought to himself, "Forget it. It's hard to say whether I can live in the future. But now I have to live, so I can only compromise." Immediately he walked to the front of De Huang Dog, bowed and said, "Master dog, I was wrong. You're not sincere enough. Say it again loudly. If you're still not sincere, this master dog will bite you to death on the spot." Chapter 226. Plot. That person originally thought that he was about to be liberated. However, when he heard De Huang Dog's words, he immediately laid on the ground. Damn it, this sentence was really hard to say. The other party was a dog. In his entire life he had never dreamed that he would have to bow down to a dog. He even had to call it Lord Dog. If he didn't call it loud enough, he would have to do it again. If he didn't do it well, he would be bitten to death. Ha ha, Wang Hang and the others couldn't hold it in anymore. They burst into laughter. Big Yellow is really a rare talent that only appears once in 10,000 years. Guaniyun was also grinning from ear to ear. This dog was too amusing. He could simply torture people to death. That person crawled up from the ground. His face was flushed. Without raising his head, he shouted loudly at De Huang Dog, "Lord Dog, I was wrong." Only God knew if this person's heart would break into two after shouting, "Lord Dog, I was wrong" twice. Alright, Lord Dog is satisfied. You can scram now. The people behind you have to be like him. The louder you shout, the more respect you have for Lord Dog. Line up one by one. No one is allowed to fight. De Huang Dog raised his hoof and waved it in front of him. Tian Shan and the others almost fainted. Who would fight for such a shameful thing? "I can't take it anymore." Jiang Qin covered his face and walked away. He really couldn't stay here any longer. Guaniyun and the others watched with great interest. They were so happy that they forgot to leave. What happened next was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. This was a rare miracle. Next, those people who had all their treasures taken away by Jiang Qin all shouted at De Huang Dog, "Lord Dog, I was wrong." Only God knew if some of them would go back and bang their heads against the wall to commit suicide. De Huang Dog was on cloud 9. He had never been so complacent before. His dog's tail was about to reach the sky. There were more than 200 people, not one less. De Huang Dog listened carefully to more than 200 shouts of, "Master Dog, I was wrong." Those who were not satisfied would have to try again, and those who were satisfied would be allowed to pass. Only after everyone had left with their tails between their legs did the clamor of the stronghold finally die down. Those who had walked out of the stronghold all let out loud cries towards the sky. What had happened today would become the greatest humiliation of their lives. Many of them cursed at Zhuge Yun, while some even pointed their fingers at the few members of Zhuge Yun's alliance who had not died yet. Those few were even more pitiful. First, they had their treasures stolen, then they were humiliated by the dogs. They thought that they had managed to escape with their lives, but in the end they were crippled by their own people. Inside the stronghold, the blood and the body interweaved, forming an azura slash. Tian Yishan and the others frowned. "Boss Tian, we have to deal with these corpses," Yang Meng said. "Burn them all with fire." Da Huang Dog's majestic body soared into the sky, hovering above the corpses. He spat out fire from his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, all the corpses were burnt to ashes. Even the blood on the ground was burnt away. Guan Yun waved his hand and unleashed a yuan energy storm, blowing away the ashes. The stronghold once again regained its tranquility. Only the faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and the cracks on the ground indicated that a fierce battle had just taken place here. At this time Jiang Chen had returned. Tian Yishan and the others looked at Jiang Chen with respect. Although it was the first time Wang Heng and the others had seen Jiang Chen, they were deeply impressed by Jiang Chen's domineering aura. "Boss Jiang, we thank you for saving our lives." Yang Meng was the first to speak. "We're brothers, you don't have to be so polite. Brother Tian and I are from the same sect, we'll be on the same side from now on, no need to be so polite. Here are some crystal cores and human elixir, you guys can use them to cultivate." Jiang Chen waved his hand, a few storage rings flew out and flew towards the few people. These storage rings contained at least hundreds of thousands of human elixir, and some crystal cores of different grades. This amount of wealth was just a drop in the bucket for the current him. He had obtained too much wealth this time. Although Jiang Chen didn't have the time to calculate it, he could imagine how huge the amount was. It was almost all the wealth in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. "Boss Jiang, you've saved our lives and now you're giving us human elixir and crystal cores? We're really ashamed," someone said embarrassedly. "Since it's given by Junior Jiang, just take it." Although Junior Jiang is cruel to his enemies, he's never stingy to his own people. Guan Yun said. "If that's the case, we'll have to thank Boss Jiang." Yang Meng cupped his fist. Everyone here was much older than Jiang Chen, but this was a world where strength was everything. They didn't feel awkward calling Jiang Chen boss. Of course, if they were to consider their mental age, they could call Jiang Chen their ancestor. Jiang Chen's mental age was definitely at the level of an old monster. "Little brat, today's battle was really exciting. The entire outer perimeter of Inferno City was almost wiped out." Da Huang Dog had a proud look on his face. He had shown off his power today and he felt really satisfied. Yeah, such an intense battle has never happened in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Boss Jiang robbed everyone in the outer perimeter, he's definitely the #1 bandit in Inferno Hell. Wang Heng laughed. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, someone slapped his head. Wang Heng turned around and saw Tian Yishan staring at him. "What are you talking about? What do you mean bandit?" "Hehe, what I mean is, it's their fortune that Boss Jiang robbed them." Wang Heng grinned. "Junior brother Jiang, no one in the outer perimeter of Inferno City dares to offend us anymore. Besides, all the alliances in the outer perimeter have collapsed. Those who are still alive will definitely try to find ways to enter the deeper parts of Inferno Hell, or rob other people. I'm afraid Inferno Hell will become even more chaotic in the future. There are still 3 months left before the opening of Inferno Hell. What should we do next?" Guan Yun asked. "Junior brother Guan, the reason why brother Jiang came to Inferno Hell is for the Earth Devil. After the battle in the outer perimeter is over, I guess brother Jiang will go deeper into Inferno Hell to find the Earth Devil, right?" Tian Yishan said. "What? Earth Devil?" Guan Yun and the other men cried out in shock at the same time. All of them had heard about the Earth Devil before. It was the king of Inferno Hell, and Jiang Chen was actually thinking about the Earth Devil? Wasn't he a little too daring? "Junior brother Jiang, you have to think twice about this. Besides, why do you want to offend the Earth Devil?" Guan Yun didn't understand. "For Han Yen," Jiang Chen said. "What happened to Han Yen?" Guan Yun was startled for a moment. Jiang Chen told Guan Yun about what happened after Guan Yun left the Black Sect. He emphasized on how Fan Kuan attacked Yen Qinyu and Han Yen. Han Yen is seriously injured and his life is hanging by a thread. I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save me. The reason why I came to Inferno Hell is for the Earth Devil. I know with my current strength I'm no match for it, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. At least I need to find out more about the Earth Devil." Jiang Chen said. Damn it, that bastard Fan Kuan. After I left he thought he couldn't be suppressed by the inner circle anymore, that's why he did this. But, he is really unlucky to have offended you. Guaniyun couldn't help but curse. Before he left the Black Sect, even though Fan Kuan had his grandfather's support, because of Guaniyun Fan Kuan could only behave himself in the inner circle. But after Guaniyun left, Fan Kuan became so arrogant. We have to save Brother Yen, but if we want to kill the Earth Devil, it will be extremely dangerous. Guaniyun furrowed his brows. Alright, I can see that all of you have suffered some injuries. Let's take a rest for now. Tomorrow we'll head deeper into Inferno Hell. Putting aside the Earth Devil, I want to have a look around Inferno Hell. Jiang Qin said. Alright, let's follow Chief Jiang to explore Inferno Hell and kill the 9-life crystal beast. Everyone nodded their heads. Now they had completely accepted Jiang Qin as their leader. No matter what decision Jiang Qin made, they would obey him unconditionally. After that, all of them entered different rooms within the stronghold and started cultivating. During the chaotic battle just now, all of them had suffered some injuries, but they weren't serious. With their cultivation, one day was more than enough for them to fully recover. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog entered a room as well. Hee buddy, hurry up and check what we got today. De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. There's no need to check. We've gotten quite a lot this time. A few of our storage rings are filled to the brim. I'm afraid there are 100 million human elixir, 8,000 earth elixir, a mountain of demon spirits, over 500 combat weapons, 300 mid-rank combat weapons, and the rest are all high-rank combat weapons. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Damn it, you've become a nouveau riche in just a blink of an eye. This amount of wealth is too tempting. De Huang Dog jumped up and down excitedly. After robbing so many powerful warriors, it would be strange if his wealth wasn't shocking. Suddenly, when Jiang Qin scanned through the storage rings with his mind, he found a thin book in one of them. This is Xianxia's storage ring. This book was hidden so well by him, could it be some kind of treasure? With a thought, the golden book immediately appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. The first thing he saw were 4 big words, Illusion Heart Sutra. What is this? De Huang Dog asked. This is Xianxia's powerful combat skill. That day he used an illusion to trap me and almost made me fall into his trap. This is the great illusion realm he used. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. An illusion that could even affect him must be extraordinary. This Illusion Heart Sutra must have been obtained by Xianxia by accident. Only Jiang Qin, who had experienced the great illusion realm himself, knew how terrifying it was. Jiang Qin couldn't wait to open the book. There were only a few pages in the book, but it clearly explained how to use the great illusion realm. De Huang Dog stretched out his head and finished reading the words on the book, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it, this Heart Sutra is too terrifying, the illusion it creates can change depending on the person. De Huang Dog said. That's right, the Illusion Heart Sutra focuses on the word dream and the word heart. Only those who have dreams will be affected by the great illusion realm, and their minds will be completely immersed in their own dreams, unable to pull themselves out. Jiang Qin sighed. Everyone had dreams, and dreams were in their hearts. Chapter 227. If it was an ordinary combat skill, Jiang Qin wouldn't care about it at all. However, this Illusion Heart Sutra really fascinated Jiang Qin. In his previous life, Jiang Qin focused on cultivating the 9 solar energies art, so he had never learned anything about illusions. This was also because this type of combat skill was too rare. More importantly, casting illusions carried a great amount of risk. Sometimes illusions wouldn't work on everyone. Once the illusions were useless, the person who would be hurt would be the one suffering. If the illusions were forcefully broken, the person who cast the illusions would suffer a great backlash, just like what happened to Xianxia that day. However, this Illusion Heart Sutra was different from ordinary illusions. Everyone had dreams, and dreams existed in their hearts. Once they fell into the great illusion realm, their dreams would be triggered, and they would be unable to extricate themselves. That was what happened to Jiang Qin that day. The incident at the St. Cliff 100 years ago had left an unforgettable shadow in his heart. The immortal world was a dream that he couldn't forget in both of his lives, and the scene at the St. Cliff was a nightmare that he would never forget. Therefore, even he almost fell into Xianxia's trap and was unable to extricate himself from it. If it was an ordinary illusion, how could it trap the greatest saint in the world who had cultivated the great soul derivation technique? This was the terrifying part of the Illusion Heart Sutra. Therefore, after obtaining this Illusion Heart Sutra, Jiang Qin planned to cultivate it properly. Who knows, it might come in handy at a critical moment. Little brat, this illusion heart sutra is very abnormal. Do you want to cultivate it? The Huang dog said. Such a good thing, it would be a waste not to cultivate it. I have never tried cultivating illusions before, but I have the Great Soul Derivation Technique as my foundation, so cultivating this illusion heart sutra should be very easy. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining, and his face was filled with confidence. Cultivating illusions was a test of a cultivator's state of mind and soul. With the Great Soul Derivation Technique as his foundation, Jiang Chen had a great advantage in cultivating the Illusion Heart Sutra. De Huang, go find a place to sleep. I will cultivate this Great Soul Derivation Technique in seclusion. Tomorrow we will enter the inner region of Inferno Hell and search for the Earth Devil. Jiang Chen said. After De Huang dog left, Jiang Chen completely immersed himself in the cultivation of the Illusion Heart Sutra. The most important aspect of cultivating the Illusion Heart Sutra was the ability to sense. Using the chant on the Heart Sutra, Jiang Chen could display the Great Illusion Realm. At the same time, at the border of purgatory, a figure suddenly descended. It was a young man dressed in a fiery red robe. This person's eyes were sharp and his body emitted traces of flames. Jiang Chen, I, Huiyuner, have tempered my body with magma and I've gone through all kinds of pain. Finally, I've mastered my flame skill and I've broken through to the peak mid-divine core realm. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you in Inferno Hell, and avenge the humiliation I suffered that day. The young man in the fiery red robe was none other than Huiyuner from the Green Sanctuary sect. Back in the Black sect, Jiang Chen had killed Yun Can, and he had humiliated Huiyuner verbally. It had left a shadow in Huiyuner's heart that could never be erased. Huiyuner swore that he would fight Jiang Chen no matter what, even if he had to die. When Huiyuner returned, he immediately entered the magma cave and used the magma to temper himself. In a short period of time, he had mastered his flame skill, and his cultivation base had skyrocketed. However, this method of rushing for results was not good, as it would hinder Huiyuner's future development. However, Huiyuner couldn't care less about it. He had to erase the shadow that Jiang Chen had left in his heart. If not, his cultivation base would never be able to progress further. After breaking through to Inferno Hell, Huiyuner's confidence had skyrocketed. With his peak mid-divine core cultivation level, he didn't believe he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. Therefore, he immediately left for Inferno Hell. The reason he came to Inferno Hell was simple: he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. One day later, Jiang Chen, who had been in secluded cultivation for a whole day, suddenly opened his eyes. Two bright beams shot out from his eyes, causing the air around him to tremble. Surrounding Jiang Chen's body, the airflow was shaking, and layers of light waves were appearing. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With a thought in his mind, the light waves returned to his body. The Great Illusion Realm is really magical, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. In just one day he had completely mastered the Illusion Heart Sutra, and was able to unleash the Great Illusion Realm. If Yang Shuo knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and saw Tianishan and the others waiting for him outside. All of them were brimming with energy, and their injuries had all healed. Wang Heng's cultivation had also completely stabilized at the early divine core realm. Chief Jiang, are we leaving now? Wang Heng asked. That's right, I'm going to Inferno Hell now. First, I want to find out the whereabouts of the Earth Devil, and second, I want to see how powerful the demons and devils here are. I also want to temper my cultivation. If you guys think it's dangerous, you can stay here. Jiang Chen said. Dangerous my ass, which place in Inferno Hell isn't dangerous? We'll have to enter Inferno Hell every once in a while, and there are a lot of natural essences here. If we're lucky, we'll be able to find some, and when we leave Inferno Hell in the future, we'll be able to make a fortune out of it. Yang Meng said. And Brother Tian and Senior Disciple Guan both have high-ranked combat weapons, and it seems like you guys are still using mid-ranked combat weapons. I have a lot of high-ranked combat weapons here, each of you can choose one. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately took out some high-ranked combat weapons. There were blades, spears, swords, halberds and everything else. Seeing this, Yang Meng and the others' eyes lit up. They knew Jiang Chen's character very well, so they didn't hesitate and immediately chose a high-ranked combat weapon each. Inferno Hell was a dangerous place, and if they had a high-ranked combat weapon, it would be able to increase their combat strength. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Chen leapt up into the sky and flew towards the exit of Inferno City. De Huang Dog followed behind him, and Tianishan and the others followed closely behind. They flew towards the deeper part of Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell was shrouded in gloomy fog. The group flew above various mountain ranges and wastelands with extreme speed. Along the way they bumped into many human warriors. Some of them were returning from Inferno Hell, and some were coming out from Inferno City. Most of the cultivators who came back from Inferno Hell were in groups of 2 or 3. Very few of them were alone, and most of them had some injuries on their bodies. From this, one could tell how dangerous Inferno Hell was. When many cultivators saw Jiang Chen's group, they immediately showed hostility and moved to the side. In Inferno Hell there were too many robberies happening every day, so no one dared to be careless. In other words, enemies were everywhere in Inferno Hell. Demon beasts, devils, 9 life crystal beasts, and even humans. All kinds of relationships were hostile. How much longer until we reach the deeper part of Inferno Hell? Jiang Chen asked. Because of the special characteristics of Inferno City, there are no demons or devils within 2,000 miles of Inferno City. Beyond that, the number of demons and devils will gradually increase. Tianyi said. Soon Jiang Chen and the group had traveled beyond 2,000 miles. In front of them was an ancient mountain range that stretched as far as the eyes could see. On top of the mountain range, there were many towering peaks, and all sorts of plants and trees with gloomy attributes were growing everywhere. The sky above the mountain range was filled with a gray fog, giving the entire mountain range an indescribably gloomy atmosphere. Under such an environment, people couldn't help but feel gloomy and they would feel nervous. Let's go. Jiang Chen was the first one to land on the ground. He walked towards the deeper part of the mountain range. De Huang Dog had an excited expression on his face. He jumped 4 meters with each step and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Not far away from them, a furious roar could be heard, and devilish energies could be seen everywhere. A 30-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared in front of De Huang Dog. This monster had a ferocious appearance, and its entire body was covered in devilish flames. It was the Inferno Hell Evil Devil. It's an early Divine Core Evil Devil. We've just arrived here and we've already bumped into a Divine Core Evil Devil. We're really unlucky. Xuanhuan said with a smile on his face. Although they were unlucky, none of them looked nervous at all. For them, an early Divine Core Evil Devil was no threat at all. Swoosh. Right after Xuanhuan's words left his mouth, De Huang Dog immediately moved. With incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, his iron head smashed into the evil devil's head like a diamond. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sounded out. The evil devil didn't even have time to let out a scream before its head was smashed into pieces. Jiang Chen stretched his hand out and grabbed the devil's soul, storing it into his storage space. These devil souls and demon souls were all precious to him. Although he didn't need them right now, he wanted to accumulate them just like the elixir. In order to cultivate the dragon transformation skill, he needed to form 100,000 dragon marks, and he only had 750 dragon marks right now. He was still very far away from reaching the completion stage. If he continued cultivating, he would need a massive amount of energy. Therefore, things like demon souls, the more, the better. This master dog's head is really frightening. It's so bright that I can't even see it. Wang Heng wasn't trying to flatter De Huang Dog, it was what everyone else was thinking. They had never seen a dog's head that could be so frightening. That was a Divine Core Evil Devil, and if they were the ones who bumped into it, they would have to spend a tremendous amount of effort to kill it. But De Huang Dog just killed it without even giving it a chance to react. Let's keep going deeper into this place. We're going to be faced with endless killing, so everyone be extra careful. Jiang Chen reminded everyone. Everyone nodded their heads. In fact, they didn't need Jiang Chen's reminder. They had spent more time in Inferno Hell than Jiang Chen, and it wasn't their first time coming here. They even knew where they could go and where they couldn't. An hour later, the group arrived in the depths of a jungle. Their conditions were different from when they first came here. Tianyi and the other men were holding their combat weapons tightly in their hands, and there were still traces of fresh blood on the weapons. Along the way, the group had gone through countless battles and slaughters. They had killed dozens of powerful demons and devils, and among them was a 9-life crystal beast. A brutal aura emerged from these men's bodies, and at the same time they felt excited. Fighting alongside Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was really a joyful thing. Suddenly, a few bright lights appeared in front of them and they were moving toward them. It's the aura of a 9-life crystal beast, and it looks like there's more than one of them. Chapter 228. In Inferno Hell, it was easy to identify the auras of the 9-life crystal beasts. They had extremely pure auras, and wherever they went, the gloomy mist in the air would dissipate. The bright lights floating in front of them were emitted by the 9 life crystal beasts. This was also the reason why Wang Heng and the others had a serious expression on their faces. Anyone who came out of purgatory hell would long to meet a 9 life crystal beast, but at the same time, they were also afraid of meeting one. The crystal core was a treasure that brought endless benefits to cultivators, but at the same time, the 9 life crystal beast had 9 lives, making it extremely difficult to kill. Its tyrannical strength was not something that ordinary demons and devils could compare to. Judging from their auras, there are at least 7 or 8 9 life crystal beasts here. Our luck is really bad, Yang Meng said. For human warriors, meeting 7 or 8 9 life crystal beasts at the same time was really bad luck. Each 9 life crystal beast had 9 lives, and when 7 or 8 of them teamed up, there was no way they could fight them. Even if there was an alliance of more than 10 men, if they encountered a group of 9 life crystal beasts, they would have no choice but to run away. This isn't bad luck, it's good luck, Xuanhuan said with a smile on his face. That's right. If it was just the few of us, we would definitely run away if we encountered so many divine core crystal beasts. If we were to fight them, we would definitely die. But since Brother Jiang and De Huang are here, these crystal beasts are just here to give us their crystal cores. Tianyi shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression on his face. Roar, bestial roars sounded out continuously. In the blink of an eye, 8 9 life crystal beasts arrived in front of Jiang Chen and the group. Among these 8 crystal beasts, 6 of them were divine core warriors, 2 were heavenly core warriors, and the strongest one was a mid-divine core beast. With the combat strength of a 9 life crystal beast and its 9 lives, ordinary late divine core warriors wouldn't dare be careless when facing it. The 9 life crystal beast didn't have a mouth, but the sound it made was abnormally deep, with a hint of hoarseness, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Due to the special characteristics of the 9 life crystal beast, they would often capture demons and ghosts and devour their demon and devil souls, transforming them into their own pure energy. At the same time, they could also devour the divine elixirs of humans, which were great nourishment for them. The 8 9 life crystal beasts had locked onto Jiang Chen and the others. From their roars, Jiang Chen could hear their excitement. It was as if they had found their most delicious prey. The divine core crystal cores are very useful to me, especially the mid-divine core crystal cores. Brothers, let's kill them. I'll take the mid-divine core crystal cores, the rest are yours. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. In an instant, the bloodthirsty sword appeared in his hand. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a beam of light and dashed toward the mid-divine core crystal beast. Kaka, De Huang dog loved to fight, this was the nature of all divine beasts. Almost at the same moment Jiang Chen attacked, De Huang dog shook his head and charged toward one of the 9 life crystal beasts. Bang! De Huang dog's movement was extremely fast. With a single punch, he smashed the early divine core crystal beast into pieces. But, as expected, in the next second the crystal beast was resurrected, and its energy was exactly the same as before. Brothers, let's kill them. The crystal cores belong to whoever kills them. Tianyi unleashed his energy and dashed forward. Right now, there were 7 of them and all of them were at the divine core realm. Tianyi and Xuanhuan were both super strong warriors of the younger generation, so it would be easy for them to deal with ordinary 9 life crystal beasts. All they had to do was kill them 9 times. Rumble, at this moment, killing intent soared into the sky. Endless energy ripples were wreaking havoc in the jungle, and all kinds of flowers and trees were destroyed in the blink of an eye. When the mid-divine core crystal beast saw Jiang Chen charging toward it, it immediately roared out. It raised its seemingly indestructible palm and slapped toward Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was hit by this palm, he would be smashed into meat paste. Die now. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The long sword in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and the golden yuan energy covered the bloodthirsty sword. After that, Jiang Chen swung the sword down with all his might. Slash. With a slash sound, the 9 life crystal beast's palm was sliced in half. The power of the long sword didn't weaken at all, and the crystal beast's body was sliced in half as well. Jiang Chen now had 750 dragon marks, and his combat strength was incredible. Ordinary mid-divine core warriors were no match for him, and the same went for the powerful 9 life crystal beast. A day ago, more than 50 mid-divine core warriors had joined forces, but they were all defeated by Jiang Chen. Crack crack. After killing it, the 9 life crystal beast was resurrected once again, and it leapt toward Jiang Chen. Let alone 9 lives, even if you have 900 lives, I'll still be able to kill you, Jiang Chen said with an imposing manner. The long sword in his hand was like the most powerful weapon in the world. Swoosh! Another slash was unleashed. No matter how hard the 9-life crystal beast tried to defend itself, it still couldn't withstand a single slash from Jianghu, and it was killed once again. Only a late divine core crystal beast could be a match for Jianghu. 8 9-life crystal beasts kept roaring furiously, and they started a brutal fight with Jianghu and the others. The Huang dog was the fastest among them all. His head was like a living diamond drill, and in just a few breaths' time he had killed an early divine core crystal beast, not giving it any chance to escape. This crystal core has pretty good energy and it tastes good as well. This master dog likes it. Big Yellow bit the crystal core in his mouth and crushed it with his teeth. After tasting it he swallowed it. "Da Huang, it's a waste for you to eat this crystal core, it's a reckless waste." Jianghu, who had killed all his opponents 6 times, couldn't help but say when he saw the Huang dog eating the crystal core. "Get lost. Why is it a waste for daddy to eat it? A treasure like this is useful to this master dog as well. Don't even think about getting any more crystal cores I get in the future." The Huang dog said. Jianghu shook his head and ignored the dog. He kept slashing with the long sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye he had killed his opponents 8 times. When the crystal beast was resurrected for the last time, a look of fear emerged in its single eye. It immediately turned around and fled. All-powerful 9-life crystal beasts had their own intellect. Under normal circumstances, when they encountered an opponent stronger than them, they would use up a few of their lives to see how much energy their opponent had left. If their opponent was still full of energy and didn't seem to be tired, they would choose to flee. "Trying to run?" Jianghu sneered. There was no way he would give the 9-life crystal beast a chance to run away. How could he let a cooked duck escape? Bang! The sword energy was like a rainbow. The bloodthirsty sword descended from the skies with a force that could even uproot a mountain. It slashed the 9-life crystal beast in half for the last time, and its shattered body started disappearing. It turned into sparkles and merged into a crystal core. Without hesitation, Jianghu took it. Bam bam bam, energy was spreading everywhere. Guanyu and the other men were still fighting. Of course, their speed couldn't compare with Jianghu and the Huang dog. On the other hand, the 2 heavenly core crystal beasts that Wang Heng was fighting were about to end. "These guys are too slow, let this master dog finish this battle as soon as possible," the Huang dog said impatiently. "Da Huang, don't do anything, just leave it to them." Jianghu stopped Jianghu. He had said that he would give the crystal cores to them so they should go get them themselves. These men were all ferocious men, and since they were able to survive in Inferno Hell for so long, how could they not have their own powerful skills? Soon, with the cooperation of these men, the battle ended, and the crystal beasts were divided among them. Satisfying, this is really satisfying. After fighting alone, not only did he not feel tired, he felt even more energetic. Fighting together with Chief Jiang is really satisfying. Wang Heng said with an excited expression. Let's go deeper," Jianghu said. "Junior disciple Jiang, the deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. We need to be more careful," Guanyu reminded. "That's right, we might run into late divine core demons and devils in the deeper regions of Inferno Hell, and even powerful combat soul existences. Besides, I heard that there are some natural defense mechanisms and formations in the deeper regions of Inferno Hell, and they are quite powerful as well," Tianishan reminded. "And let's be careful." Jianghu nodded his head, then he took the lead and walked deeper into the mountain. The group walked for about 3 to 4 miles. The roads in this mountain range were very rugged, and it was very inconvenient to walk. But for divine core warriors like them, it wasn't a problem at all. Suddenly a scream sounded out. The group quickly turned around, and they found that Wang Heng had disappeared. "Wang Heng is gone, it was him who screamed just now." Yang Meng was shocked. "What happened?" Guanyu furrowed his brows. The group became tense as well. They looked around but they couldn't find anything. "There's nothing here, no demon beasts, it's impossible for Wang Heng to disappear for no reason." Tianishan furrowed his brows as well. Right at this moment, Jianghu threw his glance at the place between 2 huge black trees not far away from them. It was the place where Wang Heng had disappeared. "Look over there," Jianghu said. The group looked over and found that the 2 trees looked ordinary, there was nothing special about them. "Junior disciple Jiang, this place looks ordinary, there's nothing here," Guanyu said. "How can this place look ordinary?" Just now, you guys reminded me that there are natural defense mechanisms and formations in the depths of Inferno Hell, and this place is a natural formation. Wang Heng disappeared into this formation. Jiang Qin said, "Young man, you have good eyesight, you can even see through a natural formation." De Huang Dog praised. He had some talent in defense mechanisms and formations, and it was probably because of his treasure hunting ability. Therefore, De Huang Dog was able to see through a natural formation with just a single glance. What? You said there's a natural formation between these two trees? Xuanhuan was shocked. That's right, a natural formation is different from a man-made one. A natural formation is formed by gathering natural energies, it's very mysterious, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to find it. If you're careless, you'll fall into it. Jiang Qin explained. Chapter 229. It was obvious that Wang Heng had accidentally stepped into the natural array and then disappeared. Boss Jiang, what should we do now? Will Wang Heng be in danger? Yang Meng asked worriedly. Normally, when one falls into a formation he will be trapped, but he will never disappear. Therefore, the invisible formation here should be an illusion formation. Behind these two trees, there shouldn't be as simple as what we see. I'm afraid there's another world behind it, but it's being affected by the formation. It's like a smokescreen, so we can't see what's going on. Therefore, I'm sure that Wang Heng disappeared because he entered the scene inside the formation. He won't be in danger. Jiang Qin said. That's right. This formation is indeed illusionary, but it's not lethal. Therefore, Wang Heng won't be killed by the formation. He just disappeared behind it, but we can't rule out the possibility of danger because we don't know what's behind it. De Huang Dog said. Tianxia and Xuanhuan looked at each other. They could both see the shock in each other's eyes. What shocked them wasn't the formation that existed in this place, but Jiang Chen's understanding of formations. Jiang Chen's actions made him look like a great formation master. It was hard to imagine how a 16 or 17-year-old young man could know everything. He was talented, powerful, and could easily concoct all kinds of pills with 100% effectiveness. Now he even knew everything about formations and restrictive spells. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Then what should we do now? Xuanhuan asked. I also want to see what's behind the formation. I've decided to go in and see for myself and save Wang Heng. You guys wait for me here, there's no need to take the risk with me. Jiang Qin said. When he passed by these two trees just now, even with Jiang Chen's senses, he still couldn't sense the existence of the formation. This was enough to prove how extraordinary this formation was. His goal in entering the depths of Inferno Hell was to search for the Earth Devil, but if he kept going like this he might not be able to find anything. Perhaps he might find something new after entering the formation. I'll go with you, Xuanhuan said. Let's all go in together. If anything happens we can take care of each other. I also want to go in and take a look. Tianxia said. The others didn't have any objections. It was safest for them to follow Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. If Jiang Qin, Xuanhuan and the others went in, it would be equally dangerous for them to stay outside. Since that's the case, let's go in together. Everyone be careful. Jiang Qin reminded him. After saying that, Jiang Qin was the first to walk towards the middle of the two big trees. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, followed by Xuanhuan and Tianxia. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. His gaze swept between the two big trees. He cultivated the great soul derivation technique, so his senses were very sharp. He had already sensed the presence of the natural invisible formation. Jiang Qin started walking toward the center of the tree. When his body touched the invisible formation, he immediately felt a strong suction force coming from it. Jiang Qin didn't resist it, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared, just like what happened to Wang Heng just now. The big yellow dog was more ferocious, so it simply dashed forward and disappeared between two big trees. Behind them, Tianxia, Xuanhuan, and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog into the formation. Behind the formation, there was indeed another world. It was a completely different scene. Jiang Qin and the others stood in the same place, feeling the chilly wind blowing around them. Their faces looked very unnatural. Below them was a small hill, and the surroundings were filled with gray airflow. The chilly wind was blowing wildly. They turned around, but the two big trees were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had entered another space. However, they could feel that the atmosphere here was connected to Inferno Hell. Therefore, it was still Inferno Hell, but because of the formation this place was isolated. Not far away, A man in black was looking around with a panicked expression. When he saw Jiang Chen and the others, he was immediately overjoyed. "Boss Jiang, you guys came in too?" This man in black was none other than Wang Heng, who had accidentally fallen into the formation. "Wang Heng, you were so careless that you stepped into the natural invisible formation." Yang Meng scolded him, but when he saw that Wang Heng was safe and sound, his expression relaxed a lot. "I didn't do it on purpose. What is this place?" "It's a barren mountain that stretches as far as the eye can see, and the chilly atmosphere here is even heavier than outside," Wang Heng said. "The devil chi here is so strong." Tian Yishan frowned. "That's right, the air here is filled with dense devil chi. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a lot of devils here," Guaniyun said. "Not only that, other than the dense devil chi, there is very little devil chi here. It seems like we've entered a devil cave. Everyone be careful. This might be the gathering place of devils," Jiang Qin said. "What? A gathering place of devils? Doesn't that mean we've entered a group of devils? How are we going to get out of here?" Wang Heng cried out in alarm. They were very clear about how powerful the evil demons were. In this purgatory, they were existences that were second only to the 9-life crystal beast. There were only a few of them, and they had to enter a devil's cave that was filled with evil demons. This is a part of Inferno Hell. It's not a special space. Because of the formation, I'm afraid we're already very far away from our previous location. We can only continue forward. As long as we can get out of this devil cave, we'll be able to find our original location," Jiang Qin said. Everyone sighed and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed like the road ahead would not be easy. Furious roars could be heard. It was the roars of the devils. Far away in front of them, they could vaguely see some majestic evil devils. Obviously, these evil devils had smelled the scent of humans, and they had started moving towards them. Seeing this, the group became nervous. They had no idea how many evil devils there were in this place. However, Jiang Qin had a relaxed expression on his face. Evil devils might be terrifying to others, but to him they were just nourishment. The true dragon flame was the natural enemy of all evil devils. As long as they didn't bump into any particularly powerful evil devils, the true dragon flame would be able to burn them to death. Soon the evil devils started running towards them. There were a total of 5 evil devils, but to Jiang Chen and his group they posed no threat at all. Only one of them was a divine core evil devil, and the other 4 were just heavenly core warriors. Such combat strength was nothing in front of them. "Kill them quickly." Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The Huang dog dashed out for the first time and killed the early divine core evil devil. At the same time, Tian Yishan and Guaniyun attacked as well. In an instant, all 4 heavenly core evil devils were killed. Roar! Roar! Even so, the energy ripples from the battle and the scent of humans still alerted the evil devils. Furious roars sounded out one after another, and many majestic evil devils started appearing. There were at least dozens of them, and at the moment, devilish energy soared into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. "Damn it, why are there so many evil devils?" Yang Meng couldn't help but curse. Jiang Qin had a calm expression on his face, but his eyes were glowing brightly. For him, these evil devils were nourishment and wealth, the more the better. Since he had come to Inferno Hell, he couldn't go back empty-handed. He had to get enough benefits so that he could have a strong foundation for his future breakthroughs. By killing these evil devils, he could absorb their devil souls and prepare for his future breakthroughs. Swoosh! This time Jiang Qin took the initiative to attack. He turned into a beam of light and dashed into the group of evil devils. The Huang dog followed behind him. Battles were his favorite. "Kill!" Guaniyun let out a cold snort. All the men followed suit and killed their way forward. At this moment, killing intent soared into the sky, causing the air to vibrate violently. Bang! Jiang Qin waved his hand and unleashed a sea of flames. The pure true dragon flames contained yang energy, and it immediately enveloped a few evil devils. Roar! The evil devils let out shrill cries. They were terrified of the flames as if they had just seen their natural enemy. Those heavenly core evil devils didn't have any ability to resist, and they were instantly burned to death by the true dragon flames. Even the early divine core evil devils couldn't resist the burning of the true dragon flames. Although they wouldn't die in an instant, they were still rolling around in the sea of flames while roaring out in pain. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. Under his control, the true dragon flames turned into fire arrows. Jiang Qin injected his yuan energy into them, and they swept across the group of evil devils. Puchi puchi. At this moment, many evil devils were pierced through and killed by the true dragon flames. Their black devil souls were refined by the true dragon flames, and they immediately fell into Jiang Chen's storage ring. Haha, all of you die now. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. The sea of flames expanded once again, and covered more than half of the evil devils. The strongest evil devils were only at the early divine core realm, and there was no way they could withstand Jiang Chen's attack. Roar, roar, roaring sounds could be heard. Many evil devils were burned into ashes by the true dragon flames. Under the suppression of the true dragon flames, they couldn't even unleash their devilish energies. This was the true nemesis of evil devils. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the evil devils had fallen to the ground. Tian Shan and the other men who didn't have the time to attack were stunned. They stared at Jiang Chen with frightened expressions. Oh heavens, what kind of flame is that? It's so terrifying. I can sense a mighty aura coming from within that flame. It's pure yang, and it's the nemesis of these evil devils. All these evil devils are terrified of Jiang Chen's flame. It's their natural nemesis. Chief Jiang is the most ferocious man I've ever seen. No one can compare to him. No wonder he didn't show any signs of worry even though he knew he was in a devil cave. It's because he has a weapon that can suppress these evil devils. Chapter 230. Flames surged and strong winds howled. Jiang Chen was like a god of fire, fighting against dozens of powerful evil demons alone, burning them to the point where they screamed in pain. Not long after, the remaining half of the evil demons were all burned to death. One by one, the purified devil souls were stored into Jiang Chen's storage ring. Roar! However, just as the battle ended, roars of evil demons came from the depths of the cave again. Streams of demonic energy soared into the sky, and demonic flames surged. Black masses of evil demons appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. This time, there were at least 100 evil demons, and there were even more coming from behind. My God, how can there be so many evil demons here? This is truly a devil's nest. Tian Shan's mouth was wide open in shock, and the others' faces had turned pale. With so many evil demons, once they started fighting, Jiang Chen would definitely not be able to take care of them. They didn't have Jiang Chen's flames, nor did they have any treasures that could restrain evil demons. Once they were trapped in a group of evil demons, they would be plunged into an endless battle. Even if they didn't get killed by the evil demons, they would still die after exhausting their origin energy. What should we do? Wang Heng's face turned extremely unsightly. Senior Martial Brother Guan, let's go our separate ways now. You guys just walk along the periphery, and you will definitely be able to walk out of this devil's nest. Da Huang Dog and I will go through this place. Firstly, we will help you guys attract the evil demon's attention, and secondly, I will go through this devil's nest to find the whereabouts of the Earth Devil. If you guys follow me, it will only get more dangerous. When that happens, I won't be able to take care of you guys. Jiang Chen said. What? Junior Martial Brother Jiang, you want to go through this devil's nest? Isn't that too dangerous? This is the gathering place of the evil demons, and there must be powerful evil demons hiding inside. They will be very hard to deal with. Guan Yun said worriedly. I have already decided. Furthermore, someone must stay behind to attract the evil demon's attention. Only then will the others have a chance to escape. If we stay together, all of us will become the evil demon's targets. Jiang Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Alright, in that case, Junior Martial Brother Jiang, be careful. We'll meet back in Inferno City. Guan Yun patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. What Jiang Chen said was right. The battle just now had attracted the attention of the evil devils, and if all of them chose to run away, there was no way they could escape from this devil cave. Someone had to stay behind and fight the evil devils, only then would the others have a chance to escape. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen was the most suitable candidate as he was the strongest among all of them, and he had the ability to deal with these evil devils. Most importantly, Jiang Chen was looking for the Earth Devil. Both the Earth Devil and the evil devils were devils, and perhaps he could find the Earth Devil in this devil cave. The powerful evil demons blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards them. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. If it was an ordinary person, such a scene would have scared them half to death. Guan Yun and Tian Shan brought the rest of the men and retreated. They were going to leave this place through the outer perimeter. As for Jiang Chen, they didn't need to worry about him. Furthermore, it was useless for them to worry about him, as Jiang Chen was going to search for the Earth Devil in the deeper regions. If they followed him, they would only become his burden. After they left, Jiang Chen no longer had any worries. His aura rose like a tidal wave, and a huge golden battle axe appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a scarlet true dragon flame burst out, covering the entire golden battle axe. The golden battle axe turned into a blazing axe, emitting crackling sounds. "Da Huang, let's kill to our heart's content today," Jiang shouted. "Kaka, good, this master dog likes it." Da Huang dog was extremely excited. A layer of golden flame appeared on the surface of his body. This was his innate true fire. Although it couldn't be compared to the true dragon flame, it still had a certain degree of power. Moreover, the power of this flame would continue to increase along with the advancement of his cultivation. Oh, the evil demons howled unceasingly. The devil chi emitted by these hundreds of evil demons was simply overwhelming. Each of these evil demons was more than 3 meters tall. The aura of such a group of evil demons was too tyrannical. "Haha, all of you die for me." Jiang let out a loud laugh. He raised the battle axe in his hand high up into the air, then he forcefully swung it down. A razor-sharp axe beam carrying the true dragon flame was unleashed, and it struck down towards the group of evil devils like a brilliant waterfall. Rumble, the earth trembled and the air was burning. Jiang axe directly killed 5 evil demons. 3 of them were split in half, and the other 2 were killed by the shockwave. Bam bam bam, on the other side Da Huang dog was like a ferocious tiger. With his tough dog head, he rammed his way through the group of evil demons. Wherever he went, blood, flesh and body parts would fly up into the air. These evil demons were very strong, many of them were divine core warriors, and some of them were even mid-divine core warriors. If any ordinary warrior was surrounded by these evil demons, he would definitely die. But too bad their opponents were Jiang and Da Huang dog. Both of them were abnormal beings, and once they unleashed their power they wouldn't care about numbers. Most importantly, Jiang true dragon flame had a great suppressive effect on these evil demons, and under such pressure, these evil demons couldn't unleash their true combat strength. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Jiang was extremely ferocious. He had turned into the nemesis of all evil demons. He kept swinging the battle axe in his hand, unleashing blazing flames that burned everything in its path. Every time Jiang swung the battle axe, an evil demon would die. Under the aggressive attacks of Jiang and Da Huang dog, these ferocious evil demons had turned into sheep, and they could only wait to be slaughtered. "Kaka, this feels great." Da Huang dog was laughing out loudly while fighting. He liked this kind of excitement and he liked the pleasure of killing. These evil demons kept roaring. They were the most ferocious and brutal existences. Their eyes had turned red and they weren't afraid of death. They kept flying towards Jiang battle axe like moths flying into a flame. Ooh, it seemed like the battle would never stop. These evil demons were roaring and calling for more of their comrades. More and more evil demons flew out from the inner regions, and they were flying towards the battlefield at top speed. "Damn it, there are so many evil demons here. Buddy, I don't think we can continue fighting like this. I have no idea when this will end." Da Huang dog said. "No matter how many of them come, I'll kill them all. Their devil souls are my wealth. In this trip to Inferno Hell, I need to get as much as I can." No fear could be seen on Jiang face. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. It was a process that consumed a huge amount of energy. These evil demons in front of him were Jiang wealth of energy. If he was in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to find such a great opportunity. Therefore, right now he wanted to kill as much as he could. With the true dragon flames, he could completely suppress these evil demons. Even if a powerful late divine core evil demon appeared, he wouldn't be afraid. "Alright, let's kill to our heart's content." Da Huang dog's ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. He kept roaring out, and his yak-like body kept ramming into the group of evil demons. He was unleashing an aura of extreme yang from all over his body, and together with the flames covering his body, he was the natural enemy of all evil demons. "Da Huang, let's keep moving forward while killing the evil demons. The Earth Devil is the source of all evil demons, and the devilish energy in this place is so strong. I believe the Earth Devil isn't too far away from this devil cave. We need to go through it." Jiang kept swinging his battle axe. Large amounts of evil demons were killed, and a huge amount of devil souls were collected by him. The Earth Devil was the supreme existence of the devil race, and wherever it lived, there would be a lot of devilish energy. However, with the Earth Devil's pride, it wouldn't live together with these evil demons. Therefore, Jiang wanted to go through this devil cave and go deeper. Blood and flesh were flying all over the place and flames were shooting up into the sky. This was a real Azura battlefield. A cruel killing aura filled the air, and all living beings were hovering between life and death. Right at this moment, a furious roar sounded out from afar. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog saw a 30-meter-tall giant devil flying towards them. This giant devil was different from all the other evil demons. Aside from having a muscular body, its body was covered with blood-red patterns, and its devilish energy was much stronger than all the other evil demons. Damn it, there really is a frightening existence here. This big guy has reached the late divine core realm, he's not easy to deal with. The Huang dog shuddered. This is the violent bloodthirsty devil, the king of all devils. I never thought it would appear here. Jiang Qin was shocked as well. Violent bloodthirsty devil, its name sounds really fierce. The Huang dog stared at the giant devil who was dashing towards them. The violent bloodthirsty devil is just like its name, it's bloodthirsty and it only knows how to kill. When it goes crazy, it will even devour the blood of those evil demons. This violent bloodthirsty devil has reached the late divine core realm, it's really not easy to deal with. A serious expression emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. Damn it, can you deal with it? If you can't, we better retreat as soon as possible. The Huang dog said. Unless I break through to the divine core realm, I won't be a match for this violent bloodthirsty devil. But I have the true dragon flame, it can suppress all devils, and it can also suppress this violent bloodthirsty devil. I'll use the true dragon flame to fight it, and if I can kill it, I'll be in big trouble. The devil soul of a late divine core violent bloodthirsty devil is more precious than all the devil souls of all the evil demons here combined. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was soaring. Even though he was facing such a formidable opponent, he didn't show any signs of fear. On his path of advancement, nothing could stop him. The violent bloodthirsty devil dashed forward, and all the other evil demons backed off to the side. The violent bloodthirsty devil stretched out its huge fan-like hand and unleashed a black beam toward Jiang Chen. The beam was formed completely from the eerie devilish energy, and it had a formidable attack. No ordinary warrior could withstand it. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He unleashed the true dragon flame without any limit, and the flame turned into a 20-meter-long red flaming dragon. Jiang Chen grabbed the flaming dragon's tail and smashed it toward the violent bloodthirsty devil's attack. Bang! Chapter 231. The heavens and earth shook violently, and the mountains beneath them collapsed. The sky was filled with devilish energies and flames. The true dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of all devils. When the devilish energies touched the true dragon flame, they immediately weakened, and in the end they were all burned to death by the true dragon flame. The violent bloodthirsty devil's single eye was glowing with an eerie light. When it saw Jiang Chen's true dragon flame, a surprised look could be seen in its eyes as well as a slight fear. However, the violent bloodthirsty devil was only afraid of the true dragon flame, not Jiang Chen. Besides, the violent bloodthirsty devil's combat strength was incredible, so even if Jiang Chen had the true dragon flame, it still wouldn't take him seriously. Kakaka. The violent bloodthirsty devil let out some incomprehensible devilish language from its mouth. The black devilish flames around its body started rolling violently, and it completely unleashed the aura of a late divine core warrior. It was extremely frightening. The group of devils started retreating. The violent bloodthirsty devil was going to attack alone, and they didn't dare offend its devilish aura. Damn it, buddy, this big guy looks really strong, can you do it or not? The Huang dog stood next to Jiang Chen and said, I have to do it even if I can't. With my current combat strength, I can easily kill a mid-divine core warrior, and I can also fight a late divine core warrior. But this violent bloodthirsty devil possesses the bloodline of a king demon, and its combat strength is much stronger than an ordinary late divine core warrior. If I fight it alone, I won't be able to kill it unless I break through to the divine core realm. However, my true dragon flame can greatly suppress the violent bloodthirsty devil, and with this suppression, its combat strength will be greatly reduced. This is my advantage. Therefore, if I use all my strength, I can definitely kill this violent bloodthirsty devil. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing brightly, and his entire body was filled with an intense fighting spirit. In Jiang Chen's mind, unless he met someone he couldn't defeat, he would never back down. Facing this powerful violent bloodthirsty devil, Jiang Chen dared not underestimate it. He immediately took out his golden battle axe, and under the cover of the true dragon flame, the battle axe started burning. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and unleashed the thunderclap slash. With incredible speed, he arrived in front of the violent bloodthirsty devil in the blink of an eye. Wah! At this time, a powerful devil weapon appeared in the frenzied bloodthirsty demon's hand. This devil weapon was incomparably sinister, at least 3 meters long. It was a giant devil saber, and the back of the saber was covered with sharp spikes. As soon as the demonic saber appeared, the entire void trembled. Roar! The frenzied bloodthirsty demon roared. Its demonic aura soared into the sky, bringing with it the power to uproot a mountain. It slashed at Jiang Chen's battle axe. This was a battle of pure strength, incomparably ferocious. The violent bloodthirsty demon was a demon with great strength. While Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation art, his body was as hard as steel, and his strength was as strong as a mountain. Adding the true dragon flame suppression of demon chi, it gave him the capital to fight against the violent bloodthirsty demon. Clang! The battle axe and the demonic sword collided, causing energy to overflow. Flames burned the entire area, and the destructive energy directly destroyed the mountain below, razing it to the ground. Jiang Chen had to retreat a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. The violent bloodthirsty demon wasn't much better off. It was also forced to retreat repeatedly. My combat strength is originally not as strong as the violent bloodthirsty demon, but under the suppression of the true dragon flame, the violent bloodthirsty demon can't display its true combat strength. Since that's the case, I'll kill this violent bloodthirsty demon and obtain its demonic soul. Jiang Chen snorted coldly in his heart. The collision just now had allowed him to clearly see the gap between him and the violent bloodthirsty demon. Due to the true dragon flame, the gap between them had been pulled even. Now, it all depended on who had the better means. Oh, it was actually forced back by a human brat. This had seriously provoked the violent bloodthirsty demon's dignity. The violent bloodthirsty demon let out an earth-shattering roar, and the demonic sword hummed. It suddenly stretched out its huge claw, striking out a dark cloud. The dark cloud was covered with blood-red patterns and a dense tacit understanding. Its attack power was extremely strong, like a huge mountain pressing down. True dragon palm. Jiang Chen roared. His entire body was filled with the aura of extreme yang, and he wasn't afraid of the Yin demon chi at all. After the huge blood-red dragon claw appeared, it was immediately wrapped by the true dragon flame and attacked the dark cloud. Bang! Another violent collision occurred. Being suppressed by the true dragon flame, the demonic energy was forcefully suppressed, as if it had met its natural predator. Bang bang bang, the air seemed to be burning. Jiang Chen and the violent bloodthirsty demon were engaged in a fierce battle in this area. The man and the devil were using all sorts of skills and they were fighting fiercely. The violent bloodthirsty demon had the advantage of cultivation level, while Jiang Chen had the advantage of the true dragon flame. At this moment, the man and the devil were fighting fiercely, but it was hard to tell who was stronger. Little Chinzi is getting more and more powerful. The skill he is cultivating must be a mighty skill passed down from the ancient times. If not, he wouldn't be so powerful. He's only at the peak heavenly core realm, but if he breaks through to the divine core realm, doesn't that mean he will be able to kill this violent bloodthirsty demon in an instant? At that point of time, even with his early divine core cultivation level, he won't be able to find a worthy opponent amongst the divine core warriors. De Huang Dog was shocked. He had always been curious about the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating. But after following Jiang Chen for so long, Jiang Chen never hid anything from him when he was cultivating. This allowed De Huang Dog to figure out some clues. Obviously, the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. It required a huge amount of energy and he needed to form dragon marks in his body. Roar, roar, roar. The crazy bloodthirsty demon's rage grew more and more exuberant. Fighting this human in front of it was an extremely depressing matter. The crazy bloodthirsty demon's dejection wasn't due to the opponent's strength, but rather the suppression of the true dragon flames. This feeling of being naturally suppressed made the crazy bloodthirsty demon's heart extremely uncomfortable. It wanted nothing more than to tear this human apart and eat him alive. Alright, the violent bloodthirsty demon is furious and it's about to lose its mind. This is my chance, 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen let out a deep and cold shout. He took a step forward, and in an instant, 9 identical Jiang Chens appeared in the sky above him. This sudden change startled the violent bloodthirsty demon. The 9 phantom wolves was a movement skill, and it was the most frightening skill in a fight. It could always achieve unexpected results at a critical moment, and no matter how strong the opponent was, they would still be confused for a split second. This was an undeniable fact. Ever since Jiang Chen learned the 9 phantom wolves, it had been a tried and tested skill. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, 9 Jiang Chens surrounded the violent bloodthirsty demon. 8 of the doppelganger's movements were exactly the same as Jiang Chen's original body, and they all raised their flaming battle axes high up in the air and chopped down at the violent bloodthirsty demon. Roar! The violent bloodthirsty demon roared, but it was also very helpless. It couldn't tell which one was Jiang Chen's original body, so it could only divide its battle strength into 9, and attack each of the 9 Jiang Chens at the same time. Under the suppression of the true dragon flames, the violent bloodthirsty demon's battle strength couldn't be displayed to its strongest state, and it could only fight on par with Jiang Chen at full strength. Rumble! The violent bloodthirsty demon's attack shattered the 8 doppelgangers, but it couldn't concentrate its strength to block the main body. The main body of Jiang Chen's battle axe chopped down, and the violent bloodthirsty demon's huge body was directly chopped down from the sky, and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Terrifying wounds appeared all over its body. The violent bloodthirsty demon was seriously injured, and it became even more berserk. It suddenly soared into the air and continued to attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. In this state, the violent bloodthirsty demon was already dead for sure. Jiang Chen's battle experience was too rich, and he understood the violent bloodthirsty demon very well. This kind of demon was born for battle and slaughter, and its perception in battle was exceptionally sharp. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen didn't use the 9 phantom wolves from the start. The 9 phantom wolves was a killing move, and it had to be used at the right time. If it was used from the start, it was very likely that the violent bloodthirsty demon would be able to see through it, and if it didn't work the first time, it wouldn't work the second time. Therefore Jiang Chen kept fighting with the violent bloodthirsty demon from the start, angering it until it lost all reason. Then he suddenly used the 9 phantom wolves. The violent bloodthirsty demon was in a state of rage, and it couldn't tell which one was Jiang Chen's real body. Shwa! Seeing the violent bloodthirsty demon pouncing towards him, Jiang Chen's body flashed again, and another 9 Jiang Chen appeared at the same time. After the violent bloodthirsty demon was injured, its mind was in a mess, and it couldn't tell which one was the real one. The 9 Jiang Chens let out a loud shout at the same time, and their battle axes slashed down from the sky. The violent bloodthirsty demon roared continuously. With the previous lesson, it didn't split its battle power into 9, and instead focused all of its power on one of Jiang Chen's. It had to be said that the violent bloodthirsty demon was indeed the most ferocious of existences. It was practically using its own life as a joke. The violent bloodthirsty demon was betting on that 1 out of 9 chance that it was attacking Jiang Chen's real body. As long as it made the right bet, the violent bloodthirsty demon would be able to see through this movement skill, and then attack fiercely, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to continue. But too bad, the violent bloodthirsty demon's luck wasn't that good. It had gathered all of its combat strength into this attack, but it had only destroyed one of Jiang Chen's doppelgangers. After the doppelganger was destroyed, Jiang Chen's real body's attack landed on the violent bloodthirsty demon. Die! With a sneer on his face, Jiang Chen swung his battle axe down from the top of the violent bloodthirsty demon's head. The violent bloodthirsty demon was sliced in half, and it died on the spot. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the violent bloodthirsty demon's devil soul, then he stored it away without any hesitation. This guy's combat wisdom is really high. The Huang dog couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. A man who could remain calm at all times was really frightening, especially during a fight. After the violent bloodthirsty demon was killed, all the other evil devils started roaring crazily. Because of this, more and more evil devils started charging towards Jiang Chen's direction. From afar, there were so many of them that the sky was covered by devilish energies. Jiang Chen could see at least 5 late divine core evil devils running towards him. "Buddy, we can't defeat them this time," the Huang dog said. "Run." Chapter 232. For Jiang Chen, those evil devils below the mid-divine core realm were just sheep, and he wasn't afraid of them no matter how many of them there were. However, these late divine core evil devils were the real wolves, and when there were so many of them, even a fierce tiger like Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to handle them. After all, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, and he hadn't broken through to the divine core realm yet. It wasn't easy for him to deal with these late divine core evil devils. He had used all his skills to kill the violent bloodthirsty devil just now, and now there were so many late divine core evil devils, it was really difficult for him to deal with them. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had no idea how many evil devils there were in this place. The battle had just started, and so many late divine core evil devils had already appeared. If this continued and a combat soul evil devil appeared, it would be a huge problem for him. In Inferno Hell, all sorts of powerful demons and devils could appear. Since there were powerful combat soul devil beasts here, it didn't mean there weren't any combat soul demons and devils. This place was where all evil devils gathered, and if a combat soul evil devil really appeared, Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog chose a direction opposite to Guaniyun and the others, and they flew away with extreme speed. They had to leave this devil cave first. Oh, the roars of the evil devils could be heard continuously, and the entire sky above the area was filled with the echoes of the evil devils' roars. Devilish energies could be seen behind them, and a few late divine core evil devils were crazily chasing after Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. Such a huge commotion had alerted all the evil devils in the entire devil cave. At this moment, more evil devils appeared from all directions, and they were trying to kill Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. In front of them there were more than a dozen majestic evil devils. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and their devilish energies soared into the sky. It looked like they were going to devour Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn it, have we fallen into a devil's circle? Why are there so many evil devils? Big Yellow felt like he was going to vomit blood. These demons are nothing. Jiang Chen said that he was right. In his previous life he had entered the devil's domain. There were all kinds of devils there and their numbers were unimaginable. How could this small devil's den in front of him compare to it? His aura fluctuated as Jiang Chen's hands appeared. One was the golden battle axe, the other was the bloodthirsty sword. The true dragon flame engulfed the two combat weapons like a fire dragon. Before the evil demon could even get close, Jiang Chen had already slashed at it. Rumble, energy overflowed in all directions and sparks filled the void. The resplendent sword light and the axe light were like two waterfalls that traversed the void. 5 or 6 valiant evil demons were directly killed. The demonic spirits seemed to be summoned and directly entered Jiang Chen's universe ring. The De Huang Dog was also incomparably ferocious. Wherever the dog's head passed, flesh and blood splattered. Howl! The evil demons behind them kept chasing, and more evil demons appeared in front of them. At this time, every place in this area was occupied by evil demons. Devil Chi covered the void, making it hard for people to tell which direction to go. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were completely surrounded. It seemed like they could only fight bravely. Kid, the situation doesn't look good. Although De Huang Dog said so, his eyes were filled with excitement, showing that he was in a very good mood. The more dangerous the situation was, the more excited De Huang Dog was. Let's go. Let's charge into the inner part of the devil's den. We'll kill whoever gets in our way. Jiang Chen made up his mind. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his whole body was filled with soaring killing intent. The long sword and battle axe in his hands produced a buzzing sound and vibrated continuously. Kaka, good master dog likes it. Big Yellow let out a loud laughter. He had completely unleashed his power. The yuan energy in his body was gushing out like a vast ocean, and a pair of invisible wings of light emerged from his back. A mysterious symbol was blinking on his forehead, giving him a sacred feeling. Rumble! The whole area was shaking and the chi of heaven and earth was disrupted. The mountains on the ground were shattered one after another. The devil waves covered the entire sky, and the fiery light continued to wreak havoc, turning this place into an Azura battlefield. Extremely far away, Tianishan and the others turned around to look at the battle fluctuations in the devil's den. Their faces were extremely ugly. It's not right for us to leave just like this, Wang Hing said. Wang Hing said. The terrifying fluctuations of the battle and the constant roars of the demons allowed them to clearly feel the intensity of the battle, as well as the number of demons. This is too terrifying. If we go there, I'm afraid we'll be drowned in the crowd of evil demons and be torn to pieces. Yang Ming's face was filled with shock. With our strength we won't be of any help if we go there. Instead we'll become Junior Brother Jiang's burden. I believe in Junior Brother Jiang, he won't do anything that he's not confident in. Besides, he came here to find information about the Earth Devil, so he won't turn back. Guaniyun said. He understood Jiang Chen very well. This was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Looking for the Earth Devil was extremely dangerous, but after knowing about Han Yan's situation, Guaniyun didn't try to stop Jiang Chen anymore. Let's go, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Now that Brother Jiang has attracted all the evil demons, if we don't leave this place, wouldn't we be letting down Brother Jiang's good intentions? Tianishan said. It wasn't that they didn't want to be loyal to Jiang Chen, it was just that the current situation was different. If they went back now they would just die and they would become Jiang Chen's burden. Therefore it was better for them not to go, and let Jiang Chen have an easier time fighting. The battle was getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were like two sharp swords, rampaging through the group of evil demons. With Da Huang Dog's strength, as long as he didn't bump into any late divine core evil demons, he would be safe. If a late divine core evil demon dashed towards him, Jiang Chen would simply swing his sword and force it back, then he would continue his killing. Oh, the furious roars of the evil demons were getting stronger and stronger. All the late divine core evil demons were furious, and they were surrounding Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog from all directions. Open up! Jiang Chen let out a loud and crazy shout. With this shout, he had unleashed the sonic hawk cry, causing a huge group of evil demons in front of him to feel dizzy. At the same time, Jiang Chen used the gigantic axe and bloodthirsty sword to open up a path. Blood and flesh flew all over the place and countless evil demons were killed by Jiang Chen. When those late divine core evil demons arrived, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog had already escaped from the encirclement. Roar! The evil demons wouldn't give up just like that, they kept chasing after them in a crazy manner. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog moved with extreme speed. A ferocious look could be seen in Jiang Chen's eyes. More evil demons appeared in front of them and once again they were caught in a pincer attack. All of you die now. Jiang Chen's voice sounded hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. Da Huang Dog had a ferocious look on his face as well. The man and dog's eyes had turned red from killing. They were like a suicide squad, and even an army of thousands of men and horses wouldn't be able to make them feel fear. If there was no path in front of them they would just kill their way out. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had slashed the heavens with his sword because he wanted to find a way out. Now he was running amok in this devil cave with unstoppable force. Rumble! The entire devil cave had gone crazy. Jiang Chen's black hair was dancing wildly in the air. He had transformed into an existence that was even more frightening than the evil demons, and he was slaughtering his way out. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were moving towards the center of the devil cave at high speed. Wherever they went, blood would splatter all over the place and devilish energies would fill the air. Up until now, more than 15 powerful late divine core evil demons had appeared. But because Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were killing so ferociously, and their speed and movement skills were both fast and unpredictable, and they didn't confront the late divine core evil demons face to face, those late divine core evil demons had yet to surround Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog. The brutal slaughter continued. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were moving freely within the group of evil demons. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the center of the devil cave. A black palace appeared in front of them. Outside of the palace, devilish waves could be seen everywhere. They were rolling and piercing into the skies and no one dared look directly at them. Oh! All of a sudden, a shocking roar sounded out from within the palace, and it resounded throughout the entire devil cave. The echoes of the roar were endless, and it carried with it a mighty devilish aura. Hearing the roar, all the evil demons stopped howling, and expressions of fear and respect emerged on their faces. As for Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog, their expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, it's a combat soul evil demon. Da Huang Dog nearly jumped up from the ground. Run! Jiang Chen grabbed Da Huang Dog's tail, turned into a trail of light, and flew through the devil palace in the blink of an eye. He didn't expect there to be a combat soul evil demon in this place. With their current cultivation, if they bumped into a combat soul evil demon, they would die for sure. No matter how many skills they had, the gap between them was just too huge. Rumble! Right when Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog arrived at the devil palace, a gigantic black hand suddenly shot out from the devil palace. It blotted out the sky and pressed down toward Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog. Damn it! Da Huang Dog cursed. Dimensional shift. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. A pair of blood-red wings emerged from his back, and he crazily unleashed the dimensional shift, barely escaping from the gigantic black hand. Rumble! The gigantic devil hand slammed onto the ground, causing the entire devil cave to shake violently. In an instant, a huge black crater appeared on the ground. Kakaka! A loud devilish voice sounded out from within the devil palace. After that, a 30-meter-tall gigantic creature dashed out from the Devil Palace, chasing after Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Swoosh! The combat soul evil demon's speed was incredibly fast. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it chased after Jiang Chen and a Huang dog at an incredible speed. Damn it, this combat soul evil demon's speed is too fast. We won't be able to escape from it no matter how hard we try. The Huang dog felt like coughing up blood. His luck was really bad today, he had actually entered a devil cave like this. Jiang Chen's expression turned ugly as well. If a combat soul evil demon was so frightening, then this earth devil who possessed the supreme bloodline of the devil race would be even more frightening. Cut the crap, let's run. Jiang Chen kept unleashing the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift in order to affect the evil demon's line of sight. At the same time he used the blood-red wings to flee as fast as he could. Even so, the distance between them was still getting shorter. There's a valley in front of us, let's go there quickly. I can sense a natural defense mechanism over there. Chapter 233. Natural Defense Mechanism? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as if he had just seen a glimmer of hope. In the depths of Inferno Hell, there were many invisible natural defense mechanisms and formations, and they had entered this devil cave by entering one of them. If there were other natural defense mechanisms, they would have a chance of escaping from the combat soul evil devil. Let's go. Jiang Chen dared not hesitate. The gigantic creature behind them was extremely ferocious, and once it caught up to them they would die a horrible death. Swoosh! Both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog increased their speed to the maximum, crazily running toward the valley. De Huang Dog's wings of light were extremely fast, and Jiang Chen also had the wings of the blood-winged hawk. Furthermore, with the help of the dimensional shift and the 9 phantom wolves, he was one of a kind when it came to escaping. Rumble! Behind them, the combat soul evil devil kept unleashing its attacks. Jiang Chen was nearly severely injured a few times, and the blood and qi in his body were tumbling about, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. If they continued running at this speed, the combat soul evil devil would catch up to them sooner or later. Luckily, the valley wasn't too far away. Soon Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could see it. The aura of a natural defense mechanism in the valley was very obvious, and even Jiang Chen could sense it. This aura was much clearer than the invisible formation between the two big trees. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately ran into the valley. Following the aura of the natural defense mechanism, they arrived in front of a shabby cave. The defense mechanism is right at the entrance of the cave. De Huang Dog said. Brr. Behind them, the combat soul evil devil crazily chased after them while emitting a tremendous devilish energy. Let's go in. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He didn't care what was behind the defense mechanism. If they went in, they would still have a chance to survive. If they didn't, they would definitely be killed by the combat soul evil devil. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog rushed towards the entrance of the cave. The air at the entrance rippled, and in the blink of an eye, 1 man and 1 dog disappeared. Seeing this, the combat soul evil devil stopped its gigantic body. It walked 2 rounds in front of the cave, then a prideful smile emerged on its face. After that, it turned around and left. It didn't crazily rush into the cave and continued chasing after Jiang Chen. Shua. After Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered the restrictive spell, the scene changed again. Everything in front of them was gray and gloomy, and the gloomy atmosphere was even denser than outside. The air was filled with a pungent stench. Apart from that, there were also black hurricanes appearing one after another. The air was filled with a bone-chilling coldness and a powerful corrosive force. Damn, what a terrible environment. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Be careful, this place is filled with poisonous miasma. The combination of the pungent poisonous gas and the bone-chilling miasma forms a very frightening poisonous miasma. If it's an ordinary warrior, once this poisonous miasma enters his or her body, he or she will die for sure. Jiang Chen reminded. This poisonous miasma is useless to me. De Huang Dog walked in the poisonous miasma, and he didn't seem to care about it at all. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At the same time, he recalled how he attacked De Huang Dog with the green hellish python's poison, but De Huang Dog was completely fine. This proved that De Huang Dog wasn't afraid of poison at all. As for the poisonous miasma in this place, De Huang Dog's divine beast bloodline, the dragon horse bloodline, was the nemesis of all poisonous miasma. This was the unique advantage De Huang Dog had. Not to mention Jiang Chen, he was immune to all kinds of poison. Furthermore, Jiang Qin immediately unleashed a red flame barrier around his body. The true dragon flame of extreme yang had prevented the poisonous miasma from getting close to him. After that, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked around, and they found that this place was filled with fog. There was nothing else in this place. No mountains, no flowers, no trees. Look, the defense mechanism hasn't disappeared. De Huang Dog turned around and found that the invisible defense mechanism was still behind them. It hadn't disappeared like before, but he couldn't see what was happening outside through it. The defense mechanism hasn't disappeared, I'm sure it's still a devil cave outside. Let's move forward and look for a new exit. Jiang Qin said. Why didn't that combat soul evil devil chase after us? De Huang Dog was puzzled. I'm guessing that evil devil knows about the situation here, and it thinks we're going to die if we enter this place. That's why it didn't chase after us. Jiang Qin said. The environment here was extremely harsh, and if any ordinary man came here he would definitely die. I think this place is an independent space and it's not a big one. We just need to find another exit and we'll be able to leave this place. Jiang Qin said. He could tell that this place was a unique natural space and it was filled with poisonous miasma. It could be said that this place was a natural death zone, and whoever accidentally entered this place would be extremely unlucky. Jiang Qin was protected by the flame barrier, and De Huang Dog was following behind him as if nothing had happened. A man and a dog were slowly walking forward. Since the poisonous miasma in this place was too strong, there weren't any demons or devils around. The entire place was extremely quiet. Apart from the whistling sound of the hurricane, there was no other sound. The entire place was extremely gloomy, and it made them feel like they had entered hell. Swish. Suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard from underneath De Huang Dog's feet. It sounded extremely ear-piercing in this environment. Damn it, what the hell was that? This master dog was scared to death. De Huang Dog immediately jumped up and moved to the side. He and Jiang Qin lowered their heads and looked down. What they saw was a complete skeleton on the ground. De Huang Dog's kick just now had created a hole in the skeleton's chest. This is the skeleton of a divine core warrior. I have no idea how long he has been dead, his bones are all loose and you just stepped on it and crushed it. Jiang Qin had great eyesight. Although the skeleton had been corroded by the poisonous miasma and had turned completely black, Jiang Qin could still tell with just a single glance that this was the skeleton of a divine core warrior. Even a divine core warrior died here, looks like it won't be easy to find the exit. De Huang Dog said. A divine core warrior could at least stay in this poisonous miasma space for some time. The only explanation for his death was that he had used up all his yuan energy to resist the poisonous miasma, and knew he couldn't resist it any longer. The poisonous miasma invaded his body, and he died tragically. When we came here there was an exit. Although it's a brutal devil cave outside, in order to survive, ordinary people would still try their best to enter the devil cave. They wouldn't just sit here and wait for death. The only explanation is that we can't open the defense mechanism, and we can't leave this place. Jiang Qin's expression suddenly turned ugly. You're saying that we can only enter this place but we can't leave? De Huang Dog's expression turned serious as well. I really hope that's not the case, but I really can't find a reason why a divine core warrior died in here. Jiang Qin smiled. A determined look emerged in his eyes as he said, Let's go, let's keep moving forward. The rest of the journey made Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog feel completely disheartened. They would see a skeleton every once in a while, and all of these skeletons were left behind by divine core warriors. In other words, none of the warriors who accidentally entered this space could leave this place alive. All of them had died in this place. This was a land of death. Damn it, this is a land of death. No wonder that evil devil didn't chase us here, it looks like it knows how dangerous this place is. De Huang Dog cursed, all those who came here are dead. Luckily we're not afraid of the poisonous miasma here. If not, we would have ended up like these people. We still have to find a way to leave this place. If we're trapped here for the rest of our lives, it's no different than being dead. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows as he continued walking forward. Now he was almost certain that there wouldn't be any powerful demons or devils here, and he didn't have to worry about being attacked. The man and dog walked for about an hour, and during this time they saw many skeletons. It was a sad scene. Look, there's a bright light in front of us. De Huang Dog suddenly said. It's a defense mechanism, that's the exit, let's go. Jiang Qin saw the bright light as well. Although the colorful light was weak, it couldn't escape their eyes. The man and dog immediately moved forward with great speed, and soon they arrived in front of the bright light. Someone's here. Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Not far away from them, a man with messy hair was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. He didn't move at all, just like a boulder. But, judging from the weak aura emitted from his body, this old man was still alive. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog slowly approached the man. As if he had heard something, the man finally raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog with a blurry look in his eyes. It was an old man, a very old man who was past his prime. The robe he wore was very loose and his face was filled with wrinkles. He was too skinny, just skin and bones, a frightening sight to behold. The old man's aura was very weak, as if he could die at any moment. But he was still alive. Sigh. Someone's here, someone's going to die again. Sigh. The old man let out 2 long sighs. His voice was extremely hoarse and it sounded somewhat ear-piercing. It seemed like he had gotten used to seeing death in this place. A combat soul warrior. Jiang Qin threw a glance at the old man and immediately found out his cultivation level. However, because the old man's life force was too weak, and he didn't have any yuan energy left in his body, it was completely depleted. Therefore, Jiang Qin couldn't tell which combat soul realm this old man was at. However, a combat soul warrior's divine core would have transformed into a combat soul. Therefore, Jiang Qin could easily tell if this old man was a combat soul warrior or not. Oh. The old man was startled. He obviously didn't expect a young man to be able to tell his cultivation level with just a single look. Not bad, young man. Too bad you've come to this land of death. The old man let out another sigh. After that, he turned his gaze to the glowing defense mechanism in front of him and said, "It's been 10 years, and all those who came here have left before me. Now I'm going to leave as well. Since there's someone who came here to talk to me, the heavens have been kind to me." A smile emerged on the old man's face. He no longer had the despair and anger he had when he first came here. He had seen through life and death. Chapter 234. The old man had an indifferent expression on his face, and there was no sign of sadness on his face. However, from his cloudy eyes, Jiang Qin could tell that he still had some regrets. If he can walk out of here alive, his cultivation will definitely reach another level. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The old man's mentality had reached a level where he could see through life and death. Just this realization alone was enough to benefit Jiang Qin a lot. What? 10 years? You've stayed here for 10 years? If this master dog had to stay here for 10 years, I'd be bored to death. Da Huang Dog was extremely excited. Being able to stay here for 10 years without dying means you're at least a late combat soul warrior. There aren't many warriors like you in the entire eastern continent. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Jiang Qin with a look of disbelief, and couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin from top to bottom. Jiang Qin was able to tell that he was a combat soul warrior with just a single look, and he was able to determine his true cultivation base based on the amount of time he had spent in this place. This was not something an ordinary man could do, and this shocked the old man. What an extraordinary young man. What a pity. The old man shook his head. His eyes were filled with regret. He could tell that Jiang Qin was an extraordinary and talented man with just a single look. A genius like him was supposed to be famous throughout the world, but now he was going to die in this damn place. What a pity. 10 years ago, I ventured into Inferno Hell alone. With my cultivation base, I tried to explore every single corner of Inferno Hell, and I never expected to stumble into this poisonous miasma space. I've been trapped here for 10 years. The old man said in a self-mocking manner. He didn't look at Jiang Qin, and it seemed like he was talking to himself. However, at the same time he seemed to enjoy the feeling of talking. It had been a very long time since he last spoke. I've done my calculations, I'll die tomorrow. I don't want to be like the others and have my body corroded by the poisonous miasma after I die. That's too miserable. Young man, after I die tomorrow, I hope you can burn my body with fire and turn me into ashes. The old man looked at Jiang Qin, especially at the flames that covered Jiang Qin's body. This was the last request of an old man past his prime. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. At the last moment, the old man did not ask him to help him fulfill his long-cherished wish, nor did he give him any special instructions. He only asked Jiang Qin to burn his body so that he could die a more honorable death. Old man, your calculations are very accurate. If I didn't come, you would indeed die tomorrow. But since I'm here, you won't die. Jiang Qin walked towards the old man. With a wave of his hand, he shot out a stream of flame. The dragon-like flame seemed to have a mind of its own as it formed a defensive barrier around the old man's body, enveloping the old man within it. The poisonous miasma in the surroundings seemed to have met its natural predator, not daring to come any closer. Jiang Qin decided to save this old man not for anything else, but because this old man was able to persevere here for 10 years. This kind of temperament was admirable. Moreover, the old man's words were free and easy, which gave Jiang Qin a good impression. What a strong flame. It actually has a sacred aura to it. Even the poisonous miasma doesn't dare to invade it. The look of surprise on the old man's face became even more intense, and the way he looked at Jiang Qin became even more astonished. This is the true dragon flame, the king of 10,000 years flame. Naturally, the poisonous miasma wouldn't dare to come near it. The Huang dog came to the front of the old man while wagging its tail and said. Only now did the old man pay attention to this De Huang dog. When he saw that the De Huang dog was completely unaffected by the poisonous miasma, the shock in his heart was like a tsunami. This man and this dog were truly monstrous existences. After the shock, the old man once again returned to his indifferent state. He looked at the flame barrier around his body, smiled at Jiang Qin and said, "Young man, put away the flame barrier. Using the flame barrier requires a lot of mental energy. Sooner or later you won't be able to hold on. Now the poisonous miasma has invaded my internal organs. I'm a man who will die for sure. You don't have to waste your energy on me. I said I won't let you die, so you won't die. Let go of your mental energy and defense. I'll help you clear the poisonous miasma from your body." As Jiang Qin spoke, his palm was already pressed on the old man's chest. The old man's body swayed as he looked at Jiang Qin's palm. He didn't know what Jiang Qin was going to do. He was very clear about his current condition. It was impossible for him to get rid of the poisonous miasma in his body. "You're a man who will die soon. What are you afraid of? Let go of your defense completely. Let go of your mental energy," Jiang Qin said with a smile. The old man smiled and said, "That's right. I'm a man who will die soon. What are you afraid of?" The old man's tensed nerves for 10 years finally relaxed completely at this moment. He could see the confidence in Jiang Qin's eyes. Jiang Qin's eyes also gave him a sense of peace and hope. Jiang Qin displayed the dragon transformation art. A dragon mark went through his palm and directly entered the old man's body. It was a very dangerous thing to let someone else's power enter one's body. He had completely let go of his defense. If the other party had evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. In such a situation, mutual trust was needed. However, the old man wasn't afraid at all. There was nothing for him to fear now. He was going to die anyway. Moreover, if Jiang Qin wanted to harm him, he could kill him with a single slap. There was no need for him to waste so much effort. The blood-red dragon mark circled around the old man's body and returned to Jiang Qin's body. In just 3 breaths' time, Jiang Qin had completed everything. He withdrew his palm from the old man's chest. Barf! The old man's body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and coughed violently. The old man coughed for a while before returning to normal. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin, who was squatting in front of him. The shock in his eyes had reached an indescribable level. The old man checked the condition of his body. He found that the poisonous qi that had accumulated for 10 years had all disappeared. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had lost their vitality were now beating violently. More importantly, the old man felt extremely relaxed and comfortable after getting rid of the poisonous qi. It was as if a huge mountain that had been pressing on his body had been moved away. Comfortable, comfortable. I've never felt so comfortable in 10 years. The old man closed his eyes slightly. He enjoyed this moment. He missed this feeling even more. 10 years. Day after day, year after year, he had endured the torment of pain. For anyone, 10 years of pain could torture them to the point of insanity. The old man had also gone crazy before. However, he had seen through life and death. Today, Jiang Qin had given him the hope of living again. The old man was immersed in a comfortable state, and Jiang Qin didn't disturb him. He simply absorbed all the poisonous miasma into his body, then he used the true dragon flames to purify all the miasma. As for the poisonous miasma, it was completely absorbed. After a long time, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin. "Little brother, you actually absorbed all the poisonous qi in my body into your own body. This is too dangerous. However, I see that nothing has happened to you. I don't know what method you used to do it. Old man, you might not know this, but I've swallowed the dark hellish python's demon soul before. I'm immune to all poisons. The poisonous qi here does not pose any threat to me. As for the poisonous qi, my true dragon flame can purify it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You are indeed a miraculous young man. Little brother, you saved my life today. I will never be able to repay this kindness. The old man nodded toward Jiang Qin. I saved you because you are pleasing to the eye. I Jiang Qin save people based on my own preferences. Those I like and want to save, even if they are the lowest beggars under the heavens, I will still save them. As for those I don't want to save, even if they are the kings, they won't get any help from me. Jiang Qin slightly shook his energy. The old man was shocked. A young heavenly core warrior actually had such an attitude. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. However, the old man really liked what Jiang Qin said. Based on my preferences? I Wujio also do things based on my preferences. I do things my own way and no one can control me. Brother Jiang Qin, if you don't mind, can you call me Brother Jio? Although there were no yuan energy ripples coming from the old man's body, the energy that he was emitting was enough to make anyone submit to him. Haha, being able to meet Brother Jio in such a desolate place, I guess it's fate. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. If those who were familiar with Wu Jio heard Jiang Qin, a young junior, addressing Wu Jio as brother, they would be shocked to the extreme. In the entire martial saint dynasty, there weren't many people who were qualified to address Wu Jio as brother. Even being able to address Wu Jio as Lord Jio was a great honor for them. With Jiang Qin's age, he should at least call him senior, but Jiang Qin was a reincarnated saint. In the entire saint origin realm, no one had the right to be his senior. Calling him Brother Jio was just because they shared the same interests. Little brother, although you have helped me get rid of the poisonous miasma in my body, we still can't leave this place. Wu Jio shook his head and looked at the defense mechanism that was emitting a faint bright light. Brother Jio, you mean we can't break this defense mechanism? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. That's right. This is a natural defense mechanism, a very complete one. There's no way to break it. If I had the cultivation of a combat king, I would have been able to break this defense mechanism with my spatial force. Too bad I couldn't break it even with my current cultivation base, and I've been trapped here for 10 years. Wu Jio sighed. Brother Jio, use these pills and crystal cores to recover your cultivation base. I'll take a look at this defense mechanism. Jiang Qin casually threw a storage ring to Wu Jio. It contained a lot of human elixir, natural essences, and a small amount of earth elixir and crystal cores. Wu Jio's condition was still very bad. His body was like a dried-up river and he desperately needed to be watered. With these human elixir, earth elixir, crystal cores and natural essences, Wu Jio's cultivation base would slowly recover. Wu Jio's eyes lit up. He took the storage ring and said, "All right, brother, I appreciate your kindness." Chapter 235. Leaving Wu Jio behind, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog walked toward the defense mechanism. Jiang Qin's condition had stabilized. Although the poisonous miasma had caused serious damage to his body, it had been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. With his peak combat soul cultivation base, it wouldn't be a problem for him to slowly recover. Furthermore, Wu Jio was protected by the true dragon flames, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked by the poisonous miasma. Also, with the pills, crystal cores and natural essences that Jiang Qin had given him, what Wu Jio needed to do now was to slowly recover. However, Wu Jio had been trapped here for 10 years, and all the life force in his body had come to an end. Even if the poisonous miasma had been removed, it wouldn't be easy for him to fully recover, and it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog stood in front of the defense mechanism and furrowed their brows. Both of them were experts in formations, so they could easily tell how frightening this defense mechanism was. All formations under the heavens are formed by layers of defense mechanisms. Therefore, all formations have a way to break them, and as long as we can find the way to break them, it won't be too difficult. But this isn't a formation, it's a complete natural defense mechanism. It's too complete and there's no way to break it. De Huang Dog said with a frown on his face. That's right. If this was a formation, we might have a chance to break it. But this is just a complete defense mechanism. De Huang, do you have any way to break this defense mechanism? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog and asked. There are only two ways to break a defense mechanism. The first is to use brute force, but even that old man couldn't break it, let alone us. The second way is to create a new defense mechanism. I know of a defense mechanism that can repel other defense mechanisms after it is created. With this, we can use the repelling force between the defense mechanisms to temporarily concentrate the power of the natural defense mechanism on a single point. In this way, weak points will appear in other parts of the natural defense mechanism, and as long as we can break those weak points, we'll be able to break the defense mechanism. The Huang Dog said. Ordinary defense mechanisms are useless against natural defense mechanisms. During the past 10 years I've used all kinds of methods. Wu Jiao said. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows as well. In his past life, he had a unique understanding of defense mechanisms and formations, and he knew at least a few hundred types of defense mechanisms. But he didn't know what Big Yellow was talking about. The restrictive spells you know of are too low level. In my memories, there is a heavenly book of source formations. It contains all sorts of ancient restrictive spells. Among them is a type of spiraling restrictive spell. After it is created, it will automatically produce a spiraling force that will repel natural restrictive spells. If you can master this spiraling restrictive spell, you will be able to break the restrictive spells in front of you. The Huang Dog said. Heavenly Book of Source Formations. Jiang Qin and Wu Jiao exclaimed in surprise at the same time, especially Jiang Qin. He had traveled across the Saint Origin world, but he had never heard of the existence of such a heavenly book, nor did he know about the spiraling defense mechanism. However, Jiang Qin soon felt relieved. After all, the Saint Origin world was just a low-level world. Even though he was the greatest saint in the world, there were still many things he didn't know about. The Saint Origin world wasn't the pinnacle of cultivation, there was still the immortal world above it. The Huang Dog was the descendant of the dragon horse. He possessed the complete inheritance of the divine beast, the dragon horse. In his memories he could awaken all kinds of ancient and powerful treasures. This heavenly book of source formations was innately awakened by the Huang Dog. When the Huang Dog was only at the Qihai realm, he was able to break the defense mechanism of the demon subduing tower at the Tianjin gate and release a powerful demon. It seemed like all of the Huang Dog's skills came from this heavenly book of source formations. Besides, the Huang Dog had a special treasure hunting ability, which might be related to this heavenly book of source formations. Da Huang, if that's the case, hurry up and create the spiraling restrictive spell. Jiang Qin urged. With my current cultivation, I will need at least 2 months to create the spiraling restrictive spell. The Huang Dog said. What? 2.5 months? Jiang Qin cried out in surprise. Wu Jiao could still remain calm at this time. After all, he had been here for 10 years, so 2.5 months was not a big deal to him. However, Jiang Qin had no choice but to worry. This was the 5th day since he had arrived in Inferno Hell, and there were still 3 months before the opening of Inferno Hell. Now, the Huang Dog needed 2.5 months to create the spiraling restrictive spell, and there was still some uncertainty. Even if they could leave this place in 2.5 months, there would only be 10 days left before the opening of Inferno Hell. An ancient defense mechanism like the spiraling restrictive spell is extremely rare, even in the heavenly book of source formations. It is extremely difficult to create. 2.5 months is my limit. Besides, even if I manage to create the spiraling restrictive spell, we still won't be able to leave this place. The Huang Dog said. Why? Jiang Qin and Wu Jiao asked at the same time. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up. It had been 10 years and he finally had a chance to leave this damned place. If he said he wasn't excited, he would be lying. Because of our strength, even though the spiraling defense mechanism has absorbed most of the natural defense mechanism's power, causing a weak point to appear, we still don't have the ability to break it. Old man Wu Jiao, although he is a combat soul warrior with his current condition, he won't be able to recover much in 2.5 months. As for me, creating the spiraling defense mechanism will consume all of my energy and mental energy, so we can only rely on Little Qin to break the natural defense mechanism. The weak point will require at least the strength of a late divine core warrior to break it. Therefore, only if Little Qin can break through to the divine core realm within 2.5 months will we have a chance of leaving this place. The Huang Dog said. According to the heavenly book of source formations, he had completely understood the natural defense mechanism. If he wanted to leave this place, he wouldn't be able to rely on the spiraling restrictive spell alone. Alright, I've absorbed a huge amount of demon souls, devil souls, and crystal cores, and my cultivation has reached the peak heavenly core realm. I was planning to break through to the divine core realm, but since I can't leave this poisonous miasma space, I might as well use this harsh environment to stimulate my potential and break through to the divine core realm. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was a man who could remain calm in any situation. Although he didn't have much time left in Inferno Hell after 2.5 months, this was a fact that couldn't be changed. Besides, he had to break through to the Divine Core Realm. If not, even if the Huang Dog managed to create the spiraling restrictive spell, he still wouldn't be able to leave this place. Jiang Qin didn't plan to rely on demon souls to break through to the Divine Core Realm, he wanted to rely on himself. With his potential and the help of the dragon transformation skill, he should be able to break through to the Divine Core Realm in 2.5 months. Besides, this way of breaking through would allow his cultivation base to stabilize, and it would make his foundation stronger. Once he broke through to the Divine Core Realm, he would be able to absorb more demon souls and form more dragon marks. Immediately, Jiang Qin walked over to Wu Jiao and sat down not far away from him. He quickly adjusted his condition to the best, then he entered secluded cultivation. The Huang Dog also started adjusting his aura. Using the spiraling restrictive spell wasn't an easy task, and he couldn't afford any accidents during the process. Swoosh. After a short moment, the Huang Dog raised his hoof and waved it in the air. A bright light flashed across the air and stopped in midair for a very long time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Huang Dog kept unleashing bright lights that weaved into a huge net in front of him. On the other side, both Wu Jiao and Jiang Qin had entered secluded cultivation. Jiang Qin was going to break through to the Divine Core Realm, and Wu Jiao was slowly recovering his cultivation base with pills and crystal cores. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, the Huang Dog didn't stop for a single moment. He kept unleashing defense mechanisms, trying his best to create the spiraling restrictive spell. Jiang Qin was in his special state, sitting like an old monk as steady as a mountain. Outside of his body, besides the fiery barrier, no energy ripples could be sensed. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The one who had the biggest change was Wu Jiao. In just 10 days his cultivation base had recovered to the early heavenly core realm, which was an incredible feat. Furthermore, Wu Jiao's appearance had undergone a tremendous change as well. The skinny body underneath the long robe had slowly become plump, and the wrinkles on his face had slowly disappeared. He looked younger, and he no longer looked like an old man in his twilight years. Qi Province, Burning Sky Pavilion. Just like the Black Sect, the Burning Sky Pavilion was located on top of a huge mountain range. Underneath the mountain range was an energy vein. Not only did it provide the entire Burning Sky Pavilion with pure and rich natural yuan energy, it also brought the entire Burning Sky Pavilion great luck. Right at this moment, deep within the Burning Sky Pavilion, within a palace, a young man was sitting on a cushion. His eyes were sharp like swords and he had an extraordinary appearance. He was emitting a domineering aura from all over his body, and he was the one and only person in the entire world. In front of the young man sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man wore a fiery red long robe, and the aura he was unleashing was no weaker than Taoist blacks. This man was the Burning Sky Pavilion's pavilion chief, Zhao Chongyang, the true overlord of the Qi province. Nanbei, your cultivation base is getting stronger and stronger. After breaking through to the Divine Core Realm, your progress has become even faster. Looks like it won't take long before you break through to the Mid-Divine Core Realm. Zhao Chongyang looked at the young man in front of him and said with a proud expression. This young man was none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. I'll enter secluded cultivation today and break through to the Mid-Divine Core Realm. Once I break through to the Mid-Divine Core Realm, the Burning Sky Pavilion will immediately attack the other 3 big sections. Before I head to the Martial Palace, I want to rule the entire Qi province and make everyone submit to me. The Northern and Southern dynasties will build their own grand ambitions, and in the future, we will become the overlord of the entire continent. Wherever I go, everyone will submit to me. The Northern and Southern dynasties had a solemn expression on their faces as they spoke word by word. It was an innate domineering aura, an indomitable will. This was the obsession of the Northern and Southern dynasties. He wanted to become the strongest overlord under the heavens, and wherever he went, he would make everyone submit to him. Alright, with your strength, once you break through to the Mid-Divine Core Realm, even I won't be your match. At that point of time, when you attack the other 3 big sects, I want to see who dares fight back. Chapter 236. The warriors of the Northern and Southern dynasties were glowing in a faint golden light. Their golden hair was fluttering in the air even though there was no wind. Their faces were filled with the aura of a king, and they were all wearing dazzling golden robes. We from the northern and southern dynasties are the proud sons of the heavens, we stand high above everyone else. My monarch heaven skill has some power, and once I break through to the mid-divine core realm, I'll be invincible amongst all divine core warriors. I'm a born king, I'm destined to rule over everything, and make all living beings submit to me. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties were filled with arrogance. Nanbei, you're the brightest star in the world and your future is limitless. In the future you'll definitely leave your own legend in the saint origin realm, just like that saint who slashed the heavens with his sword 100 years ago. Zhao Chongyang praised. That's nothing, I want to be the king of this world, a true king. I want to make all living beings submit to me. The Qi province is just my first step. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties let out a cold snort. They didn't even take the once greatest saint in the world seriously. Oh right, that guy from the black sect who challenged you in 1 year has been in the limelight recently. I heard that he can kill a divine core warrior with just a heavenly core cultivation base, and even the core disciple of the Tianjin Gate, Yunkin, was killed by him. He can't be underestimated. Zhao Chongyang suddenly thought about Jiang Qin, who had caused quite a stir in the Qi province recently. He's just an ant, I've never taken him seriously. When the 1-year challenge arrives, I'll step on him myself, I'll let him know who the real geniuses are, I'll let the world know the consequences of offending the northern and southern dynasties. Now, I don't have to take him seriously, I'll just let him live a little longer, consider it a gift from me to him. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties had always acted like they were above everyone else. They looked down on anyone from the younger generation. That's right, that guy has overestimated himself. He's just a firefly trying to compete with the bright moon, he's just courting death. Nanbei, how long will it take for you to break through to the mid-divine core realm? Zhao Chongyang asked. Around 2 months. The northern and southern dynasties replied. Within the purgatory poisonous miasma space, everything was the same as it was 10 days ago. Jiang Qin had no idea what was happening in the northern and southern dynasties. 10 days had passed since then, and the northern and southern dynasties would need around 2 months to break through to the mid-divine core realm. Calculating it, it was about the same time as the entrance to Inferno Hell would open. In such an enclosed space there was no concept of time. Moreover, the 2 people and the dog were completely immersed in their own states so they couldn't feel the passage of time at all. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. They had been trapped here for a month. The entire space was buzzing. In front of De Huang Dog, there were already numerous restrictive spells. He had cast out a lot of restrictive spells. As time passed, some of them would dissipate, leaving only the most powerful ones. Wu Jiao's condition had gotten even better. His cultivation base had recovered to the peak mid-heavenly core realm, and with his current speed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the divine core realm in 2.5 months. At that point of time he would be able to help Jiang Qin. Buzzing sounds could be heard from within Jiang Qin's body from time to time. His bones, flesh and blood were producing cracking sounds. He was in a state of complete silence, and the dragon transformation skill was circulating at a crazy speed. All the dragon marks in his body were like real dragons, swimming around his limbs and bones, constantly stimulating Jiang Qin's potential and stabilizing his foundation. This was a way to break through steadily and surely. In just 1 month, Jiang Qin had formed 20 new dragon marks, and the total number of dragon marks in his body was now 770. He only needed 31 more dragon marks to break through to the divine core realm. Since there was only 1.5 months left, Jiang Qin was confident he could do it. During the period of time when Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were trapped in the poisonous miasma space, the entire Inferno Hell had descended into chaos. There were 2 kinds of chaos. The first kind was caused by those warriors who had all their treasures seized by Jiang Qin. In order to survive, all of them had gone mad, and they kept robbing people's belongings and killing demons and devils. At this moment, Inferno Hell was filled with the flames of war. Many demon beasts and devils had gone berserk, and even some demon beasts had appeared. Battles were happening everywhere in Inferno Hell. However, the chaos caused by these people was nothing. The second kind of chaos came from the middle area of Inferno City. The news about Jiang Qin sweeping across the outer perimeter of Inferno City had spread across the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City. Many warriors from the middle area, especially those late divine core warriors, had started searching for Jiang Qin everywhere. They wanted to make Jiang Qin pay for what he had done. In fact, even an idiot would know that the so-called rules of Inferno City were just bullshit. Inferno City was a place without rules, and it was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The reason why those warriors from the middle area of Inferno City was not because of the rules of Inferno City, it was because of the treasures Jiang Chen had. Who didn't know about Jiang Chen's current value? He was a real nouveau riche, and he had all the treasures found in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Countless human elixir, a huge amount of earth elixir, countless demon souls, devil souls, a huge amount of crystal cores and countless natural essences. He even had a few hundred combat weapons. This was an enormous amount of wealth, and it was something that could make anyone's eyes red with jealousy. Or, it could be said that Jiang Chen had done something that many people wanted to do but failed to do. Now, as long as they could find Jiang Chen and kill him, they would be able to obtain an immeasurable amount of wealth. Of course, those mid-divine core warriors wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. They were fighting each other to find Jiang Chen, as if they were trying to find their prey. Because of this, Inferno Hell had become even more chaotic. Within a remote valley in Inferno Hell, Tianxia and a few other men were all wounded. During the past month, they didn't dare return to Inferno City. After leaving the Devil Cave, they had been wandering around Inferno Hell, and they had been slaughtering non-stop for an entire month. Chaos. Inferno Hell is in complete chaos. Damn it, those men from the middle perimeter of Inferno City have attacked us. We don't even dare return to Inferno City. Wang Heng said angrily. Fuck you, those bastards have crossed the line. They are defending the rules of Inferno City, but they are just trying to rob Chief Jiang's wealth. They are so shameless. We can't go back now. Once we return to Inferno City, we will definitely be discovered by those mighty warriors from the middle perimeter of Inferno City. Because of Chief Jiang, they won't let us go. The most important thing is, we don't know where Chief Jiang is right now. It has been a month and we haven't heard anything from him. This is really worrying. Everyone's faces were filled with worry. Their lives were saved by Jiang Chen. When they were in the Devil Cave, Jiang Chen had attracted the attention of the main force of the devils, leaving them a way out. Otherwise, with their strength, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to escape from the Devil Cave. Do you guys think that Chief Jiang has been buried in the Devil Cave? Otherwise he would have come out a long time ago. Yang Ming said cautiously. Get lost. Guaniyun and Tianxia each slapped Yang Ming's head. Don't jinx it. What kind of person is Brother Jiang? He has a powerful flame that can suppress the devils. How could he die in the Devil Cave? Even if he encountered a powerful devil and couldn't defeat it, he would have no problem running away. Tianxia said. Junior Jiang came here for the Earth Devil. I'm sure he is searching for its whereabouts. There are less than 2 months before the opening of Inferno Hell. Before the opening of Inferno Hell, Junior Jiang will definitely appear. During this period of time, we should try our best not to bump into those mighty warriors in Inferno City. Guaniyun said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Jiang Chen would definitely appear before the opening of Inferno Hell, unless he was an evil man who had committed crimes in the outside world. No one would let go of the chance to leave Inferno Hell because if they missed it, they would have to wait for another year. Soon, another month had passed. Within the poisonous miasma space, De Huang Dog was sweating profusely, and a tired look could be seen in his eyes. In front of him, there was a millstone that was glowing in all colors, and it was constantly rotating while producing buzzing sounds. On top of the millstone there were numerous whirls. This was the spiraling defense mechanism that De Huang Dog had spent 2 months crafting. Wu Jiao opened his eyes. His cultivation had recovered to the early divine core realm, and judging from the current situation he would be able to return to the mid-divine core realm before leaving this place. This recovery speed was incredible. However, he was still severely injured, and it wasn't easy for him to return to his peak condition. The longer he stayed in this place, the more difficult it would be for him to recover. Right now Wu Jiao looked like he was in his 50s and his beard had turned black. His angular face was filled with a resolute expression, and a domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows. Just a casual glance from him could send chills down one's spine, and he was unleashing the aura of a mighty man. He threw his glance over at De Huang Dog's spiraling defense mechanism, and a shocked expression emerged in his eyes. What a profound defense mechanism. No wonder it was passed down from the ancient times. It's so complicated that even I can't understand it. Wu Jiao praised. De Huang, how much longer do you need to complete this spiraling defense mechanism? Half a month should be enough, but I wonder if that guy can break through to the divine core realm. De Huang Dog said. Both he and Wu Jio threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen at the same time. Right now Jiang Chen's body was covered in blood-red dragon marks, and a blood-red dragon was dancing above his head. His aura was getting stronger as well. Brother Jiang is really an extraordinary man. He is a peerless genius who can shake the ancient and dazzle the present. He hasn't even broken through to the divine core realm, but he is able to unleash such a powerful aura and blood energy. There is only one man like him in the entire martial saint dynasty. Wu Jio couldn't help but praise. Right now Jiang Chen was at the most crucial moment. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 795, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the divine core realm. There was only half a month left, and as long as he could form another 5 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm. However, although forming 5 dragon marks seemed easy, it was actually not easy. The further one cultivated, the harder it would be to form new dragon marks, and the energy contained within each dragon mark was incomparable to the previous one. Right now Jiang Chen was stimulating his potential, and he wanted to break through to the divine core realm in one go. With his current condition, half a month was more than enough time. Chapter 237. The chaos in Inferno Hell had lasted for 2 months, and it still hadn't stopped. However, Jiang Chen, an important figure, had disappeared as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Even those late divine core warriors couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. There were only 25 days left before the opening of Inferno Hell. This time of year was the most chaotic period in Inferno Hell, and this year was the most chaotic period. Many warriors had left Inferno City. All of them wanted to leave Inferno Hell after obtaining their last bit of wealth. Demons and devils were roaring and roaring. Every single corner of Inferno Hell had turned into a true hell. Flames of war raged everywhere, and the entire sky above Inferno Hell was filled with the smell of blood. The more chaotic the situation was, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, many people were willing to stay in Inferno City and wait for the opening of Inferno Hell. As for those late divine core warriors who were searching for Jiang Chen, many of them had stopped searching. They were certain that as long as Jiang Chen wasn't dead, he would definitely appear before the opening of Inferno Hell, and at that point of time he would be killed as well. Of course, there were also many who didn't want to give up, and they kept searching for Jiang Chen. They were worried that Jiang Chen might have fallen into someone else's hands. Everyone knew that right now Jiang Chen was a huge treasure, and whoever found Jiang Chen first would be the first to discover a huge treasure and obtain a huge amount of wealth. Deep within a barren mountain, a few messy-looking men were standing in a straight line. Each of them had wounds all over their bodies. 2 months of chaos, 2 months of fighting, it had completely exhausted Guaniyun and the other men. Right now, Guaniyun and the other men had sad and angry expressions on their faces. On the ground in front of them, there were 2 men who were covered in blood, and they were lying there motionlessly. Obviously they were dead. Arg! I can't take it anymore. Wang Heng shouted out loudly. One of his arms was still bleeding. It was a pretty serious injury. Lying on the ground were his brothers who had gone through life and death together with him. For the past 2 months, they had been running and fighting everywhere, and they didn't dare return to Inferno City. Those warriors who had all their treasures robbed by Jiang Chen were like ferocious dogs, and they hated them to the core. Now that they knew many late divine core warriors from the middle area were going to attack Jiang Chen, they were sure that Jiang Chen was going to die for sure. Therefore they had nothing to fear from Guaniyun. For the past 2 months, Guaniyun and the others had been in a very tense state. Although they had been hiding from the enemies, they were still fighting non-stop. Demonic beasts, evil demons, 9 life crystal beasts, all kinds of fierce battles. When they bumped into the cultivators who came from the outer perimeter of Inferno City, they treated them like mortal enemies. In the end, they ran to this secluded and desolate mountain, but the 2 companions were seriously injured and eventually died. In Inferno Hell, we don't have control over our own life and death. They are 1 step ahead of us and we don't know how long we can last. Tian Yishan said with an indifferent tone. They were in a very bad situation right now and they were surrounded by enemies. Human warriors wanted to kill them and demons and devils wanted to eat them. It was a miracle that they could survive until now, but they had no idea how they were going to survive. This damn Inferno Hell, if I can survive this, I'll never step into this damned place again. Yang Ming's face was covered with blood, and he was extremely emotional. Senior disciple Tian burned their bodies. Guaniyun said. The most honorable way to die in Inferno Hell was to have someone burn their bodies for them. If not, they would become the food of the demons and devils. Everyone put on a serious expression and bowed deeply toward the two corpses. Although they didn't know each other before coming to Inferno Hell, they had been through life and death together for such a long time, it was impossible for them to not have any feelings for each other. Xuanhuan started a fire, and all of them stood there solemnly until the two corpses turned into ashes. Chief Tian, what should we do next? Wang Heng asked. Right now, everyone's injuries aren't light. The place we're looking for right now is very desolate and remote. Even demonic beasts are rare here. For the time being, we'll hide here and treat our injuries. Then we'll pay attention to the situation outside. The door to purgatory is about to open. I believe Brother Jiang will appear soon. Tian Yishan said. Senior disciple Tian is right. Based on our current situation, finding this hidden place is the best choice. Everyone is injured and we need to recover as soon as possible. Xuanhuan said. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Yang Ming's face was filled with anger. They were in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies. Inside the poisonous miasma space, 2 men and a dog were busy with their own things, and had no idea about the situation outside, let alone the chaos outside. Day after day the 2 men and the dog were going through great changes. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded out from Wu Jio's mouth. At the same time, a powerful energy wave burst out from his body. After 2.5 months of recovery, Wu Jio had finally returned to the early divine core realm. Compared to his previous weak state, he had gone through a tremendous transformation. Wu Jio stood up from the ground. His tall and sturdy body was filled with yang energy. His face was sharp and his eyes were bright like stars. He was full of vitality and his yuan energy was vigorous. He didn't look like an old man in his twilight years at all. He was now emitting an aura of a superior, and anyone could tell that he was no ordinary man. Although I've only broken through to the divine core realm, my vitality has been fully recovered. As long as I can leave this place, it won't take long for my cultivation base to recover. The heavens haven't forsaken me, Master Jio. Wu Jio burst into laughter. He had no reason not to be happy. A man who was ready to face death had suddenly walked out of despair and welcomed a new life. How could he not be excited? Buzz. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Wu Jio turned to De Huang Dog and saw that the millstone-sized defense mechanism in front of De Huang Dog had completely formed, and it was revolving at a high speed. After 2.5 months of hard work, De Huang Dog had finally completed the spiraling defense mechanism. The buzzing sound was coming from the spiraling defense mechanism. Right after the spiraling defense mechanism was completed, De Huang Dog fell onto the ground. His face was covered in sweat and his tongue was sticking out of his mouth. He was panting heavily, and both of De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with fatigue. Damn it, with this Master Dog's current strength, I'm just courting death by trying to refine the spiraling defense mechanism. This Master Dog is so tired. De Huang Dog murmured. What a profound defense mechanism. De Huang, I never expected you to have such a skill. Wu Jio admires you. Wu Jio cupped his fist toward De Huang Dog. He really admired De Huang Dog. It was rare for someone like Wu Jio to admire someone, let alone a dog. Old man, you're recovering pretty fast. With your early divine core cultivation base, you should be able to contribute to breaking the defense mechanism. But I wonder if that guy can break through to the divine core realm. De Huang Dog turned to Jiang Qin, who was still in secluded cultivation, and said, the spiraling defense mechanism can only last for 3 hours. If that guy can't break through to the divine core realm within 3 hours, the spiraling defense mechanism will automatically dissipate, and all our efforts will be in vain. 3 hours, I hope Jiang brother can successfully break through. Wu Jio turned around and looked at the natural defense mechanism, then he said, De Huang, if I combine the spiraling defense mechanism with my current strength, can I break it? No, although you're a combat soul warrior, you only have the strength of an early divine core warrior right now. Besides, your foundation hasn't fully recovered, that's why you can't unleash too much power. In order to break this natural defense mechanism, you'll need at least a late divine core attack. De Huang Dog shook his head. Wu Jio furrowed his brows. With his current condition, it was indeed difficult for him to unleash the energy of a late divine core warrior. But even if Jiang brother breaks through to the divine core realm, he'll only be an early divine core warrior. I don't think he'll be able to unleash the energy of a late divine core warrior. Wu Jio looked at Jiang Qin, who was sitting on the ground. Don't underestimate this guy. As long as he breaks through to the early divine core realm, I don't think he'll need your help. He'll be able to break this defense mechanism all by himself. The Huang Dog said. Wujiao didn't know much about Jiang Qin, but the Huang Dog knew that Jiang Qin was an abnormal monster. Wujiao took a deep breath. Jiang Qin was indeed a genius, but if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Crack, crack, Jiang Qin's bones and flesh kept producing cracking sounds. The blood dragon energy above his head was getting stronger and stronger, and his energy was getting stronger and stronger. 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours, time passed by like this. Jiang Qin still didn't open his eyes, but the cracking sounds coming from his body were getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, there's only half an hour left. If this guy still can't break through, all our efforts will go to waste. The Huang Dog became anxious. The spiraling defense mechanism could only last for 3 hours, and there was only half an hour left. If Jiang Qin couldn't break through in the last half an hour, they would never be able to leave this place, and all their efforts would go to waste. If they missed this chance, even if they had the chance to leave this place in the future, they would have to wait for another year. Only half an hour left. Looks like we won't make it in time. We can only give it our all. De Huang, you unleash the spiraling defense mechanism. I'll break the defense mechanism. Wujiao said. No way. De Huang Dog immediately refused. You can't break the defense mechanism, but I believe in little Qinzi. I'm sure he can break through. De Huang Dog knew much more about the natural defense mechanism and the spiraling defense mechanism than Wujiao. With Wujiao's current strength, even with the help of the spiraling defense mechanism, there was no way he could break the natural defense mechanism. De Huang Dog had spent all his yuan energy and effort, but he couldn't provide any help in breaking the natural defense mechanism. But De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Qin would definitely be able to break through to the divine core realm in the last half an hour, because Jiang Qin wanted to leave this place more than anyone else. There were only 10 days left until the opening of Inferno Hell, and they still hadn't found out the whereabouts of the Earth Devil. Jiang Qin still had a lot of things to do. Although Jiang Qin was in secluded cultivation, he knew everything in his mind. Bang. Chapter 238. The energy was getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Qin's entire body was covered in a golden light, and he looked like a dazzling sun. No one dared to look directly at him, and in the end even Wujiao was shocked. Kaka, I told you this guy would succeed. De Huang Dog laughed out loudly. The serious expression on his face had finally disappeared. He has only broken through to the divine core realm, but he is able to unleash such powerful energy. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Jiang brother is indeed a peerless genius, and his future achievements are limitless. Wujiao had seen all kinds of geniuses, and every single one of them was a dazzling genius. But compared to this young man in front of him, there was a huge gap between them. Wujiao himself was a peerless genius. If not, he wouldn't be able to achieve what he had today. He was also a divine core warrior, and when he broke through to the divine core realm, he didn't even have a tenth of the energy Jiang Qin had. No wonder De Huang is so confident in Jiang brother. Jiang brother's energy is comparable to an ordinary late divine core warrior. Wujiao forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart as he stared at Jiang Qin without blinking his eyes. Right now, the heavenly core in Jiang Qin's qi had undergone a complete transformation. Mysterious patterns could be seen on the surface of the heavenly core, and they were wrapped up by numerous blood-red dragon marks. All 800 dragon marks had been formed, and Jiang Qin had broken through to the divine core realm, reaching a whole new level. Furthermore, Jiang Qin's potential had been stimulated once again, and he now had a strong foundation. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't come out from secluded cultivation right away. Instead, he started absorbing the demon souls in his possession. What is he doing? Wujiao was shocked. He is trying to increase his combat strength. De Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. With his experience, he could easily tell Jiang Qin's current situation. After Jiang Qin broke through to the divine core realm, 800 dragon marks could no longer satisfy Jiang Qin. Now Jiang Qin was using the energy to form new dragon marks to increase his combat strength. Jiang Qin currently had 800 dragon marks, and he was an early divine core warrior. If he wanted to break through to the mid-divine core realm, he would need to double the number of dragon marks. He needed to have 1,600 dragon marks, and only then would he be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm. Currently, Jiang Chen had a huge amount of demon souls, devil souls, and a lot of crystal cores. However, although the amount was huge, Jiang Chen's demand was even greater. The dragon transformation skill itself consumed a lot of energy, and as Jiang Chen's cultivation level continued to increase, the amount of energy he needed would also increase. In order to form a new dragon mark, he would need at least 10 times more energy than before. No matter what, I have a strong foundation now and I can temporarily use a huge amount of demon souls to form new dragon marks. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After that, he didn't say anything else. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, all the demon souls, devil souls, and crystal cores were transformed into pure energy, then absorbed by Jiang Chen. In just 20 minutes, Jiang Chen had used the massive amount of energy to form another 200 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to over 1,000. However, he had paid a huge price to form these 200 dragon marks. Half of his demon souls and devil souls had been consumed, and the rest of them could at most form another 200 dragon marks. It was still far from enough for him to break through to the mid-divine core realm. The levels of these demon souls are still too low, most of them are early divine core and some are heavenly core. I only have a few mid-divine core demon souls, and I only have 2 late divine core demon souls. With my current condition, heavenly core demon souls are no longer useful to me. Looks like I'll need to find some mid and late divine core demon souls in the future. However, although this method of cultivation is fast, I have to pay attention to it. Forming 200 dragon marks is not a small amount, I'll need some time to digest them. Jiang Chen thought to himself. This method of cultivation was too aggressive, and even Jiang Chen didn't dare break through as he pleased. After breaking through, he would need some time to digest the new energy. Damn it. Buddy, there are only 10 minutes left, hurry up and finish this. De Huang Dog urged. Swoosh. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, Jiang Chen suddenly opened up his eyes. His eyes were glowing brightly and they were 3 feet long. It was a very scary sight. Good De Huang, good job. Not only have I broken through to the early divine core realm, my cultivation base has also completely stabilized. I'm no longer a newbie who has just broken through to the early divine core realm. Let's not waste any more time, use the spiraling defense mechanism to repel the natural defense mechanism, I'll attack its weak point. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the ground. With the combat strength of 1,000 dragon marks, he was no longer a newbie who had just broken through to the early divine core realm. With his current combat strength, let alone a mid-divine core warrior, he could even kill an ordinary late divine core warrior. Even a peak divine core warrior like Taoist Black had no chance of winning against Jiang Chen. Alright. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. With his head pressing against the spiraling defense mechanism, he walked step by step towards the natural defense mechanism. Brother Jiang, you've just broken through to the divine core realm, but you already have such an imposing aura, this is really shocking. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Wu Jiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and couldn't help but praise. Brother Jiao, you've become much younger. Jiang Chen smiled. Compared to when he first met Wu Jiao was like a completely different person. He was full of energy and vigor. Don't talk anymore, the spiraling defense mechanism can only absorb the natural defense mechanism's energy for a short period of time. Buddy, you have to carefully sense the weak point of the natural defense mechanism, we only have one chance. De Huang Dog reminded Jiang Chen in a serious manner. Jiang Chen and Wu Jiao became nervous, especially Wu Jiao, he was the most nervous one here. He had been trapped here for 10 years, and he wanted to leave this place more than anyone else. Buzz. De Huang Dog pushed the millstone-sized spiraling defense mechanism and slowly pushed it towards the center of the natural defense mechanism. Bang. The moment the spiraling defense mechanism and the natural defense mechanism came into contact, a majestic force suddenly spread out from between the natural defense mechanism and the spiraling defense mechanism. Under the force of this force, De Huang Dog was sent flying backward. For God's sake, Lord Dog will fuck him up. The moment De Huang Dog was sent flying, he felt that he was the most pitiful dog in the world. He was the one who got himself into all kinds of bad luck. Before the natural defense mechanism, Jiang Chen had used the Great Soul Derivation technique, so his senses were extremely sharp. The reason why De Huang Dog was sent flying was because the spiraling defense mechanism had attracted the natural defense mechanism's energy, and De Huang Dog was sent flying by this force. At this moment, Jiang Chen's sharp senses detected the weak point of the natural defense mechanism. Without any hesitation, he punched out. At the same time, Wuxiao also punched out to help Jiang Chen. Rumble. The violent collision and the boundless force caused Jiang Chen and Wuxiao to retreat more than 10 steps. Crack. The weak point of the natural defense mechanism was also shattered by Jiang Chen's punch. A huge crack appeared and the spiraling defense mechanism disappeared completely. De Huang, let's go. This natural defense mechanism can repair itself. Jiang Chen pulled Big Yellow's ear, then with extreme speed, they dashed out from the crack of the defense mechanism. Wuxiao followed closely behind them and dashed out from the crack as well. After the two people and a dog came out, the crack that was broken began to repair itself slowly. Damn, we were almost trapped to death in there. De Huang, you did a great job this time. Well done. Jiang Chen pressed De Huang Dog's head with both hands and praised De Huang Dog in a different way. Get lost. I am physically and mentally exhausted. Don't touch me. De Huang Dog struggled to break free from Jiang Chen's big hands and stared at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with anger. Ah, I'm out. Wuxiao stretched his arms, threw his head back and let out a long roar. His laughter was so loud that tears almost rolled down his face. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at Wuxiao, who was in an extremely excited state, and a gratified smile emerged on their faces. They could understand Wuxiao's current mood. They had stayed in the poisonous miasma space for 2 months, and they knew how terrifying it was. Wuxiao had stayed in there for 10 years, and now that he could see the sun again, how could he not be excited? After a long while, Wuxiao stopped laughing and strode toward Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, then he bowed deeply to them. Jiang brother, De Huang, I Wuxiao thank you for saving my life. I Wuxiao will remember this kindness in my heart. Wuxiao's words were filled with sincerity. In the entire martial Saint dynasty, only a few people were qualified to receive a bow from Wuxiao. Brother Jiao, we're brothers, don't say such things. I don't like it. Jiang Chen said. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. That's enough. Look where we are. De Huang Dog reminded. Only now did both of them realize that they were in a wasteland, and not the devil cave they were in. They could hear the roars of demon beasts coming from afar. This should be somewhere in Inferno Hell. There are only 10 days left before the opening of Inferno City. We should return to Inferno City. Wuxiao said. 10 days. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. 10 days was too short for him and he still didn't know anything about the Earth Devil. Buddy, give me something to eat, let me replenish my energy. De Huang Dog said. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen threw a storage ring filled with natural essences to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had contributed a lot this time, and he had consumed a lot of natural essences. Therefore, it was necessary to compensate him. Looking at the storage ring, De Huang Dog was overjoyed. He ran to the side and started wolfing down the food. These were all great tonics and they were exactly what he needed right now. Brother Jiao, do you know where the Earth Devil is? Jiang Chen asked. Earth Devil? Brother Jiang Chen, why are you asking about the Earth Devil? Wuxiao looked at Jiang Chen. To be honest, Brother Jiao, the reason I came to Inferno Hell is for the Earth Devil. One of my brothers is dying, and I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save him. I came here to find the Earth Devil, kill it and obtain its demon soul. However, 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and I still don't know where the Earth Devil is. Jiang Chen said. I know where the Earth Devil is. Wuxiao said. Chapter 239. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Jiao, where is the Earth Devil? Jiang Chen quickly asked. According to what I know, there is an Earth Devil mountain in the center of Inferno Hell, and it is the resting place of the Earth Devil mountain. I've heard about the Earth Devil in the past, and I was planning to go deeper into the Earth Devil mountain to tame it and make it my mount. But, before I could reach the Earth Devil mountain, I was trapped in the poisonous miasma space and it lasted for 10 years. A bitter and self-mocking expression appeared on Wuxiao's face. Earth Devil Mountain? Jiang Chen sighed. It was located in the depths of Inferno Hell, and it was obvious how terrifying it was. But, that Earth Devil was an early combat soul beast 10 years ago, and now that 10 years have passed, I'm afraid it has become even stronger. Even if it hasn't reached the mid-combat soul realm yet, it should be at least at the peak of the early combat soul realm. If I was at my peak, I would have no problem dealing with that Earth Devil, but now, it's almost impossible. There are only 10 days left until the opening of Inferno Hell, and Brother Jiang, it doesn't seem realistic for you to kill that Earth Devil. Wuxiao said. With their current strength, the gap between them and the Earth Devil was huge. Killing the Earth Devil and obtaining its demon soul was harder than reaching the heavens. I have to get the Earth Devil's demon soul. This is the most important reason why I came to Inferno Hell. Brother Jiao, do you know how to get there? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Jiao and asked. The Earth Devil is a supreme existence amongst the devils, and I'm sure it lives in a place with dense devilish energy. If I'm not mistaken, it should be connected to the Devil Cave. If we follow the Devil Cave, we'll be able to find the Earth Devil Mountain. However, once we enter the Devil Cave, we'll definitely be attacked by all the evil devils. Therefore, as long as we kill the combat soul evil devils in the Devil Cave, I believe the Earth Devil will appear. Wu Jiao said. Kill the combat soul evil devils? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This was an impossible task. A combat soul warrior would have a combat soul in their body, which was equivalent to a warrior's nascent soul. Once a combat soul warrior was killed, as long as his combat soul wasn't destroyed, he would have the chance to reincarnate. There was a huge gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm, and the gap between them couldn't be compared. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had broken through to the divine core realm and possessed 1,000 dragon marks, allowing him to kill late divine core warriors, he was still no match for a combat soul warrior. With his current condition, if he were to face the combat soul evil devil in the Devil Cave again, he would still have to run away. With the time we have left, it's impossible for him to improve his cultivation and kill the Earth Devil. Even for me, I won't be able to break through to the combat soul realm without at least a few months. Judging from the current situation, if Jiang brother really wants to kill the Earth Devil, I'm afraid there's only one way, and I'm not sure if it'll work. Wu Jiao said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What is it? Jiang brother, do you know why those demons and devils in Inferno Hell don't dare attack Inferno City? Wu Jiao asked. I'm guessing it's because there's something in Inferno City that those demons and devils are afraid of. If not, Inferno City would have been conquered by them long ago. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog had sensed something when he first arrived in Inferno City. A treasure that could be sensed by De Huang Dog was definitely something extraordinary, and the reason why those demons and devils didn't dare attack Inferno City must have something to do with this treasure. That's right, there is indeed a treasure in Inferno City, and because of the protection of this treasure, Inferno Hell has become a place where humans can live, and no demons and devils can disturb us. Wu Jiao said. The first thing he did when he arrived in Inferno Hell was to find out the secret of Inferno City. Brother Jiao, do you know what treasure it is? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know, I've never seen it before. I've carefully searched for it before but I found nothing. But I'm sure this treasure exists. I'm guessing that in order to find it, you need luck. I don't have enough luck, that's why I can't find it. If Jiang brother is lucky enough, you can try entering the center of Inferno City, and you might be able to find that treasure. With that treasure's ability to suppress demons and devils, I think you might be able to kill a combat soul evil devil or even an earth devil. Wu Jiao said. When Jiang Chen mentioned finding treasure, De Huang Dog, who was happily eating nearby, immediately became spirited. As long as we can enter the center of Inferno City, this master dog will be able to find that treasure. De Huang Dog said. That's right. Under the heavens, there's no treasure that De Huang can't find. If that's the case, let's leave this place now and head to Inferno City. Jiang Chen quickly said. They were pressed for time and he didn't want to waste any more time. All right. Wu Jiao nodded his head. After that, the trio started running toward the exit of Inferno Hell. Qi Province, Burning Sky Pavilion. The sky was clear and the air was clear. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded from within the deepest palace of the Burning Sky Pavilion. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, and its imposing manner was tyrannical to the extreme. Within it was the dense aura of an emperor, and it was high and mighty, causing others to be unable to help but feel subdued and worship it. What a powerful aura! This is Senior Disciple Nanbei's aura. Senior Disciple Nanbei has broken through again. This is terrifying. Senior Disciple Nanbei is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. His progress is just too fast. Besides, his mid-divine core aura is even stronger than the chief's. I heard that Senior Disciple Nanbei was born from an immortal rock. I wonder if that's true. I heard that in the distant divine continent, 100 years ago, a peerless saint split open the gate to the realm of immortals with a long sword in his hand. A beam of immortal light fell from the realm of immortals and turned into an immortal rock, and no one knows where it went. Could it be that Senior Disciple Nanbei was born from that immortal rock? If that's the case, Doesn't that mean senior disciple Nanbei has the body of an immortal? This is terrifying. Many people were whispering to each other. In the eastern continent, all the rumors about the once greatest saint splitting open the gate to the realm of immortals were just legends, and no one could verify them. There were rumors that when the once greatest saint split open the gate to the realm of immortals, a beam of immortal light fell from the realm of immortals and turned into an immortal rock. After dozens of years of nurturing, it gave birth to an immortal soul. But this was just a legend. No one knew about the origins of the northern and southern dynasties. Who cares? I heard that after senior disciple Nanbei comes out from his secluded cultivation, he's going to attack the other 3 big sects and unify the entire Qi province. Haha, the time for the Burning Sky Pavilion to unify the Qi province is coming. The overall structure of the Qi province is going to change completely. That guy from the Black Sect, whose name is Jiang Qin, dares to offend senior disciple Nanbei. He's really courting death. That's right, since that guy dares to challenge senior disciple Nanbei, sooner or later he will be stepped on by senior disciple Nanbei like an ant. In the Burning Sky Pavilion, the northern and southern dynasties had become more popular and dignified than the pavilion chief. Not only the disciples, even the sect elders who stood at the top had to show respect to the northern and southern dynasties. Within the palace, the golden-haired and golden-robed men from the northern and southern dynasties were surrounded by powerful energy waves. After breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, his energy had reached a frightening level, and even Zhao Chongyang who stood next to him was shocked. What a powerful energy. Nanbei, you've broken through. Zhao Chongyang said. That's right, pavilion chief. After I break through to the mid-divine core realm, I'm going to attack the other sects, and I'll start with the Tianjin Gate. The northern and southern dynasties said. Alright, I'll gather our men and attack the Tianjin Gate right now. Zhao Chongyang unleashed his energy. He supported the idea of attacking the other 3 big sects, and he was very concerned about it. This was because he knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. The northern and southern dynasties had their eyes set on the entire world, and they didn't take the Qi province seriously. Once the Burning Sky Pavilion conquered the entire Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties would leave and head to the martial palace. At that point of time, the entire Qi province would belong to him. No need for that. Send an order to the Tianjin Gate. Ask all the divine core warriors from the Tianjin Gate to submit to me within 3 days. Let the entire Tianjin Gate join the Burning Sky Pavilion, and become a vassal force of the Burning Sky Pavilion. If they don't come, I'll personally eliminate the entire Tianjin Gate in 3 days. The northern and southern dynasties said word by word. With Duan Jinhong's character, I'm sure he won't submit so easily. With that, 3 days is enough time for the Tianjin Gate to prepare. Zhao Chongyang furrowed his brows. Then we'll give them the time to prepare. If Duan Jinhong doesn't submit, I'll kill him myself. I want to eliminate all 3 big sects in a just and honorable manner. The northern and southern dynasties were too arrogant, so arrogant that they were even higher than the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. Within Inferno Hell, roars of beasts and ripples from battles could be heard everywhere. Why is Inferno Hell in such a chaotic state? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Every time the entrance to Inferno Hell is about to open, Inferno Hell will always be in a chaotic state. But this time, it's the most chaotic one ever, as if something big has happened. Wuxia said. Oh. All of a sudden, a 9-life crystal beast with the size of a mountain appeared in front of the trio. A pure and powerful energy was being unleashed from its body, and it kept roaring at Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. A late divine core 9-life crystal beast. Wuxia's expression changed slightly. If he was at his peak, he could easily kill this 9-life crystal beast with just a single breath. But now he was no match for it. Let's test my combat strength. Jiang Chen took a step forward, then he suddenly unleashed the true dragon palm and slammed it toward the 9-life crystal beast. Brr. The 9-life crystal beast let out a loud roar. Its huge palm glowed brightly like a crystal as it slammed into the true dragon palm. Boom! The ground shook violently. The gigantic body of the 9-life crystal beast was knocked away by the true dragon palm, and it crashed into a few huge trees before finally falling onto the ground. Amazing! Wuxia praised. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. With just an early divine core cultivation base, Jiang Chen was able to knock back a late divine core 9-life crystal beast with just a single strike. Such combat strength had reached an incredible level. Oh woo! The 9-life crystal beast was knocked back and it was completely enraged. It once again dashed toward Jiang Chen like a madman. A late divine core crystal core is a great treasure, it would be a waste if I don't take it. Chapter 240. Looking at the 9-life crystal beast charging towards him, Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He simply unleashed the true dragon palm once again. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw slammed into the crystal beast's body, sending it flying away once again. Buddy, don't waste any more time. This monster has 9 lives, and with the way you are fighting, how long will it take you to kill it? The Huang dog said. All right. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the 9-life crystal beast in an instant. Before it could stand back up from the ground, Jiang Chen had slashed it in half with the axe. The true dragon palm was indeed powerful, but the 9-life crystal beast had a strong body, and it was a late divine core warrior. Jiang Chen needed a few strikes to kill it with his most powerful attacks. However, what the Huang dog said made sense. The 9-life crystal beast was different from ordinary demons and devils. It had 9 lives and it would take too long to kill it like this. Roar! The 9-life crystal beast that was slashed in half by Jiang Chen instantly recovered, and it once again leapt towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the 9-life crystal beast situation, so he didn't feel nervous at all. Jiang Chen unleashed an imposing manner as he let out a hearty laugh. The true dragon palm and the axe worked together, and in just 2 minutes the late divine core 9-life crystal beast was completely killed. A crystal core fell into Jiang Chen's hand. What a great treasure. It'll be great if I can find more of them. Jiang Chen put away the crystal core with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang, you've really opened my eyes. Ordinary divine core warriors, even those powerful late divine core warriors, are most afraid of running into a late divine core 9-life crystal beast when they travel in Inferno Hell, but you actually hope to run into one. But your combat strength is unbelievable. Wu Jiao stroked his beard. Although he had witnessed Jiang Chen's incredible strength, the way Jiang Chen killed the 9-life crystal beast still shocked him. Jiang Chen was just an early divine core warrior. If he broke through to the mid or late divine core realm, it would be even more terrifying. Brother Jiao, let's go, we need to hurry to Inferno City, we need to find the hidden treasures as soon as possible and deal with the Earth Devil. Jiang Chen said. 2 men and a dog were flying in the mountains at an incredible speed, heading towards Inferno City. Within the mountain range in front of them, a man was walking slowly. He was an old man in his 50s and he had a fat body and a fierce face. However, the aura unleashed from his body was extremely powerful, and he had obviously reached the late divine core realm. The fat old man looked around, then he couldn't help but say in a gloomy tone, "Damn it, we've been searching for so long, but we haven't even found a single trace of Jiang Chen. Don't tell me this guy is dead? That's such a pity, this guy has so much wealth, it would be a great waste if he died." Just when the fat old man was feeling gloomy, 3 figures flew towards them from afar. The fat old man looked over, and when he saw a young man in white clothes and a dog following him, his eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Chen, he's wearing white clothes and he looks like he's 16 or 17 years old. He has a handsome face, exactly the same as what those people described him to be. There's also a majestic big yellow dog following him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, and now I've found him by chance. The fat old man was laughing out excitedly, as if he had just seen the most precious treasure in the world. He was so excited when he saw the combination of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. That was why he didn't notice Wu Jiao, who was standing next to Jiang Chen. During these days, Jiang Chen's appearance and clothes had been spread across the world, and the biggest symbol was the Huang dog following him. Therefore, the fat old man could tell with just a single glance that the man and dog in front of him were Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, who had disappeared for 2.5 months. "Stop right there!" The fat old man shouted out loudly. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. "Move aside, don't provoke me," Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. He could sense the hostility in the fat old man's eyes, so he didn't bother being polite with his words. "Old man, move aside now, don't delay this master dog's journey," the Huang dog threatened. "Haha, Jiang Chen, this old man has been looking for you for a long time. I've been looking for you for more than 2 months and I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to show up again. This is great. I Lu Peng am really lucky. So many people have been looking for you, but in the end you still fell into my hands." Lu Peng laughed out loud. He had completely regarded Jiang Chen as his prey, and he was the hunter. "Oh, Why are you looking for me? Who else is looking for me? Jiang Qin frowned. He originally wanted to make a move and get rid of the fat old man, but after listening to the fat old man's words, it seemed that many things had happened during the time he disappeared, and many people were looking for him. Jiang Qin, don't you know that it's all because of you that Inferno Hell is in such a mess right now? You've robbed all the wealth in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, and those who lost their wealth would do anything to survive. That's why Inferno Hell is in a mess right now. Besides, what you've done has attracted the attention of all the superpowers in the middle area. Many late Divine Core warriors are looking for you, and they want to kill you in order to protect the rules of Inferno City. Jiang Qin, it's your luck that you're in my hands now. As long as you hand over all your wealth to me, I'll spare your life. Lu Ping said with a loud voice. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked at each other, and a look of realization could be seen on their faces. In the end, it was all because of him that Inferno Hell was in such a mess right now. As for why those late Divine Core warriors in the middle area wanted to kill him, their goal was very clear. This Lu Ping in front of them was a good example. Haha, protecting the rules of Inferno City? What a bullshit reason, just say it's for my wealth. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. He had robbed all the wealth in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, so it made sense why so many people were after him. That's right, it's for the huge amount of wealth you have. Jiang Qin, don't struggle for nothing. With your cultivation level, you're no match for me. Quickly hand over all your wealth and I'll spare your life. Lu Ping's expression turned cold as he threatened Jiang Qin. Hearing this meaningless threat, Jiang Qin almost burst out laughing. He looked at De Huang Dog and Wu Jiao, and he found out that both of them had started laughing out loud. What are you guys laughing at? Lu Ping shouted out loudly. You're an idiot if you die from laughing. You're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. Does your family know about this? De Huang Dog ridiculed Lu Ping while laughing so hard that his saliva was dancing in the air. Old man, hand over all your wealth and I'll spare your life. Jiang Qin threw Lu Ping's words back at him. What? Rob me? Lu Ping was startled. He was here to rob someone, but his target was trying to rob him instead. Was there something wrong with his brain? I advise you to be obedient, hurry up and hand over all your wealth, and you might be able to keep your life. Wu Jiao reminded Lu Ping. He was being kind. Jiang Qin, there's a limit to my patience. Lu Ping was furious. Who was the hunter here and who was the prey? There's a limit to my patience as well, I'll only count to 3. After saying that, Jiang Qin started counting. 1, 2, 3. You're courting death. Lu Ping was furious. He waved his hand and unleashed a rainbow-colored energy beam toward Jiang Qin. He was a late Divine Core warrior, and he thought he could suppress his opponent and make him hand over all his wealth. That way he would be able to show off his power. But he never expected this guy would try to rob him instead. He had lost all his face and he couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. All the energy beams unleashed by Lu Ping were instantly destroyed by the true dragon palm. Bang! The gigantic dragon claw pressed down from the sky like a gigantic mountain. It turned into a sturdy cage and trapped Lu Ping within. Break! Lu Ping was shocked. He immediately unleashed all his strength, but too bad he couldn't break free from the dragon claw with his current strength, let alone escape from the cage. An old man who has just broken through to the late Divine Core realm, his combat strength is far weaker than the 9-life crystal beast, and you want to fight me? You're courting death. Jiang Qin said with an extremely cold voice. Impossible, this is impossible. You've broken through to the Divine Core realm. Even if you're a Divine Core warrior, you can't be this strong. I'm only a late Divine Core warrior, but I'm no match for you at all. Lu Ping was extremely shocked. He had been searching for Jiang Qin for over 2 months, but in the end he had ended up like this. He was supposed to be the hunter, but in the end he had become the hunted. The hunted had become the hunter, and this was really an irony. Old man, hurry up and hand over all your belongings including your clothes. This master dog is going to rob you until you're naked. De Huang Dog came up to Lu Ping and showed off his strength. Hearing this, Lu Ping almost threw up a mouthful of blood. If he was really robbed until even his clothes were taken away, how was he going to live in the future? Jiang Qin, there's no enmity between us, I apologize for what I did to you. I hope you can forgive me and let me go. I, Lu Ping, promise you I won't hurt you again. Lu Ping stared at Jiang Qin and spoke word by word. Bullshit. Jiang Qin sneered and exerted his true dragon palm, squeezing Lu Ping into a mist of blood, killing him on the spot. Jiang Qin grabbed Lu Ping's qianhuan ring. I won't offend those who don't offend me, but if they offend me they die. Jiang Chen's face was filled with coldness. He had always used the most terrifying method to deal with his enemies. He would never show them any mercy. Begging for mercy was useless, because he understood that if he wasn't strong enough and fell into the hands of his enemies, his ending would be even worse. What a strong mind. He's so decisive in killing. This guy will definitely become someone great in the future. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up, praising in his heart. Little Qinzi, there are so many people in the middle area who want to kill you. If we go back, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. The Huang dog said. Since they all treat me as prey, I'll see who's the real prey. I've already robbed the entire outer region, so I don't mind robbing the entire middle region. If I do that, I'm afraid I'll get even more wealth. Jiang Chen smiled. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.